Hey y'all. Thanks for being here. Yeah, good. My sound is transmitting. It decides not to do that sometimes, just for funsies, you know. But anyway, thanks for being here. We're gonna do the Reverie roundtable. Just a moment. In just a moment. So let's see what we got. Kicking around. Okay. All right. We got some people here. Yeah, let's get them on board. Let's get them in. All right. The rest will be here soon. Started.
No, dude, it's like not really that big a deal. It's fine. Like I see him plenty.
Gotcha. Okay.
It was just him being like, dude, I get like 6 weekends away from the wife during hunting season. Like, please don't make me do this.
Yeah, that's right.
Fair enough.
The old ball and chain.
True.
So my buddy, you like this factoid. My buddy just sent me a photo about 2 seconds ago. He's like out on his ranch, and he just killed 2 turkeys with 1 arrow.
I don't believe that.
I do. This guy is the ultimate redneck. So
No,
Is it the arrow from Guardians of the Galaxy, whatever?
I mean,
too? Just like
that's some Legolas
It's
like
wanted,
shit. Dude.
it's wanted arrows. Like he like.
Yeah, I mean, I would. If it was
arrow.
anybody else, I'd believe them. But knowing how turkeys are, they could have been like one standing like behind each other. I could see that, but they like travel.
But you're aiming for the head, dude.
On a
No,
turkey?
you're not. No, you're not.
Yes, on a turkey, you're aiming for the head, dude.
Absolutely
Not
not.
with a bow and arrow.
Bro, you're aiming for the gut. I mean, and then
I've never hunted one with a bow and arrow before, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even with turkey, still that you wouldn't aim for the head. You'd hit him with like a bird shot. Pah! With shotty.
Yeah, right at the head. That's where you want to aim.
I've never aimed at the head of a turkey ever.
I just want to make it clear that just because I'm on time, like doesn't mean I'm conservative or right wing like that.
I think. I think that's what
I mean, I cleaned a turkey once.
It means
like,
you
yeah,
have
no,
white
fuck this,
blood
I'll stick to
because
deer.
that's.
Yeah, picking
Is turkey worse than deer?
picking the
Dude,
pellets out.
turkey is a million times worse in terms of like if you get a gut shot on a turkey, it's like it'll ruin your fucking day.
And all my
That's
shots.
why
were
you
shots.
aim for the head.
all
Guys,
my-
you got to hear me out here. This is I'm brilliant. You aim for the head. There's no guts there. I'm pretty sure.
You gotta get the gobbler, bro.
As a biologist, I can't. Blackwood is finally right in this instance.
See?
The one
I
time.
know.
One time.
And the head is, and that's where the hormones go, and the neurotransmitter.
I wonder if a turkey's like a chicken. If you cut off its head, it can still live.
What?
I said, I wonder if a turkey's like a chicken. If you cut off its head, a chicken can still live for like a while.
A little bit. I'm not sure if it's living. I mean, I think it's like its nerves are firing, but I'm not sure if it's like
They have that
living.
famous turkey that lived like three months or something, or 3 weeks or something after they cut off its head, and they were like feeding it through the little esophagus thing.
I mean, at some point, we're going to be able to do that with humans, like in 10, 20 years down the line, just to sustain a corpse.
Made atheists, humans do have a soul. They can live without a head.
Checkmate.
No, the head is where the soul is stored. That's where it hangs out. It's just.
I thought the head was.
You don't.
Yeah, the head
you
of the dick.
Don't shit on the. Don't actually this goddamn joke.
I had a religious guy, friend who actually made an interesting argument. He argued that your soul is like second only to God in terms of intelligence. Like it's super smart, super everything, but it's like you got this reservoir of like intelligence and capability and etc. But it's limited by like when your brain. So your brain is like the hole in which all like intelligence flows
the anchor
into.
dragging you down.
No. It flows into like the material world, and so like if you expand the hole, then you get like more intelligence. So really, like, expanding your mind is just like opening like a floodgate. That's how he viewed it. Because I asked the question of like,
I fucking hate mystics, man. Fucking the shit they come up with.
well, I asked the question of like, does somebody with Alzheimer's, do they go to heaven as somebody with Alzheimer's,
Everything's restored,
or with somebody who's restored? And then he was like, no. They're always like their soul's 100% there. It's just the Alzheimer's shrinks the brain, so then there's like less hole for the knowledge to come through.
I mean, I've even heard people make the argument that like once you get to a certain point of Alzheimer's, your soul is not even there anymore. Like religious people have made this argument. Oh crap!
I think that's true. I think that's true.
There you go. We got somebody here.
No, I mean like
There
in
you
terms
go.
of what the soul is. I think like in terms of if you define the soul, not in a mystic way, but in a your soul is who you are. So as I am, I think as soon as I get Alzheimer's, I'm not myself anymore. I'm a new person.
So you would have two souls.
You're
I mean,
just
sure,
talking.
but, like-
Go ahead.
Would you be a new person
like,
every day?
You could make right, like you could. I was just about to
Yeah.
say, like you could make the argument of like Savitri and Satyavan, right, where the death comes for the woodcutter, and the wife wants to fucking avoid death, so she goes to the fucking mountaintop and is shown the visions of herself. And herself, even earlier this day, before she knew that death was coming for her husband, was a different person. So she dies a death every second, a death every minute, a death of every new knowledge is a death of the soul. Sure, I mean, if you want to get get woo woo with it, but like
I think. Well, hold on. I'm making a different
why
claim.
can't we just say that?
I'm
there's
making
no
a different claim. Well, I'm not trying to make a I was just using it colloquially.
I'm with you.
The
So-
Bible says there's a soul, though.
I don't believe in that there's a soul.
Checkmate.
I
but,
don't know.
That's why I was using it colloquially in terms of
No,
you
no,
mean
I'm
I was
with you. I'm just saying,
qualified.
I'm saying like you could expand it out in any way that you kind of want, and you can make any mystical thing like kind of like come back language wise into into an atheist framework. But like, why seed the ground? Like, just look at them and say there's no fucking soul. Stop.
Well, yeah, I kind of just wanted to go into a different conversation rather.
I'm really hoping that reincarnation is real, so I'm eating people. That's what I'm hoping.
Is that what your reincarnation necessitates?
Wait, what would you be reincarnated?
Hey, listen,
He thinks we're reincarnated as vegetables and meat.
I hope so, because I'm hoping not eating these people.
No, but then you're gonna get eaten in your next life.
That's a circle of life, baby. It's okay.
Yeah, but basically what I was trying to say is that how do you say it? That the
Lion King
continuity,
musical's great, by the way.
the
It's so good.
continuity of consciousness is what matters most in terms of what somebody is, in terms of who they are.
Yeah.
So if you lose
Yeah, sure.
if you lose all your memories, then you're no longer Fabian Liberty, right? So you're
I mean, what
probably
if you
gonna
have
be
some of
the
them?
I struggle with this when it comes to like mind altering drugs. Do they kill you if you're a different person? Maybe.
What?
That's a good one.
Yeah, if you
No,
see,
I mean, think
yeah,
about it.
I'm serious saying like you do shrooms, and then because you did shrooms and you had like a religious experience, like a unitive experience.
I'm
you're
saying
a
more
different
along.
person afterwards. Therefore, you died.
Maybe.
see the
So
acid-
that's one way. That's one way of looking at it. But I guess
Again,
the other
this
way.
is like the Savitri Satyavan thing, right? Like
Sure,
this is
but the other thing,
old Hindu argument.
the other thing though would be like you take a drug and then you start taking the drug every day, and then the new you isn't going to stop taking the drug, even if the old you would if they could see what the new you was, right?
You talking about
I
addiction?
mean,
Kind of,
Well,
not necessarily, but kind of. It could be.
but again, the problem with that is when you extend that logic to everything else, right? Is that like again, you're making the same Hindu argument, right? That like any change in personality, consciousness, thought, education, etc., creates a new individual that is wholly separate from the person they were before. And like I don't buy that per se.
I think it's a semantics argument. I understand why you wouldn't buy it, but I also understand the logic of why you should buy it.
For sure. I get that like you are a different person as you grow. Like hopefully we're not all the same people we were previously, right? And so like I get what you're saying, but like I think it's important to recognize that we are still the same entity that called themselves Lactoid or called
Which is tied to the continuity of consciousness. No?
I think here's a good question. I think spoiler alert. Prestige kind of put forward this dilemma pretty
for the prestige.
Yeah. It's an old movie, so if you haven't watched it by now, it's your fault.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Where, yeah. Like if I clone you at 100%, everything, memory, experiences, would you be okay with like being killed at that point? I would not be okay with being killed because even though I can look over there and see the clone, like it's obviously not me, right? Because I'm me. It's not seeing through my eyes. It's somebody else is seeing through those eyes.
Well, I
That's
mean,
the,
at that point, it's a difference
that's an
between-
old. Oh, Admiral Gibbs, it sounded like you were like really away from your mic or something.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, your headset.
Yeah, I might off. Yeah, I was saying at that point it's a different experience. The minute you start seeing from a different angle, then it's a different experience, different view.
And
kinda
it's
the
not
same
you.
argument. Yeah, it's the same
just a
argument.
clone.
They're like, they're saying, hey, like, okay, if you upload your consciousness to the cloud, well, there's this like split second where like you're dead, and then now your consciousness is in the cloud.
Or the
Like, is that
transporters from Star Trek as well. They break you
Yes,
down on
even
molecular
yeah,
level.
transporters is a
Yeah,
good
I mean,
one.
it's like I mean, I think
But
we've
I-
kind of all had this conversation in philosophy 101, right?
I like the
Like, where-
philosophy. I mean, I like the
Yeah, I mean, it's
consciousness.
like-
He's a fan of the philosophy. Yeah.
I like I like the consciousness in the cloud thing, but I don't think you gotta die to do that, though. No, I mean, hold on, let me clarify. I like the Juniper Sarah episode of a Black Mirror where it's the lesbians who met in you know what I'm saying, in cyberspace. So the point that in that episode, they're like at the end of their life, they're like 90 plus, but then it's basically heaven, but in the virtual reality world, they've transferred their consciousness to this virtual reality, and they became like younger versions of themselves, like the prime years, like in the early 20s. And so I would prefer that world where here's an actual heaven you can go to as in virtual reality, but it's in technology. It's not mystic at all.
How do you know it's you? How do you know it's you?
Yeah, that's the teleportation paradox, right? Like the teleportation. It's again, like if you take a philosophy class in like in college, like you'll go over it, right? Just like it's 101.
Okay,
like, teleportation.
my shrooms are here. I gotta go.
40K solved that though. They said basically, you know,
about to
your
become
soul,
a
Are you
person.
serious?
your soul transfers
I'm
to the
coming
new
back.
body.
He's coming back as a new person.
He's downstairs.
Yeah, but again, this is the thing is that like you have to have a soul for that to work.
Yeah.
Right? So the thing is like the teleportation paradox is really simple, right? You step into a teleporter. Now, when you step into a teleporter, your body is completely disintegrated and then reconstructed on the other end. It might even look like portal. It might look like you're stepping in and into the portal, right? And that like there's this one being that does so. But regardless of however it may feel or whatever, you're broken down and then rebuilt. That's how it has to work in order for teleportation to exist. And so when you teleport, there is a person at the other end of that teleportation that says, teleportation was awesome. It worked. Everything's great. I'm so happy. But it could just be a clone of you. And the individual that stepped into the teleporter died and had an excruciating death of the worst, most violent, horrible, imaginable pain in an instant that you could possibly imagine, and worse, right? And then everyone just accepts the teleportation works. And so society starts teleporting, and we're all just every few minutes that we need to do something, just committing mass suicide in the most horrible way possible. And no one would know, because that person that experienced that pain is dead and gone, and there's a clone
Wait a minute,
on the other end
Scott.
of the teleportation device.
I don't know why you had to add all that part, like that the one part. Like, why not? Like, what if the death felt like a full body orgasm? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it, like the fact that it was a
I still
violent-
wouldn't want that to happen.
Without fear mongering, right? Like you could just die and it'd be like an orgasm and then you're gone. Like,
yeah,
sure.
but I mean, like the base of your argument, like it still stands.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an orgasm. It could be. I mean, if you're a nihilist, maybe you're cool with that kind of death. I don't know.
I'm skeptical that it's an orgasm, though. Just
Only one way to find
If
out.
I had to guess, it's probably neither, right? Like it's probably just like a gone, nothing,
Yeah.
nothingness,
Yeah.
everything gone.
So
there is no
like that,
I
like
think
that
we can all
implosion
agree
that
if
happened.
we're gonna do instant travel, we should do like the Dolmen Gate Stargate style. Much better than the teleporters. We don't have to worry about it then.
Yeah. If like, would you buy a wormhole? Like, I mean, buy, but would you believe that a wormhole would be different? Right? Like, if someone
The only
tried to
one-
explain the science to you, and they said, like, oh, it's a tunnel, you're going through a tunnel. No, you're going to be stretched to, like,
You're
infinitesimally
compressed.
small.
and
Yeah.
then you're rebuilt.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. The only one that would work is a portal, right? In which you could verify, like with half of your head in the portal and the other
Yeah, like
half not
Stargate.
in the portal. Like you could verify like control over your limbs via one end of the portal. That is the only one that you
Yeah.
can actually use as a teleportation that like,
That's
you could be sure wasn't killing you.
That's basically what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's like a portal. Like actually, like your arm is like stretched across like the fucking universe, right?
Yeah, but you'd have to be on the other end, being like, I'm grabbing something that feels like
A
an
boob.
apple right now, while the
A
other
boob.
half of like this feels like leather or something, right?
Breast.
You'd have to verify that you
As
have
you're full body
conscious control
orgasming.
over the limb on the other end. And then even still, that could be a problem because everything could be fine until it's your brain that gets deconstructed. So then you'd have to be halfway through with your brain halfway, and we'd have to know that like this is the part that deals with language that, you know, like, which I think is this in the front, like right behind your prefrontal, like right now. Regardless, you'd have to like utilize functions that deal with that part of the brain, and then simultaneously use other functions that deal with the other part of the brain, and vice versa, in order
You're
to
half
ensure
in,
that it
half
is
out.
the same conscious being. Yeah.
Yeah, half in, half out, like a Stargate portal, exactly, right?
Yeah, but anything that like you just like go through a portal and come out, or like be deconstructed and come out, like you don't know, it could just be a mass suicide machine.
Fun fact: I have the same birthday as the guy that plays Colonel O'Neill in MacGyver. Woo!
Everyone knows MacGyver.
Yeah,
I think the quickest way to do it would be like to
Old
put your head
man.
in the portal back first,
The
and then
vampire.
to see if you go blind or not.
they had a new MacGyver show recently.
Wait, what were you saying? I'm sorry. What would you have to do?
You put your head backwards, and then like if you go blind, then you know that it's not you, because your visual stuff is back here, right?
Yeah. Your visual is the processing of the occipital lobe is in the back, right? So yeah, I guess that could work.
These are the tough questions.
Hey, these are the tough questions.
What happens if you don't have a fucking topic?
Yeah, we were talking about teleportation.
Everyone just starts getting real hippie.
Well, hold on. We can talk about like the stunning and awesome thing that happened. What, yesterday was it?
Oh boy, here we go.
The Montreal Alouettes won the Grey
baby?
Cup.
happened?
Are we back, baby?
We're back, baby.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Oh
my-
shit!
So what do you guys know about
You know,
Argentina?
ANCAP just won a presidential election, right?
I know the women are extremely attractive. Yeah.
That's actually
more
the only thing I know
attractive
about.
after yesterday, I think.
So so we can engage with this. I guess I'll do an intro. And we'll jump into it. All right. Hello all. Thanks for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a fantastic group of people here. I'm really excited. Actually. So we'll start by introducing them. Our friend Lactoid's up first. How are you, friend?
I'm doing good. I just got a boom arm for my mic, and so hopefully my head will be raised more than in the past. And also, I have more. I can actually type, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
What was wrong with your typing? What was it?
It was blocked by a microphone that was in front of my keyboard.
Okay. All right, I'll do it.
Only a lawyer would wait an entire fucking year to purchase like a $30 purchase. Like fucking cheap motherfucker.
No, it just didn't come to me. It was working, and so
The
but then
flag
I
is
thought
much more
about it.
important.
Was it working?
It didn't come to you when like half the people you're on panels with have.
But like, yeah. But beyond that, it's like I think you've been here more than a year at this point, right? Like you've been here for a long time, and you've been.
It just is what it is.
And,
Look,
and it's only recently that he upgraded his mic.
Oh yeah.
That was about 5 months ago, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been like 2 years, I think.
No.
Okay,
No.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, you are. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, that's my intro. So thanks.
Okay. We did it, guys. Let's go to our friend Scott back with us. And Scott, you look like you're in a good mood here. I don't know why. I don't know what it might be. But there's a smile on your face, and we love it. We want to keep it that way.
It's the holiday season. I know that statistically that's the most depressing time for people. But like I don't find it that depressing enough. I love it. I got my peppermint mocha coffee cream. It's that time of year. I don't understand why these things have to be seasonal. Like why can't I just go to Walmart and get, or whatever grocery store, and get peppermint mocha all the time? But whatever. Yeah, I'm Scott Fabian Liberty. You can find me Fabian Liberty on Twitch if you want to. I'm never on Twitch, but I'm there if you want to follow for whatever reason. But on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter.
Yeah. Thanks so much. And I imagine, I don't know, I imagine like from a retail standpoint, these things are seasonal because like that builds demand that when it's rare, like these are associated with this season and then like it kind of builds demand over the year. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Let's go to our friend Corey. Thanks so much, Corey, for being here.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. And I think you're obviously, I'm definitely not an expert on these things, but I think you're probably right. As in, like, it builds demand as an example that sort of comes to mind, which I think is a really stupid practice. I think Starbucks has like this red cup day where you can get like a free red cup, get in, the holiday spirit, I guess, and you can generate more plastic and consumerism. All great things. But you can find me, and yeah, just in case, I did have a topic, just in case, but I'm obviously open to other topics. But you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it, and especially like the free discussion is always a pleasure.
I'm interested.
Real quick. I get why, from like a marketing and advertising and supply and demand and manipulation. I get that. I'm just saying I like fucking peppermint mocha, you weirdos. All right. I'm just saying I like it. I want it year round. I hate that I have to order it online. Stop being weird.
I hear you.
It's weird that you like peppermint mocha.
I didn't disagree with you. You're allowed
peppermint bark too.
You're allowed to like it and demand it.
So good.
Baby,
how
you
sugary
sound
that
like you
shit
have a
is.
very feminine soul.
David Evans would love to know, wouldn't he?
I drink tobacco flavored coffee. Okay, personally, I'm very manly.
True.
Coffee. Okay.
It's
The only coffee I drink is beer with hints of coffee.
It's like, and it's got like a gunmetal undertone to it, right? Like,
right, of course.
Wait, when did men start drinking coffee? When did that happen?
That's pretty cool. What is that?
It's a lighter from Albania, but it's like a little flintlock.
Oh,
It doesn't work.
Cool. It looks more like a One Piece flintlock, actually. But all right, thanks so much. This has already been a great intro. All right, so far things are going great. Now we go to Dream.
That's what the mask is.
We're gonna. Well, let's just assume that he's sober. For the rest of this panel. How are you, Dream?
I am sober. I'm not gonna try the shrooms yet. Reason is because I'm scared of a bad trip and there's no one with me here. So I'm gonna wait till I have somebody in the same.
But there are
More
people here who
too.
can observe
Yeah,
you.
we're here.
That's true.
No. If something happens,
True.
I'm not being anybody's fucking trip parent. All right.
Your skin is an orange and you need to peel it. Your skin is an orange and you need to peel it.
it's right here. Don't worry. Anyways, my name is Do Dream, and you can find me everywhere. As Do Dream on Facebook, Do Dream on Instagram, Do Dream. On Twitter though, it's Hatim the Dream. Because my Do Dream has been banned, so I had to make a new one. And on Twitch, Do Dream.
Yeah,
That's it. Automated tweets.
Oh, okay. So I think social media is the best place to have a bad trip. I mean, if it's gonna happen.
But
if
something happens to me, I want somebody here physically to take care of me. So
I know, I hear you, but I'm just saying that like it would also be quite entertaining. It's all I'm
it
saying.
would be.
Like, I get you.
Maybe I should.
Guys, you have content brain. Like, let the motherfucker not have a bad trip.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like one square or two.
I'm not against content, Brand.
No. We shouldn't do this.
Yeah. It's and if someone's gonna do that, DM the answer. Like, because we are not for drug use of any kind here on the Prime Kai channel.
Yes, we are.
I agree. No,
It's
we're not.
legal. It's legal here.
I don't know about terms of service. I don't think terms of service gives a fuck. So anyway,
I think they spoke on this. I think it's like as long as it's legal where you're at. I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah. But like, I don't know about getting advice, like encouraging someone to do it. Actually, I don't know. That's a different thing.
That's a good point.
So, let's go.
And he's a minor, so
That's true.
That's right.
That baby face, absolutely. Let's go to our friend
You have to move
Admiral
him in.
Gibbs. Oh fuck. Okay, all right. He like popped out like twice already. Gibbs, hey buddy,
What
are you
works?
there?
Yes. We're good. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It like did an update. The Discord updated, and like as soon as it did an update, I saw everybody talking, but I couldn't
Okay.
hear nothing.
All right. All right. Well, thanks for being here. I was just getting to you, but thanks for being here, friend.
Oh yeah, me? Oh okay. Is it openings that we're doing?
Mhm.
Oh yeah. So unions are evil. That is all.
Okay. All right. Go way to start things. Let's go to our friend, GSU Gambit. Who I am honestly surprised that we got here for today. GSU prefers all black everything. And he's just like a hard guy to get a hold of because he's a very, very busy person. So I was like really happy when I just sent that invite. I'm like, oh, he's gonna say no. But you didn't. And you're here, so thank you for being here, buddy.
Yeah, no, I like the Reverie too. My kids are out of town, so they're with their grandmother, so that freed me up. So I was like, hell yeah! So it was like perfect that you sent me the invite because I was like, yeah, this will be one of the only times it'll work. So no, I appreciate it. Happy to be here. Happy to see my Reverend brothers, and yeah, let's do it.
And your ABE brothers.
Yes, sir, my AB brother.
Hold on. Oh, I always hear from parents like when the kids are out, like time to get into shit, right? Like this is the time to make love to the wife, right? This is the time for romance or candles or to get fucking drunk.
Monday evening, brother.
You
Yeah.
take
you
it with you where you can get them.
Are you using a
Well-
different mic than usual?
Yes, I am. I was gonna ask y'all. I moved into a new house. I haven't had time to hook up my regular mic. I assume this mic is worse because it's my headphones mic.
It's doable.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine,
good.
but it's like
It just
if you
has
don't
like
have
echo
a,
in the
like,
back.
I just
but
want to
that's
make sure
whatever.
you didn't have to like click a button and it would switch over. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because it would
unfortunately.
sound better, but it's fine. It happens.
Mm.
Hold on. Let me know if this sounds better. I doubt it does, but let me know.
Okay.
Is this better? Worse.
Maybe a little bit.
That's
In my
actually
opinion.
kinda
It's
bad.
In my
echoey.
opinion.
It's echoier.
Okay.
It's more
so
more
this
loud.
looks right.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yes.
I think whichever
About
is
the
fine.
same.
It's just that you need to put more stuff in there, right? Like like the bodies of your enemies maybe would help with the sound dampening. But anyway, thank you so much for being here, GSU. Next we have our friend FK, which you haven't like I literally haven't talked to in a long time, and
That's
we
not
haven't had
true.
here even longer. I haven't had him here for a while.
That's not true. He
What?
was here at the after
I
panel.
came on a little bit like in a halfway point during the after panel to talk to Dream a little bit on is it okay to lie to your woman?
Mm.
That was a while ago though. That still was like a
Yeah,
month
yeah.
ago.
That was like 2-3 weeks ago.
Was it
no,
a month?
It was like a
Oh,
month
shit.
ago.
was
Yeah,
it not
it's
2-3
been
weeks
a
ago?
minute. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
What's up, Prime? How you doing?
Up.
How's everyone else doing? I haven't seen y'all in a minute
Good.
either. I'm doing good. I started keeping a journal, so I was thinking about like what's a topic to talk about, and something I thought is like what's y'all's take on advice for like 20 to like 27-year-old guys who already have like missed out on a lot of the opportunity to gain like really good social skill. How do you give them advice on like how to step into being like a
Man,
social person?
Take
Is my
showers.
audio better
Well,
now?
I aren't they just autistic at that point? Like
No, whoa.
no,
Well,
like
Take lessons
definitionally,
from Dream. He's really good.
like
I would say-
definitionally.
No,
No, not
that is not. That
definitionally.
is definitely not in the DSM or any sort of diagnostic manual at all.
Sure,
Why?
there's
Well,
not an ICD-10 code for that.
no.
I don't know. I got an opinion on like what I think are some
All I
really
would
good
say is, like,
steps
yeah,
to like
it's
start.
never too
Okay,
late.
I
but
wanna hear
they're
y'all's
not
take.
autistic, but they may be like indistinguishable for someone that is, right?
No,
Are
no.
they a student, FK, or are they just?
No, just like generally. I'm talking about like the average like when I think of this person, I'm thinking about like I think Destiny's talked about these people before, but like the Twitch user who like they might have a couple friends, but they missed out on those like formative years of like going to like parties and like socializing in between different groups and getting to like float around.
Corey?
Like people
So
like
there's this really
just
interesting
average.
story.
Okay.
There's this really interesting story that you learn if you go to school for like psychotherapy and like counseling or clinical work or whatever. When you learn about the kind of the birth of rational emotive behavioral therapy. Now, REBT was basically the precursor to cognitive behavioral therapy, right? The guy that invented CBT and like his daughter that kind of did it, they kind of stole most of their shit from REBT. But the thing is that they were really good at pushing it for research studies and getting it like well documented and things like that. And CBT is still kind of the gold standard because basically any fucking monkey can do CBT. Like you don't like it doesn't take talent like Gestalt or psychoanalysis or something like that. And so the guy that invented REBT, he basically couldn't talk to girls. And so what he did is he kept an intensive journal of his experiences forcing himself through exposure therapy on a park bench and going to local parks and forcing himself bit by bit to work up towards being able to talk to women, and basically birthed rational emotive behavioral therapy, which is essentially the precursor and basis for cognitive behavioral therapy. So basically all of the overwhelming majority of counseling and psychotherapy in Western world is based in some way off of a dude who couldn't talk to girls and was like, I'm gonna make it happen. Which I think is
Well,
just
that's
hilarious.
most academics, though, right? That's most academics.
Every time you said RBT,
True.
I thought he was just
the
saying
key thing
that's all.
the key thing that you should take away from kind of like all of these things is exposure therapy, right? Like we can talk about like different advice about the way you should think about it, the way you should feel about it, like what type of behaviors you should or shouldn't have, but the number one thing is you're gonna get nowhere reading a book about it or watching a video about it. What you have to do is you have to do as much as you're willing to do, as much as you can do in speaking with people in situations that are somewhat uncomfortable and not going too far, and then eventually being comfortable with those situations and going further and further until you can socialize. So exposure therapy, I would say, is the number one important thing.
Corey, you want to say something?
Well, more or less to build off of what Scott just said, which I think is pretty great. And well, they probably have more, definitely way more experience in the counseling area than I do. But I would say just in terms of like what you sort of how you framed it, FK, of like the 23 or 27-year-old that they think it's too late to develop these skills. I would say even just like reframing it or just not buying into that belief that it's not too late. Like these are skills that can be cultivated. On the autism thing, like, yeah, if you are concerned that you have it, then seek out a diagnosis and get assessed by a professional. But assuming that's actually not the case, and I think that's not the case with the majority of people, like these are skills that can be cultivated. And I would say it's never too late. Just as I don't think it's ever really too late to like start a new career, which I have many colleagues that they're starting their new academic career at like 50, 60 years old. So I don't think it's too late at 25 or 27 to develop some social skills.
Yeah, you got to bootstrap that shit. Bootstrap going outside, taking showers, important things.
And I was gonna say
the showers are not going well. Showers will help in hygiene, but cold showers will not develop social skills. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
Well, showering does help with social skills.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
if you walk up smelling like
I said
that,
hygiene helps with but cold showers will not develop. You can spend all day in a cold shower. You're not going to come out being able to talk to people.
I would add that
Andrew Huberman told me that he read a pop psychology article, and
he's an idiot. Well, not that much. But.
Dream.
I would add that some advice I give to. There's this one guy who was like a certified creep, and he's like, "How do I talk to a woman? Like they think I'm creepy. They don't
certified.
Like he's told me
from the women's council. Yeah,
certification agency. Don't you know about this?
It's like the autism certification.
yeah, both of them. Anyways, he's told me that he's had trouble talking to women, and like how do I talk to women? Because every time I try, they always reject me, and they think I'm creepy, and they just don't understand. I don't understand. Like he goes on this like super red pill Andrew Tate kind of tangent, and I'll try to reel him back in. It's like, no, that's not what's going on. It's just he's like, how do I do it? I was like, and I tell him like basically what y'all said is like, hey, just all you have to do is start off making friends. Like, just the more you talk to people in general, the better you'll have an understanding of how to talk to women. So it doesn't even make, from my understanding, what you've told me, it's not clear to me that you even know how to talk to people in general. So I would say, like, just try to make friends without the intention of trying to get at a girl. Like, instead of trying to get at a girl, just try to be her friend and friend only. And
I've
I was
talked
gonna
to
say-
you guys for. I've talked to you.
Don't start with girls, please.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I've
like, I
talked-
think
I've talked to you guys for years, and it's not how my chance of women like one bit. Not like
Yeah, that's
one
just-
bit. I was just
I was
saying.
gonna-
We
I feel
can't
like
give
things
you
have gone
game,
in
bro.
reverse.
That's just you.
That's
That's
the-
actually like a
different
personal
domain
problem.
from like an inability
Hold on, I'm
to
not
develop social skills.
I'm not
versus
done yet.
one.
I'm not done yet. What I want to add is also, like, I've also feel like it comes from a lack of confidence from the self, and I think increased confidence in the self leads to, like, maybe better conversation. And then, like, this guy's like obese and
Okay,
I mean, I was gonna say, but
if
like
you're a
with the,
certified creep and you're super confident, that could be a terrifying combo.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
he's like unreasonably confident about his ability to get a girl by just simply asking them, like, dude, hey, let's fuck, let's hook up.
yeah,
It's
so
like,
that's what I was gonna
right?
go with. It's like, honestly, like, so I know a lot of people like that. They go on the red pill tangents. They're like, "Woe is me! Why can't I get a girl?" You know, and I'll tell you,
He's
the thing
into
that I think that you could that is the biggest help is learning to deal with rejection. Like I always tell them, like, you know, do you think every girl's hot? They're like, no. Okay, so every girl's not gonna think you're attractive either. So like, just all right, this one said no, go to the next one. This one said no, go to the next one. I mean, like, you don't have to spam
Yeah.
it at the bar, but like learning to be able to take no as an answer. Like, because a lot of these guys, the minute they get told no, they're like, oh, well, you would fuck any of these guys if they paid you, or oh, you would do this, and I'm like, no, bro, that's not that's not gonna get you laid at all. Like turning into Andrew Tate Jr. without Andrew Tate money or looks, like, you know, that's gonna screw you. So like, you know, you
Yeah.
learn to take a no as a, like, and I think that's the biggest advice I
Oh,
give
no,
people.
And
but
ultimately,
Gibbs,
I think they
Gibbs.
need a friend. That's what I think. Like, I wish I could be there in person with them to, like, show them the ropes, but ultimately, I can't do that. This guy's like online person somewhere far away. But I really do think they need a friend. So I think like Fabian said earlier, were good points. Like, they just need to talk to people in general. Just make a friend. Doesn't have to be a
Here we
woman.
go.
And I think that's important because you need to have a friend so you can talk about the so-called woman that you want to talk to, right? Because then you can bounce off each other. And if you're down feeling from rejection, you can have somebody to talk to instead of being stuck in your feelings. It's like, oh, what was me? Like Admiral was talking about. You need somebody to actually, like, pick you up when you're down. And a lot of times these 23 to 27-year-olds, like FK was talking about, they don't have friends.
I mean, but on the
I
on the
think
flip
the part
side,
of
if you're
this-
successful,
To
like,
be
it's
more
probably at the
pragmatic.
top. You know, like,
I just want to say, to be more pragmatic and economical with your time, right? Since these people, for whatever reason, in their mid 20s, think they're fucking out of time. Hilariously enough, kill two birds with one stone. Ignore fucking women. Don't just don't even worry about women. Look, just find a gym partner and someone that can help you learn how to lift. Okay, and you will build your confidence. You will get in better shape, and at the same time, you will be forced to socialize with someone that in an environment that is outside of your home, that gets you out in public and gets you socializing. But not only that, you have a reason to go there beyond just socialization, which is that you know that you need to get your fat ass up and go to the gym or go lift or you know, go do whatever day it is. So you can have a reason that gets you to go do this socialization. You can have someone to talk to, and at the same time, if you just want to be quiet and you don't want to talk too much, there is a protective factor there, which is that you're just there to work out. Like, oh, I'm not having a good day, but let's pump. Like, let's not talk too much, right? So you can get out, you can do that, and you're not forced to talk to this person. And at the same time, that person is there to talk to you, etc. I think you will probably end up. I think you can hit this problem from multiple dimensions by doing that.
Corey?
Yeah, just sort of to build off of what Scott said. Again, someone who's an avid gym goer, and I know a lot of people at the gym, and I work with a lot of people. Going to the gym is great, but also at the same time, as sort of opposing or counter, don't hog the equipment. Get out of the way for people that actually want to work out. If you're sitting there on your phone, or
someone that goes to the gym more than you to be your gym bro, all right? Like,
yeah, but
get
gym
someone
partners
that's
are great.
already going to the
Like,
gym, but somebody that's kind of at your level.
I'm memeing a bit. I'm just frustrated by people that just sit there on their phones.
Colin's just like, make sure you fucking re-rack those goddamn weights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
And
all right,
wipe
dude,
it
all right,
down.
dude.
And wipe
Some
the
people
thing down.
don't know how to match numbers with numbers or colors with colors. Very, especially for men, seems to be a huge struggle. Even just washing your hands at the gym, huge struggle for a lot of men.
Yeah, that's how you get
Or
stabbed.
washing your hands generally. I think that it's two
One
different
thing-
questions. One question is if you want to be friends, right? That's FK's question. But now, Dream, you kind of talked about getting girls, and then you guys shit on the red pill a little bit. I think that there is some merit to the idea of, yeah, social skills are something that you can use, but if you have enough money and you look good enough, you don't really need social skills. And I mean, look at some of the richest people. I mean, that's evidence
Or if you
right
just have
there.
enough money.
That's
you don't need
actually
to look
cap. That's cap.
That is not cap. Look, I love Elon, but he's not known for his riz. But
Yeah, but he's
look
not
at
known to keep a woman either.
He's
the
Elon's definitely
women
charisma,
he's
bro.
gotten with.
Yeah, they
he's
all
gotten with
say he's
multiple
good at
women,
it.
but he doesn't keep them because of his social skills.
Well, not only that,
He
women,
impregnates them and moves them on to the next one. That's
and
how
they're
he
all
does it.
toxic.
Right.
That's
Every
not a
woman
good
is-
thing.
17 kids or something crazy.
Yeah,
That's
and
not a
every
good
woman
thing.
is super
Pretty sure
toxic.
most of them hate him.
It's not a
Depends
good
what
thing
your
for
goal
you
is.
to emulate, right? It's different if you're a fucking billionaire. They live in a different world.
Yeah, so become a billionaire. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean that's
okay.
well and good, but let's
So-
not realistic.
I think.
Capitalism is the
Way
way.
more realistic
Grind.
than the gym
Damn it.
advice. for
Rise
sure.
and
Well, what I
grind, okay?
Damn it.
GC
What I
was
would
on his
say
way
on
there,
this-
actually.
What I would say on this, this is actually a super interesting question. When I was super young, this was like, I don't know, maybe 15, 16. There was this book that one of my friends was reading because he was having a problem getting girls. And the name of it was like, I was actually trying to find it. It's like Mystery Something. I can't remember. It's like a pickup artist book. And it's not that I suggest people
The A game.
listen to. I'll find it. I don't suggest people like.
I've read them. And they were
maybe you have.
horrible.
No,
Are you
no.
talking about Neil
I'm just-
Strauss? I think.
I have no idea. But anyway, the point is the book doesn't matter. I'll try to find the book like with y'all. But it's not the pickup. I don't like pickup artistry because I think it's trash. But there was this book that like talked about the tenets of seduction, and that was whether it was friendship or like like sexual relationship. And I think what was important was the factors that they called out that like shouldn't happen. Like a lot of people that I meet from online spaces are like tremendously self-deprecating. So like it's obvious that they wouldn't get girls because like the things that they emit just aren't conducive to having a lot of women or having a woman, period. So it's not that I like pickup artistry at all, but I think that book specifically talked a lot about seduction, maintaining friendships, and a bunch of other things that I think men in the situation that Average mentioned should definitely listen to. But I think, like all y'all said too, like some of the traditional red pill advice, like, hey, go work out, hey, force yourself into situations that are uncomfortable so you gain that confidence. Because a lot of people say, hey, you need confidence, but yes, injecting yourself into those
Well, the
situations.
when I mentioned
Red
red
pill
I
really
think
pill,
it's more. I think
What-
it's more
Injecting
than
yourself.
just about. I think it's more than just
helps.
the exposure therapy of being out. I think one of the things, and I mean, this is kind of obvious. We all know this, right? I'm going to say it, and you're gonna be like, "Duh," right? But I guess it needs to be said, which is that like, when you're living a majority of your interactions in an online space, you have a fucking horrible lens of which you view relationships and people. If your primary way of talking to girls is via online dating apps, holy shit. I can't imagine how you haven't blown your fucking brains out, right? Like, because it is the going out into the real world and talking at the girl at Five Guys Burgers and Fries, like, is a completely different world than swiping on one of these apps where they're like, you better have 6 figures, 6 inches, 6-pack, and be 6 feet tall. Don't come at me with no bullshit. And you know what I love to do? I love to travel. Who's going to Europe with me every 3 months? And it's like a fucking 5.
Yeah,
right?
but
Like,
You take your dates to Five Guys?
Oh,
those people, I'm just saying, like, those people are like, they're just not representative of like what you can accomplish if you can actually just go out and speak to people in the real world. It's a
Liquid-
completely different thing.
So, like, this is
Yeah.
a big reason I disagree with a lot of the red pill. Like, and they're always sitting there, get your money up, get you in shape. Like, those are good goals. Those will help. You know, nobody's going to argue that having more money or being more in better shape is not going to help you, right? Like, but on the same token, I know a lot of guys that are rich as fuck, super in shape. Like, they got 12 packs. They look like bodybuilders. They talk to a girl for 2 seconds, and the girl's like, "Oh, he was hot, but red
Most do
flag."
you
And
He
know?
has no
yeah,
personality.
bro, yeah,
How many people do you know are hot as fuck dudes with six packs and
a
fucking
lot, a lot.
He said,
are
he
like
said 12
a
packs.
millionaires?
lot. I mean,
Wait,
Twelve
wait,
packs.
was he showing off his
I'm
money?
sorry.
No, I
Did
mean,
he
even when
have the
it's
Rolex?
no,
Did he
let
have
me
the
tell you,
Rolex?
yes, yeah. I mean, all the things, all the key
Right.
things. And then you go to the club, and then I'll see this. I'll see the guy that's
It's
skinny
not
as hell,
haram.
fatted up, and he's a felon with no money, and he's getting all the girls. And these guys are like, how is this guy getting? How is this guy getting all the girls? I'm like, well, because he went and talked to 10 girls and found the 3 that were interested in him, and he followed them up. You know, because he wasn't as afraid of getting told no. And like people online, I think you'll kind of hit like maybe hit it with the online thing. You know, you mentioned the limbs, but I think also with the like the online, you get a lot of this echo chamber, and you have a lot of these people that are on there, and they always find these people with the same interests, these same viewpoints, and then they reinforce them. And you mentioned going out; it's a lot different, you know. So when you go out and like you try to like, you know, oh, every girl's gonna have the same views as I and everything. Yeah, you're gonna lose every time because you don't know how to take a no. And when you take a no, instead of going, oh, okay, that's cool, and moving on to the next target, which I say it sounds bad to say target, but like, you know, if this is your goal is to find a girl, you know, that you kind of got to look at it like honey and go, okay, well, this didn't work. Let's go on to the next person and see what's interested because I'm wasting my time sitting here and like giving this girl the red pill speech whenever she checked out 30 minutes ago. Like, you know, go buy
Okay.
the next girl
I
shot.
think
Did he show her the
I
Rolex
think
though? Did she see it?
I don't listen. Memes aside, right? Like it does the like I do think before you engage in action, right? Before you go out into the world and and before you go out and you do, right? Before you do things, you need to understand what it is that you want. Right. And so like I think so often we take advice from online commentators about like this is what you do, this is what you do, this is what you do. And the first question you should be asking yourself is what do I want? And being like and really don't just like do a cursory inspection, like really ask yourself like are you looking to just fuck random girls, like are you gonna be happy because you got a couple of hotties, are you looking for a wife, are you looking for friendship that doesn't need to come from women
Well,
but can come from women, like what is it that you actually want in your life,
let me
and
address
then
that
you
though.
should be tailoring your
I
behavior
think
So
towards
here's
those
the
things.
problem with that. Here's the problem with that. And like as
I
men,
think
y'all can maybe attest this. You get like desperate, right? Because you can't get laid. It's been however many months, it's been years, and you haven't got laid. And so you can't think clearly. You
Yeah.
don't know what you want until maybe you need to go smash somebody. You smash them out. Hey, and now I can think clearly.
Smash
Post
mouth.
nut
Oh,
clarity.
what?
Yeah, yeah, get it, get it
That's
in,
not that,
little pew pump.
that's
Hey,
It's
not
no,
it's
it's,
like
Yeah.
when
it's
you
a real
haven't
thing.
gotten a
literally
deer for
anybody.
like
Put it again.
5
Definitely
years,
listen.
right?
Terrible
You're
Give
just
some
like,
advice.
advice.
Listen,
you're
I'm
like
just
at the
saying.
first one I
This is the
see.
advice that people get. Like this is like you're describing the person that got falsely accused of date rape in
I'm talking
court.
about going
Like,
and
well,
date
I just
raping
couldn't
them.
think straight, and like it was
No,
like I went up to
you're
20
acting like
women,
this is
and
not
I
a
was like,
thing.
"You trying to smash?"
You're
And
He's
I
acting like
just
there are
describing
I
guys.
think
post nut clarity.
I
That's
think
all
I'm
he's
There's,
seeing
doing.
an
no,
issue
there's
here
a
where
lot of guys
everyone is
that
giving. I think I'm seeing an issue here where everyone's giving like really good advice, but you're not putting it in one succinct way. And what you're doing is you're giving a lot of lofty goals to people. I think the better
I
way
didn't do
to
that.
the
view
lofty
this.
goals
No, actually,
spam those tries.
Gambit's correct. Gambit gave like a better version of their own
I
answer.
thought
But you guys
I
all,
gave the actual
you guys, wait,
psychotherapy version
you
of how to
guys
gain
all,
skills. I
that's a
answered the question
psychotherapy
exactly.
version of
He
how to
wants a
gain it. But
sentence, right?
you guys are all giving like, here's like this part, here's this part, here's this part, here's this part. The reality is, it's all meant to be like one huge thing you have to work together on, right? At least from like how I've dealt with it. When I was like younger, I wasn't like antisocial. I was always like hopping around groups, but I was never like a core part of like one core group. And I've had to kind of like relearn how to be like more social later in life. And the way I've started at least like keeping a journal now has given me different perspective because I kind of learned this before the journal. But what I realized with the journal and what I'm able to incorporate now is this idea that like you have to be more aware. Like Fabian, you said set this like idea of like what are your goals? What is like who is it that you want to be? But I don't think that's actually what you have to do. I think what you have to do is you have to like keep record of yourself as you're going out like through life each step of the way, and you want to look at like the actions you've taken, and you want to see are those actions that like with the journal for example, right? You'll write like, okay, this is what I've done today. You'll look back at what you've done throughout that day, you'll write like, okay, tomorrow I want to add like this little extra step, right? And you like learn step by step how to like incorporate grander like pursuits into your life. But the other necessary step is like what you do with the journal reflecting, you do with your friend groups, you do with any social interaction you have, because the reality is social interactions like move around, right? The same type of interactive skills you use for like your friend groups and developing like really strong friend bonds, you can use to like develop really strong relationship bonds with a partner, but you just have to slowly add to that. And those are things that you have to like
I don't
be
understand your
aware
critique,
of, right?
brother.
You have to
I
like
think
reflect on yourself.
I don't understand
I
how what you're
think
saying is really like is going against.
He's just
what-
trying to be. I don't know what he's
So, hold
doing
on.
either. He's just
Like,
I
trying
think
to.
I
like,
said
I'm
it
giving-
doesn't
I
go
think-
against. I said what it feels like you guys are taking all these like individual steps, but you're not putting it in a way that it's like, what does one individual do to like help improve themselves, right?
Okay.
And the
If-
reality
if
is
you-
that,
literally
that
are
step,
getting-
that step is
so
you
here
have to go.
I gave you specific ones, right? Like I'll give you the most specific example you could possibly not have an issue with, right? Join a Dungeons and Dragons group. Go to your
No,
go
see,
to
I
your
think
local-
that's
listen,
bad.
I agree.
Oh
I agree.
my
I don't.
God.
I disagree with the friend first
listen.
thing. I
Let me
agree with
finish.
He's
let me
trying
finish,
to get
let me
laid,
finish.
dude. Come on.
All right, so
That's what I'm
let's
saying.
let
Let me
Scott
finish.
go. Oh, hold on. Let Scott go, and then Gambit,
Let me
and
finish.
yeah.
Yes.
If you genuinely right, the question isn't what would GSU Gambit do to make his life better. The question is what should a 23 to 27-year-old who lacks social skills and was incapable of building them and feels that they're deeply behind the curve in developing social skills with other people so that they can function as an adult around other people in social situations.
Yeah.
And the correct answer to that is go to your local shop where they host Wizards of the Coast adventures campaigns, where like it's like the official D&D campaign where people can join. You I don't know if you're talking to me and you're muted, but or
Oh
if you're
no,
just talking
somebody in my chat.
You're-
Sorry.
oh yeah. So you go there, you join a group, you find some people that you click with, okay, and then you play a role playing game. Why is this important? Well, number one, first of all, it is a social situation that you will be putting yourself into. Number two, it is one that comes with a commitment and a schedule. So it's not something that like you can just flake out on without feeling some form of shame from other people or from yourself for flaking out on, right? Like it's like we do this on Tuesdays or we do this on Saturdays, whatever you works in your schedule, you do it, and then you've committed to doing this form of social interaction. Number three, because you are role playing, you very often can say things that are socially awkward or say things that you might not necessarily mean, like you meant as a joke and it didn't go off well, and you have this protective factor of being able to do it as your character, right? So you're playing a character, and if you say something a little awkward, you say something a little kind of like off kilter or whatever, like you can see people react to it. You can see the dungeon master react to it and be like, well, looks like you just started a fight, right? And it can play off all of these things that might have been an awkward moment in a genuine conversation, but because you're role playing, you're able to kind of pass it off as like, oh, my character is kind of dumb, or that's what my character would do, and
I
all of these things allow you to
absolutely-
practice these skills.
I absolutely agree
I was
with that.
Yeah.
But the issue is
That's cool.
you're giving like, oh, do D&D. What the advice really should probably be is like, hey, find like a safe environment of a group of people who are already
Oh my
practicing a
God.
hobby or a
Christ.
thing you
Are you
enjoy.
serious?
Critical.
And
That's
like work
so
it back.
pedantic.
Because when you just give D&D, it's like, oh, you can do
He's
D&D,
giving
but
an
like
example,
you should
bro.
be giving people like more of general of an
gave you
idea
the
of like
most-
what your
I
goal
gave you
is
general
to
advice,
work
and
at
then you
these.
said that's
No,
not good,
wait.
and then I gave you
What your
specific- no,
idea?
you're
Just get to the idea. Get to the point of like
The
the whole
idea
thing.
is
Don't be
find a
like do
team-
D&D.
find a
Just
team
tell
activity.
people. Don't be
Please-
like do
Oh my
D&D.
God.
Just tell people find an environment where you
Okay.
can practice these
I
skills
say
in an
that's-
efficient manner, in a safe
Okay.
way.
Okay.
You have to
Okay.
write blog
Yeah,
posts
hold
on
on.
Reddit. That's how you.
So-
Yeah, wait. Wait.
Look,
That
you're
got wild.
just taking whatever I'm saying and then critiquing it in the most dumb way. The
He's
first
doing
thing you
it
said
just
was
for doing
expose
it.
yourself in social situations. Exactly like you said. You said that's too vague. I said, well, here's a very specific example. And then you go, well, why are you giving a specific example? I need something more broad.
No,
Like,
it's
you're
just
literally
give people
regurgitating
this.
what
Give
I
people
did
what
because
they
I
should be
already-
working
Sorry.
at as like skills.
Okay,
not
this
just, like,
isn't
doing
important.
things and practice.
FK, we're moving
Yeah.
on. So let's go to Gambit.
So I would
This is
say,
silly.
I do like what you said, Fabian, but I don't like this approach. And this is the problem I see with people that are predominantly online. Online gave us something beautiful in that we could like reject socialization and find very fringe groups and form a community over this fringe, either part of our personality or fringe idea that we have, or blah, blah, blah. I look at offline interactions the exact opposite, and it's like true socialization or offline socialization where we're finding parts of our character that meld well with more broader like
General
viewpoints and
audiences.
things. Yeah, so I would go to a basketball game. I would go to some populated area and immerse myself there.
No,
Let
that's
him
terrible.
No, for
finish.
sure.
Let him
100%.
finish.
Yeah.
Let him
Yeah.
finish.
So because the things that are making people these, I don't want to say weird because I feel like that word is charged, but in my head it's not charged, but I think online it is. But these weird parts of people's personalities are what they're finding comfort in rather than broadening themselves so that they can appeal to a larger set of people. Like it's like play theory, right? Like the more interactions that you're going to have, the better that you're going to get at a skill. And if you diversify yourself into like these fringe clubs, I feel like the limited amount of interactions you have will limit you from growing versus if you go to places that are more populated with more experiences, I think you're more
I'm
likely to
telling you,
grow.
it's
For sure.
dead ass wrong. Let me tell you why.
That's
it's
why they're
dead ass
weird.
wrong,
That's why
right?
they're weird.
Hold on, hold on.
Weird
You're
No,
gonna
it's-
want to
ideas
make me go
forms.
because I'm gonna piggyback off what he said. You're gonna
No,
disagree with
it's-
everything I
it's-
say in a second.
No,
So,
it's let me tell you why you're dead ass wrong, right? The problem here is
Dead
that the
ass.
All
advice
right.
you're telling me, the problem is that what you're giving is perfectly rational advice for somebody who's already done what I just said.
No.
no.
Let
Let me tell you why you're wrong, Papa. So let me tell you. So Gambit hit the nail on the head.
I got that you just waited for the exact moment to say no and didn't allow me to
I
actually.
I told you
The
to wait
problem-
5 weeks because you disagree with everything I was going to say. That's what I just told you to do.
Yeah, but it's
Let him finish.
sure. Let you go and with talking about exposure therapy, which I'm sure both of you have never read about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about exposure therapy. I am talking about real world experience and like.
You just don't know.
But
That's
sure, I mean,
exposure therapy. Yeah.
yeah, sure, that's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and try to pretend I know the fancy definition for walking outside, bro. Okay, that's not what I'm arguing about. But
That's why you need to go outside.
You were being agoraphobic.
Listen. So here's my point with this. Gambit hit the head nail on the head
We're
earlier.
not talking about agoraphobia, bro.
Listen, so Gavin hit the nail on the head earlier. He was going, all right, so you go and want to talk to some women, right? Yeah, your goal is to meet a potential mate. It's either to get laid or like find a partner, right? You're not going to find this going to a D&D group. You probably won't find it even at a social event, but that's a better place to start. What do they say? You want to be a basketball player, you go hit 1,000 free throws, and you'll be able to hit a free throw, right? Same thing. If you want to find a mate, you go talk to 1,000 women, right? You talk to 1,000 women, and by the end of that 1,000 women, you're going to be able to talk to women better, and because at some point they're going to be like either walking away from you, engaging in the conversation, or whatever. And if women's your goal, whatever sexuality you are, it doesn't really matter. But talk to 1,000 people, it doesn't matter. So you go in there, you start talking to them with the reason, the being that you're trying to find the mate. You're going to do a lot better than if we're going to go, hey, we're going to go get in a circle jerk at D&D and start talking about rolling dice. And that's not going to get you. That's not going to help
This
you.
is terrible advice.
This
I've
is
had
great
enough
advice.
of this tomfoolery. The
Let
answer
me-
is you do
let me
both.
finish.
You need that one-on-one
it's
experience where you
not.
practice these individual skills. So when you're in those big environments to talk to women, for example, right? You already have some basic skills you've worked out of like how to communicate, how to function.
Did you
and
ask
then
the question
and then
if
you
feel
need
like
those
you already know
experiences.
everything
Then
about
I'm not.
this?
I wanted to bring up a discussion. Do I have to ask a question I'm like absolutely inept on to just have things move
No,
forward?
it's just
No.
like- it's
Like,
just-
and then the other
not
part is
listening. It's
you need those big experiences in like these big environments so that when you're in those one-on-one like settings, you also have that experience and you have stories and you have like things you can go back onto to reference how to behave with other people and how to function in those environments. You need to be able to like move around these things to like gain skills from every
No.
single step of or
No.
every single position. Every
Okay,
single
so
place.
so
Alright,
so we're
now
gonna
that
so
three
we
people
okay,
tell me
hold on.
why
So we're
I'm
gonna allow
wrong, let
Scott
me
to
fucking-
respond, but then after that, I got to move on to Dream and to Lactoid and
You
Corey.
you guys are forming your opinions based off of intuition, which is fine.
No,
Right, but people
I'm
have
not.
actually
real-world
studied
experience.
this.
Real
People
world
have actually, real world experience, sure, intuition and anecdotal evidence. People have actually studied this. Okay, when the question is not. First of all, we just kind of randomly added talking to girls like halfway through this, which is fine because that's probably what many people's goals are going to be focused on.
That's what I
in their
thought we were talking about
experience.
from the start.
Nothing I said had to do
the- it-
specifically with girls, though. Just
Yeah,
Oh
FYI.
my
I thought
god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Stop! Listen. The thing is that the skills at a one-on-one basis with protective factors are transferable skills. When you learn how to talk to people in one environment, then you know how to talk to people in multiple domains. And so the reason I suggest, don't tell me no, that is a literal fucking fact. Like all the empirical evidence.
That's why they talk to people online in these weird ass stupid boy forums, but they can't talk offline.
Like you,
it's not transferable.
Weird anime profile people on Discord. Okay,
that's the people playing D&D.
It's not transferable. Those are people playing D&D.
Yeah, that's the same
people. You guys are trying to flex how fucking cool and knowledgeable you are, but you're shitting on the only person here that clearly has any fucking understanding of this problem.
How do you?
I have understanding of this problem. You just think you do. The people that
studied this.
The people that commit to D&D week over week don't have social skills. Those are retard fuckers online.
Let me tell you another reason why you're wrong. The fact that you said, hey, I studied this instead of, hey, I went out and lived this is all I need to know about this. If you're out here doing it, you need to go study it. That's all you know. Like, that's what I'm saying. If you're over here studying how to fucking go outside, then you're scrubbing.
If you said an exposure therapy, you know that the game is about increasing the amount of encounters. You know that if you study exposure therapy. Yes.
Let's go. Hold on. Sorry. No. We're listening. We got.
Let me give you a basic understanding.
Scott. We got a few more people to work off. So let's go to our friend.
I've gotten haven't been able to say more than a fucking sentence before they jump.
Really?
Why are you telling us to expose ourselves? I don't understand.
Listen,
Scott. You will.
I'm gonna throw it back to you at some point.
You're gonna have more time, right?
Three people attack my position, and then
can I advocate that?
Well, you're about to have 4, and then 5.
I do want to hear what Scott had to say. I do want to hear what Scott for Prime, please. I do want him to finish because I disagree with all of it because I don't think he's representing exposure therapy at all here. But we are all attacking.
There's a reason you use protective factors when engaged in exposure therapy. So if someone comes to you and they're afraid of snakes, okay, right? You don't just throw 1,000 snakes at them. You don't throw a snake net. Right, like listen. I didn't say that's what you said. Shut the fuck up and let me get through a goddamn sentence, and fucking maybe you'll learn something. Jesus fucking Christ.
I already know what you're
Listen, trying to say. You don't do that. What you do is you show them a picture of a snake, okay? And then you show them a picture of a snake, and you close it and be like, "How did that make you feel?" We talk about your behavior. We go through it. Then what you do is
show you a picture of my balls in your mouth.
Right, of course. Then you gradually increase the time that they're able to have a picture of a snake. Then what you might do is you might have a session with the client where you have a fake snake that just sits on the table and nobody acknowledges or talks about the snake. We all know that it's fake. We all know that it's there. And then you work up to it. This is why when you said these big places, that is great advice, but it's not great advice for someone that is just starting out. Okay. All right. Well, then you're just too fucking retarded for this conversation.
Okay.
I'm no longer giving you wisdom and knowledge.
Tell him one thing.
No wisdom and knowledge for you.
It's small. I promise it's small.
If you consider it as a lived experience.
Oh my god.
I promise it's small.
You guys are not
Okay. Here's what's gonna happen.
Give up with you.
Here's what's absolutely gonna happen. Okay, this is me putting my foot down. So Gab is gonna say a small fucking thing, right? And then Scott doesn't respond. Gibbs doesn't respond. FK doesn't respond. D10 Dream gets to go afterwards. Nothing else. Go.
Okay, gotcha. So I agree with part of what you said, but the thing that you said first is wrong. You don't show them a picture of a snake. You allow them to set the parameters, which is the exposure therapy that you're talking about. So when you go to the game, it's not go to the game and talk to everybody. It's go to the game and do whatever you feel comfortable, go back, and you keep iterating on that, like what you were saying. So I didn't say just jump out into the game and talk to 1,000 fucking people. I'm talking about putting yourself in that environment, figure out how far you can go, and you keep iterating from there. In some ways, we're saying the same thing. I just didn't start some weird-ass place like a D&D dungeon. But go ahead.
All right. Next, we go to Dream, please.
It's funny what Fabian just said because I didn't know what the technical terms for what you just said, but I was literally going to say that we should tier the exposure or tier the thing. So, well, my idea was if you're having trouble talking with people, making friends, and getting girls, what we need you to do first is just get the idea of just talking to people in general. And if you're not knowing how to talk to people in general in person, we could start off with like Omegle and just keep talking to people on Omegle online.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
No, you're gonna see
Hold on,
penis.
It's
please.
cool
What
chat
are you
roulette, baby.
talking
Chat
about?
roulette.
What I'm
There's
trying to
only penises on Omegle.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it's not a safe environment. But
No,
I'm
no,
with you. I get it.
Omegle doesn't exist anymore. It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
okay.
just chat roulette
Really?
now.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
look it up.
okay.
Yeah, as of like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so if you're having trouble finding friends in person, right, and not knowing what to say, not knowing how to talk to people in person, because that is a very daunting task. It is much easier to talk in online than it is in person. So if we need to make sure that you can even hold a conversation online first before you can hold a conversation in person. Because from my experience, if you can't hold a conversation online, if you can't have an entertaining conversation back and forth online, and it's cordial and respectful, and both sides are happy about it, how can we possibly expect you to have a respectful conversation in person, at least in this day and age, right? Like in terms of tiering the environment. I don't understand why I'm getting so many whack-a-mole head bobs shaking left and right when this is like common sense right now, because all I'm saying is
They'd be forced to agree with me. That's it. That's all. That you figured it out. There you go. That's
No.
No. Can I tell him why?
basically, yes, I figured it out. Go ahead.
Can I answer his question?
Mhm.
He asked a question. I just want to answer it.
Yeah, why you disagree so much?
The reason why is because you don't understand that the dynamics of the audience are radically different. And the social skills that you gain talking online to fucktards that are like ultra leftists in actual real life, they're almost opposing viewpoints in some ways. Like the person that's like, and I even find this hard in myself, like to like relate to people in like Discord servers and stuff, and then go online and talk to people. It's a completely different set of skills. It's completely different, like almost
wouldn't say
topics that you have to believe in a whole bunch. Yeah,
Can I
for
jump on
sure.
that? I want to just add to
It's
that.
not completely different. I mean, if we're talking about the average, yes. Well, if you're talking about here's the average conversation online versus the average conversation in person, I would agree with you. But obviously, if we're trying to tailor to the person's needs, that you would tailor the environment online as well to make it as close to the conversational aspects as in
That
person.
doesn't exist.
There's also like
It's-
social
it's
cues. that
Normal
you
people
get
don't
online.
exist online.
No, but
No.
hold on. There's also like pheromones, there's social cues,
Who are you?
microaggressions. Like these are little things that you're also going to get, like that you won't get online, like in that like setting. Like you're factoring out like 1,000 years or several thousand years of just human, like I don't know, evolution. You know, like where you're sitting here and like these people have like evolved. There are things that don't happen online that can't happen online just based off like real world
Right,
experience.
but we're talking
You know,
about somebody that has zero knowledge of how to interact with somebody.
I mean, sure, but even in that case, I still almost disagree and say rip that Band-Aid off. Time to get
That's
tough
the
titties that go
fucking
out there.
question.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
guys
so
are
I'm
so busy trying to disagree with people that like you
I'm
don't even
saying,
understand the
I'm
fucking
saying,
I'm not disagreeing with you all the way.
I'm saying rip that Band-Aid off. Time to get out there, stop being such a big bad bitch, and maybe
But
Yeah,
what if the
we got
embar-
it. Gen X parents that like
But-
fucking fuck up their kids. You know
But
what I mean?
what
Fucking
if-
like just go out, it'll be fine.
I mean,
Fucking
but
lick
it's-
it,
I mean,
it'll
you're
be cool.
saying-
Like
yeah,
it's
I
fucking
mean,
it's
there's
not
10
nice.
billion
No,
people on Earth.
guys, I don't think you
It's
understand how horrible of an experience it is to be utterly embarrassed for the first time you ever try to talk to a person because
Yeah.
you lack the experience of
Everybody's
it.
first
Doing
experience, though.
Yeah,
Like,
but
but versus where you could have prepared this person through. Here's a good way. I'm sorry, I don't know why I went all the way to have online talks for strangers. You can literally have the simulated talk with like a family member, simulated talk with a
oh
friend.
my god,
That
none of that
situation where
works.
somebody pretends to be a stranger to you and then you try to have it that
If you
way.
do that,
No,
you
Dream.
will not be able to talk to anyone
Dream,
outside of your
Dream,
family and
this was-
friends. It's over.
No, we're
I think this is
talking
what
about
y'all-
getting the bare minimum skills to
No,
talk to
but-
somebody.
nah,
But
fuck
Dream,
that.
this is
You know
what you
I'm
gotta
saying? Rip the Band-Aid
understand. Dream. The problem with the people that are in this set that he's talking about, they don't have a lot of interactions, and that's why who they are, and that's why investing themselves in these fringe communities isn't going to help them. The problem is just that they haven't had enough exposure.
You guys are just making shit
No.
up at this
No, I'm
point.
not.
I know
it's
who
for
these
the
people are and
same-
what they're like.
It's on the same books that
I
you're
know
talking
Jano
about.
PR,
The
let's say, like,
University of Hard
No,
Knocks.
listen.
I
I
just
mean,
fucking I grew up
I mean,
from
Listen.
the
The
streets.
difference.
Exactly,
the
Gavin.
diff-
How
the
dare you not
difference
talk about
between
CBT, cock and ball torture?
Oh my god!
the,
So let's
yes,
let Chishi finish his point,
exactly.
and then we're
Have
gonna
you?
go to,
Wait,
and
wait. I
then
have
I
a
want to go
great,
to Lactoid afterwards.
great example
Yes.
right now, and the number one example, if I wish you guys would watch on Netflix, is called Love on the Spectrum, where there's a coach that comes and teaches these kids how to have social interactions who are people on the spectrum. And what she basically does is mimic what a actual conversation would be like. And so I imagine these 23 to 27-year-olds.
Chair therapy.
What was that? I'm
Chair
sorry.
therapy.
Chair
Chair
therapy.
therapy.
Yeah. What I imagine these 23, 27-year-olds who from my understanding of the framed question is like they have zero experience, zero capabilities of actually making friends and having conversations, decent conversation, caring conversation. I would imagine they would need somebody who's an expert in these conversations.
They don't.
They don't.
Oh my gosh. Never mind.
Like,
I give up.
Thanks.
like I'm talking from.
You just need to go out to the street.
I do.
They'll
So
figure it out at the bar.
I
Talk to
want
1,000 women
to
autistic kid.
let I
We'll
want
get
to
it.
get
I'm
to my
serious.
friend. I want to get to my friend Lactoid, right? And I just wanted to say something very quickly, right? Like, when I run like the dating simulation conversations with my mom, right? She said that I do an excellent job, right? Doesn't understand why I don't.
Yeah, but your mom isn't an expert.
translates. It never translates to real life.
I don't understand it. But she says I do an excellent job, right? And I'm very charming. But
She's probably not honest with you or
Exactly.
like critical thinking.
she lacks critical thinking. Okay, all right, we're gonna move on from there. Let's go.
GSU's right though. Harry Mack is gonna miss Omegle. I forgot
Yeah.
about that shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the only reason I know what it is.
Yeah,
When
really.
did
Same here.
Omegle die?
Same here.
When did Omegle
Yeah.
end?
Just like 2 weeks ago.
like a week or two ago, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Scott, I appreciate that you're bringing forward evidence and everything, but I have lived experience because I've lived. I don't know, so you didn't account for that, obviously. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that forward.
Hey, what's the
So
stipulation?
my experience as somebody who went from a relative social outcast to a social butterfly was 100% exposure therapy. Now, I didn't do it through D&D. I think D&D could maybe be good for somebody who likes D&D, but I think one of the goals is to find something that you have such an overwhelming passion for that you're going to be interested to continue to go to that group and continue to be involved even when you fuck up socially, even when you say the wrong thing, right? Because if you don't have much of an interest for the activity and you go and you fuck up and embarrass yourself, there's no incentive for you to go back, right? Now you have the shame, now you're like hurt, and you don't really even like the activity to begin with, right? But if it's something that you really love, right? If you're really into debating and you want to go to the debate club, if you're really into weaving and there's a weaving club or whatever, and you're so into it, there's so much more incentive for you to go back, and I think you're going to be a lot more successful in your endeavor. So I think that that is probably the best thing. I think you could do.
Sure.
Now, another thing is I saw on YouTube, where all knowledge comes from, a 1950s video that was shown to kids in an elementary and high school. And the video was...
They just skipped middle school?
It was middle school and high school. Some people in the comments were saying that it was aimed towards people who had lost their fathers during World War II. It could be. I'm not sure. But it went over basic shit, right? It went over very basic shit. Here's how you tie a tie. Here's how you groom yourself. Say please. Say thank you. Here's an appropriate social interaction. Here's an inappropriate social interaction. Here's how you should approach people. Here's boundaries. And from the 1950s, you'd expect it to be like really fucking bad in some regards, like just from like sexism or whatever the fuck. It's actually really good, and it kind of got me thinking a little bit of, especially because there's a lot of people who don't have those role models in their life.
That's what elementary school teachers are supposed to be doing,
right? But every elementary school teacher, at least in my experience, is going to be different, and a lot of them are also not going to have the best social skills. I almost wonder if should we bring back those videos and play it to middle school and high schoolers? Here's how you talk to a girl. Here's how you talk to friends. Here's how you make friends. Here's how you don't off-put people. If you're polite, there's so much more grace that people give you for social fuck ups. As long as you apologize and as long as you're polite and you acknowledge everything, then that I think that not enough people do. And I think if more people did that, they would find social situations to be a lot easier, because that was a big thing for me. And that really was how I was able to advance so far in college, in my social circles and my, political organizations, was because, again, just being nice is just so important.
I would
So I
say the
like your
both and version, because my teachers and more importantly my after school program coordinators taught me how to be who I am now in terms of social interaction, and eliminated a lot of my biases that I had against women, gender, and how do you say racial and ethnicities, a lot of stupid stuff that you believe as a middle schooler, that my after school program coordinator was just like, Hatim, you're wrong, here's why, and basically corrected me. And I'm thankful for that, or else I would be like somewhere down the rabbit hole in the Red Pill YouTube comment section. So that I feel like you do need everybody needs to actually said this. I was a student representative at the Great City Council Schools Conference, where I said the reason I'm here where I am now is because I had a mentor. And I think everybody who was successful had a mentor to show them the way. I can't imagine anyone who's successful and didn't have a mentor.
Okay.
so
You can
yeah, for the
respond, and
risk.
then we got to go to Corey.
Yeah. Corey, you want to go first? You can, because you haven't spoke. So it's up to you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I'm just gonna back up Scott, where I hope Scott has a semblance of how I feel when people are making claims that are not backed by evidence. And everything that I can tell from what Scott's saying, like, that is backed by evidence. That overlaps with what I know from the psychological literature. Where, yeah, finding a safe space, but also to bring in what Lactoid said, like, yeah, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but I don't think you were specifically advocating that everyone that is
It's
looking
just one
to,
example that's a good
yes,
example. Yeah.
exactly. You're not saying
Everybody
everyone
should go to
has
fucking
to
D&D.
go to
Some people should go
D&D.
to the basketball court
It's
and
a
play basketball
universal
with people,
prescription.
right? And like in a
Yeah.
small group or whatever it is your thing, right? That has a protective factor where, you know, you're there for some other reason, and
Yes.
you're able to speak to people
You have a
via that
safe
reason, and you have a
space to
reason to go
explore.
there, and you have a schedule that you want to go there, right? All of these things force you into social interactions where you're not speed dating. You're doing other things that keep it light and keep it easy and don't put too much pressure on you.
Yeah.
As opposed to being in a
Absolutely.
giant fucking crowd of people. It's just
Yeah.
like a terrible idea for those people.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Where, so, social skills and being socially adept, like, arguably, that's just like requires emotional intelligence. And there are ways to cultivate emotional intelligence. There are many books that you can look up of how to, like, these are just like skills that you can cultivate. And everything that I think that Scott says is like backed up by the research of like small incremental steps in a safe space. These are transferable skills for sure. And I'll leave it there for now.
All right.
So
go
I
ahead.
think there's this growing sentiment that what me and Scott are saying are wildly different. They're not, and
Yeah, you just keep moving
think
closer
it's
to my position, and
no,
you
no, no,
realize
no.
you're fucking wrong, and you were yelling at me
No,
for no
no,
reason.
no. I think because y'all have very poor social skills, y'all don't understand.
No, you're just pedantic.
Just like you used D&D, I used basketball. But I wasn't saying basketball. I was saying a popular type of activity. The only difference between what me and you are saying is how one goes about selecting the action that they iterate and put themselves in. So the reason why I kind of disagree with what Lactoid was saying is, and it's kind of what you're saying too, this whole concept of find this thing that you really, really like, because hopefully it's going to give you that energy that allows you to transcend bad experiences and you keep going back. The problem is the people that belong to the domain that we're talking about, the shit that they like, hentai and bullshit like that, there aren't going to be groups for these people for the things that they look at.
Don't like
as-
it,
No, I want to finish. I want to
Yeah,
finish
there
with my
will
point.
be. There'll be groups for those people.
I'll hear you out, Fabian. I promise. I just want to finish.
We just don't talk about it.
The things that they're into are either taboo, so I can agree with you on that, Lector. They're either taboo or there aren't many communities. So if they do have this bad experience, there's not a lot of other places that they can go to continue their experience. The reason why you choose something that's more popular to your local domain is because you have more options if things go bad. But also understand that these people are fringe and they're running to online communities because they lack socialization. They lack that giving up of things that are a part of you for what greater society deems as value. So we're kind of approaching this somewhat scientifically in the same way, but the way that we're choosing the activity that a person should engage in, that's what's actually different. But go ahead.
So two things. First of all, this idea that like everyone that has difficulty in social situations is like a lolicon hentai
I didn't say
weirdo on a
everyone.
Discord server. Yeah, you keep saying the people that have these problems, this is how they're fucked up, and these are the fucked up things they're into. You keep saying that over and over again, and it's a gross generalization that doesn't target the problem at all, and is instead just a way for you to kind of call these people losers. And so like it's irrelevant information. I'm not telling anybody to go on a Discord server of fucking hentai to start their fucking exposure therapy. Nobody's fucking mentioning that, right? Like
I didn't say you
wouldn't
said
suggest
that.
And it
You're
oh
strong
my God,
man.
I know that
I'll
I'm not
say it.
strawmanning you. You're literally I'm not
You're
strawmanning you
trying
because
to
you
argue
vaguely
against me with a position that I didn't have.
You're saying I'm hashtag not all, and at the same time you're literally saying that these are what these people are like, and I'm telling you they're not. They're not by and large fucking hentai Discord weirdos that every person that has difficulty in social situations are like these fringe creepy people. Some people just lack social skills, and they can be into all kinds of fandom or things.
Yeah,
Some
I
of
agree.
them are fucking Spider-Man
Star
fanboys or
Wars.
PlayStation fanboys or Star Wars or whatever. The second thing,
Yeah, I agree with all that. I don't
you're
think.
saying that I'm going from that we're just selecting the same thing, but I'm telling you that there's a very big substantive difference that you're ignoring, which is that you cannot go into giant. I mean, like some people can. These people don't tend to have social issues, right? But like you can't just jump right to large social gatherings. You have
I
to
didn't say
deal
you
with
had.
things in small. You literally did. Like, how many times are you going to
I
shift the
gave an
goalpost
example
until you
just like you
eventually
gave
have my
D&D. You
and
gave D&D as
your
example. I
example
gave a quick example.
large sporting events with hundreds or thousands
That
of
was
people.
no, a large
That's a
sporting
bad
event could be
idea.
your local high school fucking basketball game with 50 people at it. It doesn't have to be an NBA fucking game.
Oh,
You're
my
doing the
high-
same
Wait,
thing to me that they
wait,
did to
hang
you.
out, hang
I
out
gave an
at
example, and now you're
hang out at the
attacking the
high
example as
school.
if that's my whole opinion.
You
Your
said
advice,
they,
your
you keep-
advice is
you're
to
just-
hang out
you're
by the
just-
high school.
If you're
You're-
24 to
No, no, I
27,
said
go
high
to your
school
local high
basketball
school.
games. I
No
still go,
issues.
no,
You're
no, I
constantly
still
moving
go
the
to high
goalpost.
school basketball games.
I want
Okay,
to.
that's
Do you have a kid who plays like in the high school?
No, I go back to my school. I'm from a rural area. People do that.
Yeah,
So
people go to football games. That's the thing.
he's thinking I'm creating this gigantic ass environment when I'm not. My local
So wait,
school
who do
couldn't
you
fit.
talk to there?
even
Do you
still-
talk to the parents of high
still-
schoolers?
I mean, a lot of
even
people go to
still-
football
Everybody-
games.
let's
I'm
assume-
from a
Small towns
rural
go to football
area, bro.
games.
in the rural
Everybody knows
area,
that.
actually.
listen,
Rural
Black
people
people
talk
down
to
go
each
to
other
football
all the
games.
time.
Listen. Even if we're assuming that the event that you're describing is a small house party or is a basketball game at the local high school, right? This is still, for most people, going to be a bridge too far as an appropriate place to start developing social skills. You need to be in an environment that is something
a
that you
small
enjoy,
group.
that is
Yeah.
something scheduled, that is something that you like, and also where you're dealing with the same people that you can begin to open up to, that you can develop other skills with.
That you
you're
have to
not
participate in. That's the biggest one
Right,
because
you have to
you can
participate in.
wallflower. You can wallflower at these events that GSU's talking about, and
Yeah,
you're
no,
just
to
like
be
a
fair,
house party.
there have been people that have mild issues, right? And they're specifically talking to girls, right? And they do go to parties, and one of the things that they'll say is like, just talk to one girl for like 10 seconds and then leave, right? And that's the exposure therapy. Like, you can target public events, sure, but it's a structured way that you and your therapist go through with it, and it's only for like talking to one person for like 10 seconds, and that's so that you can get used to a big crowd if that is your particular fear, etc. Like, these are targeted plans that you go through with a therapist sometimes. But if we're giving general advice to people, right, you don't give them that advice, right? That's something you might give if you're going to a therapist, and a therapist can guide you through these interactions, right? But if we're giving it just general advice to young men, 23 to 27, that have almost no social skills, it is find a community that you are passionate about, go outside and go do something with these people in a structured way so that you're there regularly, so that you see the same people, so that you begin to form relationships, so that you're forced to engage in social situations with these people, but also so that you're there to do an activity so that you can hide from those social interactions if necessary, so that you can feel protected in some capacity because you love rock climbing, so you go to the local rock climbing place.
I'm curious to what Aiko has to say about this because he's a high school teacher.
Aiko, your internet doing it? Like, let's go.
Yeah, I was having some issues, but I think maybe they're fixed now. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you good. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I just posted a link to Prime showing the gender ratios of people who go to church, and it's generally more than a 10-point differential towards women. So go to church, heathens. That's where the women are.
He knows.
But it's obviously it's
What's
not
the
just
age group?
church. Like, it's a little provocative for me to say church, right? But there are many like ways in which we used to gather and we used to communicate with each other and socialize with each other. Most of my friends met their wives either at church or at college or even at high school. But that sort of forced socialization where people are sort of smashed together, like, ends at college. I suppose at the workplace. But at the workplace, it's a little bit different. Like, it can be a little bit different. You probably don't want to date at the workplace for a variety of reasons. And so those opportunities to get together and socialize with people and meet people and, like, compare your interests and everything, that sort of ends at college, unless you're a regular churchgoer or unless, like, I don't know, you go to the local canasta thing or whatever. But these are places where women tend to socialize more. Women also outnumber men at college. If you're going to the right spaces, like, you're being able, I think Fabian's right about the local D&D club being a way to help you, like, learn how to.
There's local women there? I'm joking.
Actually, surprisingly, I was gonna say that's the that's the step before going into the socialization where there's a lot of women, right? That's the step where you're just learning generally to socialize. But also, it just so happens that a former girlfriend of mine, after she dated me, the person she dated after that, she ended up getting married to, and they met playing D&D.
I thought that you was gonna say you spun the block.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to Gibbs next. But Aiko, are you like a little stuffed or something? Your voice sounds a little different.
You sound sick.
Yeah, I've been a little under the weather lately. It's like my first day after school.
Ho ho ho!
As
all those.
Oh no!
You've been in the North
germs.
Been in the North Pole too long, buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
I hope you feel better soon. Please, Admiral Gibbs.
So here's the thing with a lot of what y'all saying about the online or these groups or whatever, is that the people that are in this already 23 to 27, or even we can even go further down, because I think young men as a whole are really struggling to, like, connect with people, like, overall, like, based off, like, like my nieces, my nephews, not my nieces, but my nephews, my little cousins, all these people that, like, I know growing up, my friends' kids, like, these people all, like, talk, like, and I think that men and boys are struggling, like, really to connect with people overall. And I think a lot of it has actually a problem. It has to do with these, like, individual group kind of ideas, right? Like, I get what you're saying, like, oh, if someone's, like, got, social anxiety disorders or something, like, severe where they can't handle being around 5 people, or they have a panic attack, sure, okay, whatever. But, like, there's also there's, like, no experience, like real world experience. There's a reason, like, why if I go shoot at a backboard on a basketball court all day, I might be able to do that, shoot 1,000 free throws in a row, but the minute someone puts their hand in my face, I'm going to miss. There's no comparison to real experience, right? So, like, yeah, you're gonna say, oh, the hard knocks. Somebody's gonna say the hard knocks.
Come on.
No, there's not, because, like, I'm gonna tell you,
It's
like,
silly to say that there's no comparison. That
it is
like,
no
being in a
comparison.
D&D group and
Let me
playing
finish,
basketball
let
are
me
just
finish
like
here.
two different worlds, and it's 100%.
I mean, even the D&D
like, the research proves that to be wrong.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess, I don't know, but I mean, I'm gonna say real world experience, anecdotal experience.
There's no research that differentiates.
There's plenty of research.
I'm not gonna argue.
No, that's not what I said. I said there's no research that differentiates the things that we're talking about right now is broadly in your favor. That doesn't exist. Point me to any of it. Point me to any of it. It doesn't exist. It's probably not in your favor.
I'm
But
not.
go ahead and
If
try.
it's cold where I'm at, global warming must not be real.
I'm not talking about like the specifics of a D&D group or like a basketball like
Hunt.
being any different. I'm not saying like that as from like a social standpoint. Like they're all different social groups. I'm saying I think a lot of these like if you only play basketball or you only get these D&D groups and you get this to start, you're gonna have a very like frayed like lens. That's not a real world expectation. You can talk about role playing. That's still not the real world. I know a lot of D&D groups that go and play and they just turn into murder hobos. Is that gonna be how the real world is? No, you're not gonna role play a murder hobo in real life, right? Like if we're gonna talk about
Not
like
what he's
basketball players,
saying.
I know it's always
Wait,
saying, but I'm
so
saying
I have
it's
a
role
question
playing.
for Corey.
Hold on, let me finish here. I got a point I'm making here. So like if you go
Can
out,
you make a point other than just like D&D's for losers?
listen,
Like, you
Papa,
just, like, actually make a
I
fucking
sit here and I
point?
let you speak the whole time, and you bitch so much. You cried like a little girl the whole time about sitting here about letting people talk, and then I start talking, and you interrupt me every 5 seconds. Listen, I know that you love the big word for going outside. Calm down. We all think you're so smart. I
It's
appreciate it.
not a fucking
So
big
relax,
word.
relax. Shh. It's okay. So the point that I'm making is just like that. See how you handle a bully, folks? You calm them down, you relax them.
Oh
It's
my
just very
god.
simple. It's
Oh
very
my
simple.
God.
You just go out in the real world
Bro, he's
and
like
you have
Scissor
these
the dog
interactions.
whisperer.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Hey,
I
I'm
believe in it.
loving this.
You
I'm
just have to
loving
go
this.
outside.
Of
Like
course
you
you
don't have
are.
any real experience when you don't go and talk to people. Like if you're saying, "Oh,
Dude,
I'm
how can you
afraid,
talk
I'm
for so
going to
long
social."
and say nothing?
I mean, dude, bro, that's why I was thinking about you
Like,
every time you
what-
talk. You're like, "Yes, have
Let
you heard about the Ricky
Gibbs.
Ticky Tavi theory?"
Let
Like,
Gibbs. Gibbs has been waiting quite patiently. Please let
yeah.
Gibbs go
So
ahead.
my point is this is like sometimes you got to rip off the band-aid. We've had too much coddling. People sit here and like, oh, we're gonna coddle. This person's
Yep.
23 or 27. They've sat here at home. They've already tried this online friend building thing. They've probably tried these little group things. It's time to get people in the real world, folks. Let's do some real world shit
Yes.
and learn to take
This
no
is
as
just
an
like
answer or win and
boomer
lose.
Yes,
retard logic that
No,
doesn't
it's
isn't
not.
backed
It's
up by
not boomer
anything.
yes.
retard logic.
I have
I've
something to build on. I have something to build on.
Grass, motherfucker.
Hold
How
on,
It
many
is
times
touch
have
Can
you
I,
grass.
been
hold
told
on,
to
wait,
touch
can I ask
grass?
Gibbs?
Just
Like,
be
I
that's
just
not
want to
yourself.
helpful
It'll all
advice.
be good.
I just
Don't
want to ask
worry.
a clarifying
It's
question. I don't want to give an
stupid.
opinion. I just want to ask a clarifying question. Gibbs, are you willing to run with me in 2024?
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's right. We're running.
Here's what I want to build on
Go
because
ahead.
I think we beat a dead horse with this whole what kind of thing that you should start out with. My concern is about what Corey kind of touched on a little bit about emotional intelligence. And so, from my experience talking to these guys that lack such emotional intelligence, they also lack a self-awareness, which is something that was brought up earlier. And so, like, we can give them these advice to go out and get exposure therapy, but then, like, once they've made a social mistake, they're not self-aware enough to understand that it was a mistake and it was their fault. The reason that the social interaction went bad is because of them, and they were like, no, they put all the blame on everybody else but themselves. That's what I mean by lack of self-awareness, which is who I'm talking to. This guy online, he keeps using my ideas like, I don't know how to talk to girls. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? He's telling me like, oh, this girl doesn't like me. She's just a bitch. And this is who she is. I don't understand. I'm a nice guy. How come people don't like nice guys? Like, there's no self-reflection about maybe
But she's
he's
just
the
a bitch.
problem.
But I'm nice, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, how can we possibly ascertain the idea of, hey, let's exposure therapy this guy when the whole point of exposure
So I
therapy.
can answer
Hold
that.
on, real quick. Let me finish, and then you can answer. I'm sure you already know what I'm gonna say. So the whole point of like exposure therapy and all this advice that we give them is like, in hopes that they understand that they may be the problem when mistakes happen. If people lack this the self-awareness to do so, like, how do you build the self-awareness? Or is it just kind of like, are you born with self-awareness, or do you obtain it at like 2 years old, right? And then you're supposed to have it? Like, people at 23 who lack self-awareness, like, how do you build self-awareness toward them?
Okay, so self-awareness is a really difficult thing that I don't want to necessarily unpack, like do that in therapy, right? But to kind of answer your question, right, is that this is why I said that you really, whoever this person is, if they're not going to a therapist, they really need to look at what their goals are. Because you're not going to get the self-awareness that this person is a bitch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Like you're not going to be able to force them to develop this skill that in this individual interaction, right, that they had a negative response, and that they're gonna place that blame as to protect themselves. They're gonna project kind of their whatever issues, whatever defense mechanism they use, as a means of like avoiding responsibility for that action. But when you get someone to openly state what it is their goals are, and then you start tying behavior to the goals that you have, even if you lack self-awareness, about like what it is that you're saying, or like whether or not that person's just stuck up, etc., you're at the very least, you're going to see that the behavior that you're engaged in doesn't successfully get you the results that you want for your goals. And so then, you know, the self-awareness of like why this is offensive or things like that, that's something that takes a lot of introspection and possibly therapy. But regardless, you can look and say that, you know, the antecedents of the behavior don't correspond to the consequences that I'm looking for in the goals that I have. And so like if my goal is to get women to respond to me, and I approach with these things, and every time I do this, I don't get the response that I want, I'm going to try something different. And so you don't necessarily have to blame yourself or even understand. You could still walk around thinking all women are bitches. There's just a better way to get these bitches to pay attention. And like, and you could lack that self-awareness and still begin to modify your behavior in such a way that aligns with your goals more. And so
And
it's an easier step.
I think I need to phrase it in a way that you just told me, because I have not phrased it in that way to him, where I was like, hey, listen, has the method you've been doing working?
Yeah, if it ain't working, you know what I mean? Try something else. Yeah, women are bitches. Fuck bitches, get money. But like, how are we going to fuck bitches and how are we going to get money? Because what you're doing is not working. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
let's try something else. Eventually, with enough enough having to switch their own behavior, they'll usually people will most likely, unless they have like some kind of cluster B disorder or some shit, like they'll eventually come to the fucking thing at some point and be like, oh, it's fucking me, right? Like you don't actually like have to force that realization. You can just get them to constantly change their behavior until it works.
I wanted to hear from Corey about what he thought.
In terms of like your situation with your friend and
no, just like about emotional intelligence and like how do you get emotional intelligence if you're like the self-awareness, kind of like with, or do you agree with just everything Fabian said and you just want to
in terms of recommendation,
emotional intelligence
like
not real.
I'm curious what you're basing that off of, GSU Gambit.
Yeah, I didn't want to touch that.
Well, so we could talk about it, but I'm still going to bring it forth as a concept. Where do we have good ways of measuring it? As far as I know, no, we don't. That's still like in development. But it still appears to be a real concept, at least in my mind. And I'll bring in sort of like, it seems like it just looks like a secure attachment in my mind. But that's a separate story. But there are researchers who are working on emotional intelligence, and they write books. Susan David is one of them, where they write a great book all about emotional agility, where pretty much that is how you cultivate pro-social behavior. And not only does pro-social behavior lead to just like better outcomes in terms of like your personal relationships, it also probably leads to also better job outcomes because like no surprise, job prospects has a lot to do with like networking and the connections that you make. And if you can't connect with people, you will tend to struggle like in the job market. And I think that's a real struggle for men these days. I think it's just like an overall lack of emotional intelligence.
For our remaining time, I want to ask about like, well, when talking to women, so like people, I've heard this advice many times, you know, like start with, you know, talking with them as friends. Well, I think for like, now we're moving the conversation along. This isn't like the people who have no social skills. Okay. So we're moving the conversation along here, but, I hear this advice often that, yeah, you know, approach them like you would your friend. That seems like a one-way ticket to the friend zone. All right. Like that seems like you're going to interact with them in a very like I don't want to say
non-sexual,
non-sexualized manner. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, hold on. What's the question? What's the question? I did not hear the question.
Hold on. Yeah.
Can you restate the question?
The goal isn't to have sexual relations with the people that they're telling you to have friends by, right? So the goal isn't to, the goal is to just become comfortable around women. And then you elevate from there, and then you start to try to have sexual relationships.
Also, women have friends. So if you're not the nice guy bitching about being stuck in the friend zone, but you're actually just kind of friendly and cool with a chick, she has friends, right? And like
exactly,
you know what I'm saying? Like, and like
you
want to
build your
might be single. You know what I mean? You want to build your network, exactly.
It's all about maximizing the amount of interactions that you can have. So having friends gives you more ability in your network to have these other experiences if you need.
I'd say it's 50-50, maximizing the amount of interactions, but also increasing the quality of your interactions with people is also, because I could talk to 1,000 people and just be a total fucking psycho to them, and like like I mean, eventually that will create a lack of interaction. So you're kind of right by in the end game, but it's developing.
Sure. So my question is then, how would you escalate, right? Like what? So okay, you've gotten a relationship, like a family relationship, a person you care for, and you have regular back and forths. All right. So what's
how do you
next...
escalate it?
Yeah,
like
how to escape the friend zone? These are the real questions.
Yeah, that's a different question, Brian. And that's what I'm saying. I think we have to bucket these
question.
I think I'm the most qualified to give that answer.
No, you're not.
But I have a question for Corey at some point.
Okay. Hold on, wait. I just want to make sure we answer what. So, Prime, I think those things are different. Like, how do we escape the friend zone, and how do you have elevated conversations with women? They're worlds apart, right? They require a different set of skills even to address both of those. And I think that and that's why somewhat the idea of befriending women is just to get you comfortable around women and understand that they're regular human beings just like you are. It isn't going to do more than that though. It's not going to help you convert things into sexual relationships. I think that's a different set of skills, but first you have to understand women are just human beings as well. And that's why people recommend that you befriend them first.
Well, also how to talk to them.
Yeah. So I've dissected one, and yes, they are indeed just like me.
What?
Right? So now that
in every way,
in most ways, right? I can check back. I can check back though. But so we've established that. And I'll go lactoid Corey since he has a question for you, Corey. Right? So lactoid.
Yeah.
So hold on, one second. But so we established that. Okay. So then we're not going through the friend route here. Sure. All right. Then you are a person who has social skills, right? Basic human social skills. You are capable of making friends. You're capable of making friends with males, making friends with females. Okay. And now you're approaching a woman and you're wondering, like, okay, you're having a friendly back and forth with this person, but you're like, I want to escalate this. How would you do that? Anyone can jump in.
Whip it out, man. Just whip
it's an
it
easy
out.
answer.
The old Seinfeld approach.
What is the all-encompassing answer to Riz? Like, Jesus.
Yes.
No.
Listen. I got that.
It's such a difficult question, and any answer is going to be fraught with bullshit.
It's not. I gave you the answer earlier, Prime. Listen,
piece of paper.
Prime.
Do you like me?
The answer
yes,
is
no, circle one, and then you hand it.
No,
and you hand it to her. That's how you do it. Hell yeah.
Everybody's
It says
memeing
that because he's a
Prime.
lawyer and that's a
Prime.
contract.
Yeah.
It's a contract.
This is
You can't go.
Okay. You can go.
Okay, y'all continue to me.
Yeah. So just you, and then Dream, you want to jump in? Yeah.
The answer is understanding seduction at a deeper level, like what I was suggesting earlier. Reading like that Magic Bullets and not reading shit to like use pickup lines, because I think that shit is like cringe, but understanding like understanding like all of these different things and the way that you interact with women and how those things can be
Every girl has a good girl in her, and you gotta talk to her bad girl. And come on, man. Like,
no.
You gotta master the art of seduction on a deeper level.
Specifically, hold on, wait, because y'all are memeing. I'm specifically saying not to do those things, but understanding what things are seductive and like the scientific nature of them and the things that females like. That's way different than
you can buy pheromones. You can buy pheromones.
Is there really a scientific
nature?
I got it.
Is there really a scientific nature, or do you just go through enough interactions between you and a girl, and eventually, like, you realize, oh damn, she was into me. In the future, if a girl does that same thing, I'm gonna recognize she's probably into me.
You need to smell like her estrus. Then she's really into you. That's how it
Dream,
works.
go ahead. Dream wants to
there was a
jump in.
set,
Go ahead.
So, I think in the example you gave, where you're already having a friendly back and forth, right? Means you're able to carry a conversation between each other. You might have something in common. I think the best way that I've transition from friendly back and forth to making it obvious that I want to escalate is inserting that, hey, I would love to get to know you better, or complimenting her looks, and then after complimenting her looks, I would add a, hey, I'd love to get to know you better. So I'm having a preliminary book. Where you're from? What's your name? Hey, by the way, I would just let you know, I think you're amazingly beautiful. You're gorgeous, and I would love to get to know you better. Can I get your number? Boom. Yes. No. If she says no, then you just move on. What Admirable Gibbs said in the beginning, that if rejection is okay, you just have to accept that the lady is not interested in you. I've met rejection a lot, not that much, but I have. Believe it or not, just chill out.
I don't believe it. No, that's correct. I don't.
Just kidding. But it took a lot of. It does hurt
Grand
when
Canyon University. That's what I do to girls.
Good one. And when I moved, the point is, it's you have to have no fear of rejection, or at the very least, minimal fear of rejection, and try to maneuver the conversation where from just friends to, hey, let's escalate, by making it clear that you're actually interested in her more than just being friends. And instead of being vague about it, actually point, hey, I think you're amazing. I would love to get to know you better and see where this can lead to. I'd love to get to know you better. That is like a go-to catch all Fabian Liberty. Like I was telling you, this is an easy answer that I think that can fit in every scenario where, hey, I think you're very beautiful and I'd love to get to know you better. That's a perfect way to
just
increase the, how do you say?
You're kind of right. It's not bad advice. And I don't want to say that that's bad advice, because it's not bad advice. What I would say, to be even a little bit more vague, right, is just ask and then figure out what works for you. Because certain things are going to work for, like, you're going to find things, like, that's what works for you, right? That's what, maybe your personality or whatever makes it seem like you're kind of like a playboy, or maybe it makes it seem like you're kind of like aloof, or that you might invite them to anything. And so for you, it really works to let girls know explicitly, like, I want to get to know you better. I want this to go to the next stage. But for other guys, their personality might be, maybe that comes on a little too strong. And what works for them is like, hey, I'd love to get some coffee with you, and like leave it at that and let them figure it out themselves, right?
True.
Like, you just need to do iterations, right? Because this is where Admiral Gibbs is right. You need to do plenty of iterations, and then you need to figure out what works for you. And what works for you is going to work for different people. It's also going to, like, what type of girl you're going for too, right? Like, if you're the type of guy that loves talking to emo punk chicks, and like those are the girls you always hit on, that's obviously going to be a different target market, right? Than like somebody that likes talking to Latina fucking moms, right? Like,
I love you some Latinas.
I would definitely tailor my answer to the more specific, the demographic. So I gave a very broad general answer. And you're right. Like if I was talking to an anime girl, hey, let's watch the latest episode of Jujutsu Kaisen next Thursday. Come over to my place.
I can't. I can't.
But my point is, and I think complimenting the person to show that you're romantically interested in them a little bit more than just.
But you're saying be more direct.
I'm gonna be real with you. I think that works for you because you're attractive.
Well, yeah, it's not gonna get me anyway. That's
guys. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to get to Lactoid and Corey, because I've been waiting, right? So Lactoid has a question for Corey, and then Corey has other things to say. But after that, I do want to get examples, because we were arguing about a very specific thing for a while. But like. So I agree with our friend Scott. Actually, I really agree with Scott, talking about like what works for one person is not going to work for another. You need to iterate, right? But like, let's give people examples so they can iterate on, right? So let's start for all right. Then Lactoid, Corey. Then after that, we'll go back to everyone else. Gibbs, yeah.
Well, so I think maybe this could partially tie in. I think that to some extent you should probably curate your personality around what other people like. Because that seems to be relatively effective at having something in common with somebody to talk about, right? I have found that like simply knowing about sports is like incredibly helpful in social situations. Being able just to bring it up and talk about it and have minimal knowledge, just because other people like it. Same thing with music. Same thing with, and music can cut both ways, because you want to. Like you search for something that's not very well known so you can impress people with it, but you also want to know what is well known so you can compare your kind of niche tastes to the well known thing in a way that people can understand. and then also
gamers
try to
have
make
this
that
on?
sound like not arrogant at the same time. It's a fun little dance.
Yeah, because
Um,
every girl loves music
so
magically. I don't know why, but
no,
they
no, no,
all
no.
fucking love music.
I'm not just saying
Or
music.
crystals.
I'm
Crystals,
saying
what about crystals?
generally
No, I'm not
things.
being sarcastic
Lacto's just
here.
talking
I'm
about
like
being a
legitimately.
Renaissance man.
Because this was something that I noticed very early on, which is that girls tend to not like to talk about video
The
games,
gamers say
and that was really the thing that I like to talk about. And so
Yeah.
once you stop talking about video games and talk
For
about
sure.
things they like to talk about, it tends to be more effective. Now, I made a
Oh.
joke before about like maybe start smoking because then you can build social connections with other smokers. But then I looked into it, and smokers actually are more isolated and have more difficult time
they
making
should be.
friends. And I think that's like the reason for
Physically.
that. Well, no, the
Physically
reason
violent.
the reason for that is obviously because again, you're doing some kind of
They
behavior
have
that
bad
is
body odor?
distasteful. You're not appealing to somebody else.
Not
And
in college.
and this is also true with vegans. And so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say that I don't think lonely people should be vegans. I think it's bad for them. Corey, I want to hear your defense of veganism. I know that you defend it. Why should lonely people become vegan if it's only going to hurt
Like,
them even more?
like, Tar, are you saying that people should do things that are more immediately popular and should immerse themselves
I got
in
an
those
example
type
of
of
this. I have an
activities?
example of this.
Damn,
I
I got
am. Wait. I am saying something.
Wow.
Wait, hold on. I am saying this, and this is common sense. We all this is true with most things. This is true when it comes to hygiene. This is true when it comes to style. If I walk into class wearing parachute pants, yeah, in the 80s that might have been okay. I don't, it could just be my thing now. Most people aren't going to like that. When I got my hair,
general society.
GSU, hold on real quick.
I wasn't taking an issue with what you were saying.
I know. When I got my hair cut, my social life magnified by 10 times. It's incredible.
Yes.
How much that has to do with it.
That was a guy earlier. That was a guy on this very. There was
Yeah,
a
we
guy on
all
this
get a
very
trench coat.
We know
panel.
the reference, GSU. We're not idiots. We understood what
I'm
you
just
said.
saying. I'm just saying.
I like
You gotta
wearing a
say-
trench coat
I
because it
agree.
makes me look like an angel of death.
Let's go to Corey. Oh, you can respond to it.
Yeah, well, one thing I'll
I had to
share,
slip
maybe
in a Dan Soder
maybe
joke.
as a useful skill, in my experience, I find it so funny that Lactoid asked a question to me, and everyone else but me answered. And I think a critical skill in developing social skills is learning how to listen and make space for the other party.
You should also learn the
participate.
environment that you're in. Maybe that's good for socialization too. And you should know that people butt in even when they're not called. It's amazing that you could be on this panel for 2 years and not notice that. That's bad socialization right there in practice. But go ahead.
Well, I think
Way to
that my
ruin the
point
joke.
I'm
stands for
joking.
itself.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
But so I think there's a balance. So I have lots of things to say for once, but so I think there's a balance to be struck in terms of should the advice of curate your personality to what's popular, there's some element of truth to that, yeah, but there's also I think a much stronger element of truth, being genuine towards yourself and your own values if you actually know what they are. But to Scott's point, it's difficult to introspect, and it's hard to formulate goals if you have no sense of identity, you don't know who you are. And that is the foundational starting point, but that's a more difficult one. So yeah, as a sort of a superficial starting point, there's some level of curation. But to answer your question of should people go vegan and is the social ostracization of being vegan is a barrier? I would say no. I mean, depending on where you are, but there are lots of vegan communities that are more than willing to embrace you, and they're really strong communities.
Statistically, vegans have a harder time making friends because they don't get invited to dinner.
Because they have a friend.
I believe he was talking to me, GSP, damn it. I believe he was talking to me.
Yeah, and I believe I was interrupting.
Definitely take your
Why you interrupting me? I believe I was interrupting.
Definitely, GSU knows what he's talking about. Yeah. Social skills 101.
Yes.
But I'm curious if you have any data to back that up. In my experience, as someone who's pretty much the only plant-based diet person in my social circle, that hasn't been a barrier for me. As in my actual friends, ones they're more than willing and happy to accommodate me or take me into consideration.
They invite you sometimes.
So I'm looking right here. Wait. So when I look up vegans' loneliness,
they don't.
Well, no. When I look up vegans' loneliness, the very first response is it's a Reddit post. Veganism is lonely AF. How would you respond to this?
Listen, just think about it.
I
Just think
agree.
about it. You're separating yourself from something. You are inherently putting yourself in a position. If your friend group ever decides we want to go to a place that has brisket, you're not in. Like, I don't know what to say.
You know, he can
Oh,
go and
well,
just
no,
have the
but I
bread.
get invited to these places all the
No, you
like.
can't eat the bread because it's got
I
milk
don't
in
know
it.
where you people live. I live in a major city, like just about. Again, I believe these questions were pointed at me. But I believe I live in a major city, and virtually every, even like grilled places, they have vegetarian and plant-based options.
Yeah, but what
Like,
if you're a vegan in
this is a
Paris,
Is your
Texas?
major city Tennessee?
I was
Well,
about
yeah,
to say,
that's
yeah,
why
he is in Canada. It's a very different environment.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't know where
That's
you live. I,
true.
s-
You
I
guys
said I live in a
literally
major
cater to the
city.
worst of
Again, if
society.
you learn how to
Amen.
listen to the words that I say that come out of my mouth, you might be able to latch
Well,
on
this is
to
not
what it
rush
is that I'm
hour.
saying.
Wait. So Corey, but like that's fine if you live in like a particularly tolerant area, right? But like in my state, generally speaking, there's almost this like unreasonable like hatred of vegans. Like it's not just that they
Very
won't invite you.
reasonable.
Yeah, it's not just that they won't
Yeah,
invite you to like to because it's a meat only place or whatever. They don't want to be around you.
Amen.
They dislike
It's not
vegans.
even.
I
I
I'm
don't
gonna be
wanna
honest,
be around no
Lactoid. I
vegan.
think that might be your
agree.
place.
Wait, hold on.
In my
Let's
opinion,
respond.
it's
It's
not
every
like a
Midwest
hatred.
place.
If I
Wait,
can
Lactoid. In my
How
opinion,
is-
it's not a hatred. It's more of like you're viewed
Oh,
How does this
as
keep?
somewhat of a
It's
joke
amazing
how,
for
how,
that
that,
decision.
Corey,
That's a good-
establish dominance here, right? Let them
It's
know.
amazing.
Don't talk
Corey,
over
you gotta
Tell-
understand that isn't
okay.
working.
It's
Corey, you should
amazing
iterate.
that people are
Saying that it's
struggling
your
with these social
turn
skills
hasn't
that
worked.
they can't
Wait,
clue
wait,
in
Corey.
of like listening and
Corey,
making space for
it's
other
not
people.
working though. But it's not working. So when your strategy isn't working, will you speak up and say, "Hey guys, it's my turn"? You have to
No,
do something
I have no
different.
problem being quiet. I think I've established
No,
pretty
that's
clearly.
not the
I have no
answer.
problem being quiet.
The answer isn't to be quiet. The
Yeah,
answer is to be heard.
but
No,
he's
he's
not
showing
necessarily.
the audience how
I'm
stupid you
helping
are.
you with
Whether I'm
socialization.
He's
heard or
trying to
not,
Your
roast you
friends
right now,
haven't
Corey.
I
your
actually don't
friends
really
haven't
care.
invited you
I
out
blame the
enough
veganism.
for you to understand. Yeah, I blame the veganism for sure.
They made
Yeah.
it passive.
Had your friends invited you more, you would be interrupted more, and you would
Wait,
learn that
if
if
you
you
ate more
speak.
red meat, you can out yell him, bro. If you ate more red meat, you can sound like this. No, I'm just
Yeah. So
No, but go ahead,
Corey,
Corey.
But
So,
unironically, you would sound like that.
let's
Rogan.
let Corey
I
finish
feel
up,
so
and
bad
then we
for
go.
Corey.
So
He
what I
looks
want to
so
do, what I want to
alien.
do. So here's what my plan. So I want to let Corey finish up, get this out. But then I do want to go through everyone and give them an opportunity to say like what are their strategies, right? Just give them one strategy if you have it, right? For escalating things with a woman, from just a normal interaction to a more romantic one, right? Okay. So Corey,
Yeah.
finish up, and it will go to Gibbs. Ika, we'll go to everybody.
Yeah, even though I had multiple points, I'll try to keep it brief. So to your point, Lactoid, I understand probably in your hunting community, shooting deer, vegans not going to be super popular. Okay, so I understand that is a barrier. Totally understandable. And that's where it's like, yeah, I can totally see how online community. This is why, as to the point of someone brought up, this is why some people gravitate towards these online communities because that is the only place where let's say
was me.
they will find their tribe. Right? When you have a niche interest or everyone around you doesn't have that interest in veganism, like that's where there's this space for these online communities. And lastly, to wrap up, to I guess back on topic to what you brought up, Prime, in terms of like getting out of the friend zone and this concept of the friend zone. I'm gonna post some research in the Discord chat of like actually starting off as friends is a very common pathway towards a romantic relationship. If anything, that's like one of the preferred ways. And this concept of getting out of the friend zone, I would say, if you can't get out, that like it's just not going to happen. You can't force a relationship. Has no one had the experience of like as a man of like a woman has interest in you and you have no interest in them? Do you think there's anything that they could do to where you can can force a relationship? Like
They
no
can
one's
get
ever
better looking.
rejected.
Yeah, I think people.
Sure.
I
That's
think people
act- but that's actually
misunderstand.
happening.
Sandwich.
No, wait.
Good.
I
actually
think
happened
the
with
issue is
me.
people misunderstand the idea of the friend zone, right? Like, being in the friend zone isn't like you're friends with somebody and you hang out and like you kind of like might think about dating them, but whatever. Being in the friend zone is like your goal has always been to date them, and for some reason you're just staying in that relationship just because you want to date them.
So that's
But
actually a
that's,
perfect
yeah, so
segue.
that's on you. So to I
Yeah.
guess bring it back to the topic, like yeah, that's on you as a person in terms of like if you have interest to taking it to the next level. As an example, like yeah, as like Scott brought up and someone else brought, like just clearly communicating that is probably a good
Yeah.
first step. But there's more
Let's
than one answer.
go to Gibbs.
So,
And
I mean,
Icon.
a few things here. I just like so first you asked for something specific. I mean, when it comes to the friend zone, like I mean, I don't know about this like finding out or the coffee thing. That's never been my style. I've always definitely approached with like intent and made that shit clear like within very quickly of meeting the person, so that there's like established, hey, we're gonna be friends. We're not gonna be friends, the kind of thing. Like if that's not what we're here for. So like I mean, that's how you avoid friend zone completely. If you do get in the friend zone, friend zone them first. So anytime there's anything in a flirty comment that pops up, be like, ooh, you're just my friend. Women hate that. They don't like being rejected, just like guys don't. So now they're gonna swim back in there. This is a meme one, but it's a really good one actually. So y'all were talking about Black Toy, talking about, hey, these things that show interest. Snapchat has a cool feature, folks. It's called the astrology thing. You put your date and all that stuff in there. I don't know anything about astrology. Women love astrology, and then you can match on there.
You
and
don't
then,
want those women though.
hold
You
on,
don't.
hold on. Some people do though. Some people do, but it's a good.
We're
I
on the
say,
same page, Lactoid.
I know doctors, like female doctors that are sitting here and talk about being, oh, he's an Aquarius, oh, he's whatever. I'm like, bro, you got a doctor.
Love doctors, maybe.
I mean, I don't know. They're med doctors. That's the scary part. They're over here.
Chiropractors, probably.
They're over here.
Astrology,
ER.
Let's go.
astrology is just football for women.
Right,
They
so
love that shit.
exactly. So like,
Except
if you go
football
in
is
here
better.
and I pull up Snapchat and it starts telling me all the secrets, like about, oh, we're matched and these are sextiles and all these words I don't know. Like the moon's rising to Venus, like, hey, jackpot. Just show it, like just read that shit to them, like, oh my God, he's in touch with what, and they like it. And then, I just so there is something to be said for, having the same kind of
Please do
interest
not
they are.
lie to women about astrology.
Hey, you don't have to lie.
Keep some crystals
Yeah,
nearby too,
yeah,
right? Because
yeah, I
they
do
like
have-
crystals.
I do have
Envy.
crystals, ironically, but that's neither here nor there. And so
I'll be putting
Good
negative energy
vibration,
into
good
bitches'
vibration.
I will give
crystals on
Fabian credit.
purpose.
He hit kind of something what I was trying to say was like, yeah, you got to tailor your approach. I obviously love toxic Latinas with kids, right? So, if I'm going to go up to a
Fuck,
toxic
all right.
Latina, like it's going to be a lot
He
different
likes
than if I
Becky's. That's why he's
yeah,
on the
sure. Yeah, so if I go up to like a Latina from my hometown, the tactic's going to be a lot different than if I go up to like the preppy Stepford mom type. Like that's going to be a lot different of a tactic. So like, yeah, you got to tailor each conversation to the person, and you only learn that by being out in the real world.
Okay, all right, let's move on.
Interesting.
A lot of
I've known
advice.
some I've known some very intelligent women who are like deep into like astrology, and
Are they really that intelligent?
They weren't
Yeah,
intelligent at all.
they were
Yeah,
they were very
They were
intelligent.
probably emotionally
They're
intelligent.
religious.
Dude,
Oh,
it's,
But
that's not a real
it's
thing.
They're
fun.
into it.
Well,
It's literally just because that shit, and I'm gonna be honest, even as a guy, that shit's kind of fun. When you're like with a chick and she's doing
What
some
is
of that
that?
astrology.
Like,
It's
what
not-
a whore,
it's a
Mercury's
little
in
bit
my
What
face.
is that astrology?
It's a little
itself?
bit fun to hear them give
No,
you
it's
like,
not.
No.
oh, this is
The
like what this
astrology
means. This is
itself
what
is
this
fun.
means, and
Dumb.
like,
So like, why did I
There's
act
no-
crazy?
there's
Because I have to
Because
pretend that I care. I gotta pretend like I care about this shit.
Exactly.
And it's ridiculous, right? And I can't just be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Because then she's not gonna talk to me. It's a complete waste of time.
That's what you
I
have
use
this
it.
for.
Lawyers.
I use it as a
No, you
tool.
don't actually have to know. The app knows
Admiral
I-
Gibbs is right, and I use it.
have you,
I have used
have
it
you
as
just-
a tool to
Can
get
you
it
not
to
just
people.
enjoy things
I-
in life? Can you not like take
Not
things
this
that
shit.
you might not
No,
have?
I
You might
don't
not
wanna
have
hear about,
passion
like, how
for
I'm
it. But can you not just like enjoy it? Can you not immerse yourself in
okay.
this like
You
little
read a
hypothetical
paragraph?
world?
I
You
will
read a
agree,
paragraph.
when you go
we-
to the Chinese food restaurant and they have like the Chinese like calendar or whatever, like I was born in the year of the dragon or whatever. Yeah, I guess like that's good. That's like fun for like
Or to
5
hear
minutes.
a dog.
Good.
That's
That's
like,
why you
fun,
have
that's like fun for like 5 minutes. But somebody who like keeps up on that shit every day, no, I can't do that shit. I would lose my mind.
That's why you have the app on the Snapchat, and it'll tell you, and all you have to do is read 3 sentences, like, "Oh my God, he's so right."
No, you don't even have to read. Gibbs, you don't even
And I
have to
don't
read.
understand
Just
about this
ask
stuff.
them. Just ask them. Just ask them to tell you.
That's
Just be
so
like, this
interesting.
is my birthday. Just be
True.
like, go
Yeah.
through it.
And they'll be, "Oh my God," or you can just go up to them like, "What's your star sign?" "Oh, I could never," and then walk off. And now
we are gonna move on, Aiko. It's weird
We're
that
gonna-
we get that kind of emotion from Lactoid. It's just that got personal there for a second.
It went to a dark place for him.
But our friend
Go
Aiko,
ahead.
what's one of your strategies?
Well, hold on. I just wanted to say, while we're on the topic of veganism, because that's what I was trying to get at.
We're not.
When we're on,
Now we are.
I just wanted to say that not 3% of men are into veganism. If you're one of those 3%, the good news is 9% of women are into it, which that's a 3-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when someone was
So
saying,
why are they
if you're a
lonely?
vegan, that's not going to work for you. Like, don't lead with that. Well, actually,
you
no.
have
The odds
you
are
have
in your
one
favor.
Reddit post.
That
I'm
is
not
not what
saying you
Google
should-
says.
pretend to be a vegan, or you should be authentic to yourself or whatever. But if that's who you are already, then that is actually something, that
No. This is a sampling error. This is actually you're making a mistake. So it could be true that 9% are women or whatever compared to 3% of men. Okay, but if you're dating, right, you've now shrunk your dating pool by what 91%,
Well, no,
and it's
you don't
in
have
some
to
in some states,
exclusively
right?
date. You don't have to exclusively date vegans. It's just that
In some places you might have to.
subset of women will have a preference to people who are going to want to cook in the kitchen the same way they do, that are going to lead the same lifestyle they do. And there are other aspects of their lives that sort of correspond with veganism.
Bro, women
Like
will
maybe
give up
they'll
shit so
more likely
easily
be
if they
into
like a
yoga
guy.
or something. Like they're
On
going to
God.
fit your personality
And
better.
vice versa.
Yeah.
They
People
Oh,
just
God.
give up stuff if they're like.
I've given up
it's-
a woman being like completely bodily natural for her.
What?
So
What, who's doing the
I'm
giving
sorry,
up?
what?
I'm not clear.
What are you talking about?
Wait, what do you mean? I'm being
What
genuine.
did you just
Dream.
say?
What do you
I'm just
mean by
saying, be
like?
yourself.
What do you mean by?
Don't run away from
Wait,
who
this
you
might just
are
be like a
because you think a lot of
misunderstanding. What do you
women
mean by
won't like
body natural or like bodily natural?
Aiko, you said something?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just
We
saying,
ain't
don't
going
run
away
away
from this.
who you
No,
are.
no. What do you
Are
mean?
you talking about implants? Are you talking about like breast implants?
Yeah, I'm not a guy that's attracted to plastic surgery,
Oh.
but I was willing to give that up for her.
Oh, for big tits. Oh, really? He was
That's
able
not
to
the
give it up.
same.
He was like, oh, he had
What
so
a
big tits.
hero.
He was able to
What a
give it
not
up.
a-
Okay.
But I'm not
wait,
attracted. I'm
to
not
be fair,
attracted.
all he's saying is there's
I
a
like
feature in a
big
girl that he
naturals,
doesn't like.
but I'll say-
He's he's saying
But I'll
there's
take
features
these
in a girl that he
double
doesn't
Ds.
like. Wait, he's just saying there's features in a girl that he doesn't like, but he's willing to like look past those features.
Yeah, like I think she has a perfect body now, natural, and she's willing to, in my opinion, ruin it by adding plastic surgery to it. But I was like, fine, I like who you are inside more than I care about you having the best possible body as you do right now.
So
She's
you're-
about to
go
have
ahead
more of her
So
inside
Dream,
her.
in your
so-
opinion, no matter what, once she gets the surgery, you're gonna like dislike whatever surgery it is. But
Yeah,
you're still
because
gonna like her.
absolutely. Yeah, because I like the idea of somebody being natural more than somebody trying to perfect their imperfections through unnatural means.
Okay,
I've
so
seen
let's.
so many guys give up their politics
I
or their,
count.
even
Was
their
I counts?
religion because of
Was-
fucking girls. Yes,
Well, that
I have.
happens all the
Yeah,
time.
I know it's
I
weird.
count. What was your advice?
Yes, please.
What's your
Well-
top tier advice?
I mean, that was it. Is like you lead with who you are, and if who you are is something like, for example, with the vegan thing or with the church thing or with whatever, like if you're outnumbered in that way, that's an advantage. It's a reason to.
But
like,
but
move
that doesn't
forward,
answer
you know?
my question specifically because I'm talking about like escalating conversation. So you're already in the conversation. You found your vegan babe, right?
Right.
And like you talked about like all the bland food that you both love.
Right,
So now
right.
you're trying to ask like things.
Right. So then you start pointing out like bland restaurants that you'd like to go to, and then when you find out your favorite one, you go to that bland restaurant and you order the most bland dish on the menu, right? Like you start turning those like theoretical conversations into like actionable items that you can go on, right? And and then maybe you can start cooking bland food in your kitchen and having her come over and like try it.
I put the vegan babe in the Discord. FYI.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much. Okay. And next we're gonna go to FK. FK, did you give us your advice, or maybe he's away from the computer. So GSU Gambit. Like I forget what everyone said. So what's your basic advice for elevating?
Yeah, so I think so there's like two things. So the thing that you talked about, like elevating from friend zone, I specifically choose friends that I'm not interested in. So I think I have a different ideology on that part, but just normal conversation. I think what Dream said earlier and what Gibbs said as well, like being kind of direct at least about those things, that's at least what works for me and what I've always done to like separate whether or not I'm interested in somebody being a friend versus interested in them being more than a friend. That's what I've done my whole life, and it's always been super great and always worked. So I think early on, like I think both of them said at some point within the first X amount of time, whatever that is, being kind of sort of direct about what you're looking to accomplish, or at least that there's a possibility of wanting to accomplish more than friendship. That's typically what I've done. But I also agree with Fabian that that's also like intermingled with personality and blah, blah, blah.
Okay. FK, what was your advice?
Oh wait, like overall advice for what guys should do.
Or yeah, to escalate.
I think what Dream said, honestly, at the start of it was pretty spot on. It's literally just you have to throw out something. You have to throw out like a compliment about the way they look, see how that's interpreted. And if it's taken in well and they throw something back, that's kind of like obviously some site there that you could try to pursue something further. And then that further should be like a meetup or should be some like one-on-one time where you try to get to know that person better and move from there.
Thank you. We heard from Dream. Let's go to Lactoid.
I already gave my advice. Don't be vegan. Learn like what people like, generally speaking. Don't engage in habits that people don't like. Be nice. People tend to like that. And I think confidence is a huge part. I think if you're confident, that's like 90% of what you need. Even if you're an asshole, honestly, I'm sorry.
Corey, we already got your thing.
I just want to say one thing. Just one thing. What are the demographics of libertarians?
Listen, so this is a good point. This is a really good point, actually. But there's one flaw. There's one flaw. I don't have to bring it up every day. In the same way, a vegan has to because it's your diet, right? I mean, you can't hide that shit. I mean, I'm not going to say hide. You can't de-emphasize and just say, oh, I'm kind of like,
But you agree it's 80%, 70% men, right?
No, listen, no, Corey. What
probably more
libertarians
than
do
80%. I'm
is
guessing.
they strive to make enough money to go to Singapore to bring back an Asian.
Yeah, passport bros. Passport
That's
bros.
usually what they do. It's not for me, but that's what they usually do.
That's true.
Or in Lactoid's case, Argentina. But there's neither here nor there.
That reminds me of a question,
Maybe
Scott.
now, yeah.
Fabian, that's just a form of resource
Scott,
gathering.
later on, remind me to ask you something about women, because I do have a question for you. But
Sure.
Lactoid, before then, Lactoid, like that's not an escalating thing though, right? Like you're just talking about like how to be generally accessible, and interface with women. But like, how do I escalate things? This is not for me. I'm sorry. That made things weird. That made things super weird. How does a person
For a friend.
Perfect. How does a person escalate that conversation? Yeah.
So I'm not particularly good at this. In the past, what I've done is very sheepishly, which I've been told actually can be endearing, right? I always think you have to do it in person. I think if you're gonna like ask something, I think you should be direct. You should time it. Here's the best piece of advice. When you're gonna bring up something like that, time it so you're in a situation where she has an easy exit, right? Like at the end of like whenever you guys are hanging out or whatever, and you guys are just like, she can leave, right? I think that's important, right? Don't like plan it like the day one of a 4-day vacation. That would be just terrible advice. It'd be a terrible thing to do. But how I've always done it is like very, very sheepishly saying like, so hey, you want to like go get food or something? And then she says yes. If she says yes, and then you say no, like in a romantic way, like in a like in a dating kind of way, and then if she says yes, then you're golden. So it's very awkward. I've never been good at it. I'm probably not the best person to give advice, but it's always worked out for me. So I don't know.
You got that main character in a romantic comedy, Riz. Like, anyways, is that okay? Like, yeah.
Well, but it's unintentional. It's unintentional, but it does kind of come across that way, and it can be endearing. Some people have told me. So, and it's worked. It's worked for me. So
here's infinitely better advice. Walk up to her, put this to her head, and just say, "Go on a date with me now."
Okay, great. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I
would not legally recommend that action. By the way, it's not a good.
What I think. What I actually
never
think
mind.
is
My bad. Put it to your own head.
Oh my god! Oh god! Please.
For everyone watching, that's a lighter. Just
yeah,
in case
please.
You're
Yeah,
curious.
100%.
We don't need another.
That's a lighter.
Aircraft Sparky situation here. All right?
Oh.
Who?
Exactly.
He got banned for putting a gun to his head and said he'd rather pull the trigger than be with a trans
That's a lighter.
girl.
Like you can see the inside of it.
Yeah.
Is he wrong?
Okay, stop
Wait,
pointing it
he
at the
said-
fucking camera, dude.
Yeah, please.
Like you're
This is just
trying
a
to get
lighter.
a stream in trouble.
Yeah, Twitch, just a lighter. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Scott.
What I think is actually really interesting is how a lot of people here are converging, and I likely would converge on the same point, right? Which is this idea of like trying to elevate a friendship is a bad idea for most people, unless it happens naturally and you kind of feel that moment occurring naturally. For the most part, what I would say is that one of the worst things you can do in your capacity to be able to speak to a woman without tripping up on yourself is begin to create an idea of her that hasn't occurred via conversation. So when you have that favorite girl that is the cashier at your store, or your friend and stuff, and your brain starts thinking about things that, like starts fantasizing about who they might be or things like that, you immediately start to build walls that is going to make it more difficult to speak to this person, and more difficult for you to just be your natural self. And that's true of like of any type, and more so, I think you also start to create barriers between other people, because when you have that girl that you fantasize about, like the your favorite cashier at the grocery store, right? You start to create an idealized version of her, and it starts to separate from the fact that the girl that you're imagining could be anybody on the street. And so, like, what I would say is, don't have this person that you fantasize and put all these walls about, that you do all of this stuff and you start thinking about it and you start stressing about it. Instead, just go out and do the things that you like to do. And when you meet somebody cute in that area, you don't have to start in a friendship area. You just talk to them and be like, oh, those, those are adorable shoes, or whatever the fuck it is that starts a conversation. And that conversation can just be 60 seconds, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, back and forth. You notice she's smiling. You notice that she's waiting to go to the, in line at the fucking store or whatever. Like, you notice that like she's sticking to you physically in your conversation, and then just ask whatever it is that you think. And when you, the thing is that when you do that, is it going to have the same success rate as maybe a friendship where you really thought about it? Probably not. It's probably going to be less likely. But you can do that like 4 times a day. You know what I mean? Like, without much hassle. You can't do that to like your best friends. And like when you have these close friend relationships and then you make it awkward, you might actually lose the friendship. And then that fear also adds to the conversation, and you're going to sound like an idiot tripping up on your words. Like, just fucking like, no, just your friends. And if they bring it up, hell yeah. You know what I mean? Like Admiral Gibbs said, they said like, oh, well, maybe just be like, we're just friends. Fuck with them. You know what I mean? And then show interest in their friends. Get her to introduce you to her friends. And you know what? If she doesn't introduce you to any of her friends after you've asked multiple times, guess what? She's waiting for you to ask her.
Or she cockblocks you when she's out with you?
Hey, can I ask the question that's off point?
Well, I just want to quickly say that's a really good piece of advice. That last point, I forget who it was. Was it Bam or was it someone else? I don't know. But who had said in the past that like find a cute girl, cute girls, be friends with them, and then like ask them to like introduce them to their friends, right? Because like attractive women hang out with other attractive women, and like it just kind of multiplies. So if you can just get in there, right, get in once, then
we were talking about that earlier. Yeah.
That's only gonna work if you're good looking. 99% of the time.
So Gambit asked your question. We gotta move on because we're already way past. But Gambit asked your question.
Fabian and Corey, y'all use they a lot for singular people. Is that intentional to be like gender neutral, or like, what's happening?
I can also speak for myself. That's intentional on my part. Yes, they absolutely.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not doing it intentionally, but I might be doing it subconsciously because I don't know. I don't know if you know this, but like dudes, there are some dudes out there that like talking and fucking dudes. I don't know. It's like this advice isn't that much different for fucking picking up dudes.
I don't think there's a guy out there that likes guys.
The advice might be different, honestly.
Guys don't like guys.
No, but like,
I mean,
wait, if your issue is
not this general advice though.
It's not different because if your issue is just how to like communicate with people, this is what that advice gets to. Whether you're communicating with women or men, this is.
But
like
guys like it, guys.
I was told. Okay, I was told by gay friends.
But maybe
this is ignorant. Okay,
Wait,
look,
we're not about to talk about how guys
this can't be homophobic. This can't be homophobic because I have gay friends. Look, they said all you have to do is download Grindr and then you're good. Like
Yeah, probably.
That's if
probably
you want
not
to
easy.
fuck. That's just if you want to
doubt.
fuck.
I'm willing to bet some of the problems that are an issue on fucking dating apps in general are probably the same on Grindr.
Yeah. But that's just like if you want to fuck. I mean, if you want to have a long-term relationship, that's a different thing. Jess, do you have anything else to say about that? Like you're good with the days? Are you approve?
No, I was genuinely interested. I didn't know if it was purposeful or they've been
Like,
forced into it
Not
because they
purposeful on
exist
my end.
on left spaces or
It
what.
is
yeah.
on my end.
Like the last 3
Yeah, I
times he's
exist
been
on
on
the
this
left.
I bet
channel,
he's been forced
he's
into
brought
it
up
by the
the
LGBTQ+
pronoun
agenda.
they. Like the last 3 times he's been on this channel, he's brought that pronoun. But okay,
Me?
all right. Yeah, you.
Known leftist
Nico,
fake
you.
liberty.
You
Known
brought it up
leftist.
to Mooncake
JSU, do you have a
the other
point to make
day.
about it?
You brought it up to me when I was talking to Beckett here before. Like you brought him. Yeah, you. Nick.
JSU, do you want
No.
to argue about it?
No, I didn't want to argue about it. I just wanted to know if it was intentional.
Do you not remember these incidences? This is the third
No, I
time. You
don't.
don't remember that? You don't remember?
I didn't ask.
You asked Mooncake.
Thanks, restroom. I'll be right back.
Because she asked me about it afterwards, right? Because she was confused about like that. Because you brought up this point. Why are you using the word they? And then before, when I was talking to Beckett, right? It was an outro. I said, "Hey,
I don't know who
Beckett."
Beckett is.
Beckett is the British dude. The British dude who was here before.
It's only one British country.
You
Yeah,
got
yeah.
memory issues.
Oh my God. Okay. All
I
right.
wasn't here. I
You were
wasn't here. I
definitely
don't.
here. You were definitely okay.
Well,
Moving on.
all of this pronoun stuff too predates all the transgender stuff that people might be thinking. If
Oh no,
someone's knocking
no!
at
I
your
know
door-
that for centuries people have. I just
Well,
wanted
no,
to
I
know
just
if it
mean if
was
someone's
intentional.
knocking at your door and you don't know who's there, right? You might not say he or she because you don't know who it is.
Wait,
And so
I'm-
they is just sort of a convenient.
I'm not saying that they hasn't been a part of our vernacular
Right.
for a very long time. I'm just wondering if it's intentional. It's just interesting to me because I only hear that when I come on panels. So I was just wondering.
Conspiracies, bro. You know, the Illuminati, you refer to them as they, bro. The Illuminati.
Wait, you
they,
could just say
bro,
mixed,
they.
right? Or say, hey,
Mixed.
mixture, who's at my front door?
Yeah, we're talking. Okay, all right.
That's
we'll
such
move
a
on.
dumb
Give me a
thing.
headache again.
We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
I feel like if someone's referring to themselves, they might
Because-
talk about like the
I know.
opposite gender pronouns.
Stop. We're not going down this route, right? I'm just. I just had to address Gambit. And the fact that he's like pretending that has Alzheimer's now is interesting. But we're gonna move past that.
I promise you, I don't remember.
Oh.
What do I not
Is
hold
it
up
this
to stuff?
version of JSU that goes to heaven, or is it his old version? Who goes to heaven? I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I guess he just honestly doesn't remember. I have to pull up the clips. Moving on. Thanks
Beckett?
all the you out there. Hi, for being here. Much appreciated. This is Reverie Roundtable again. In case you've joined us in the middle of all that craziness. We talk about political topics and social topics. And that was a social topic, and it was a lot of fun. If you enjoyed that, consider supporting this channel. Sub to this channel. Consider gifting bits or gifting subs or using hype chat or super chat if you're on Twitch. If you want to interject, if you have something you want to say, want someone to respond to something, support this community. It doesn't work without you. So if you want more of all of this, and this was a lot, and shout out to my panelists, right, for like engaging in a great discussion that was organic, right, that just I didn't come up with that topic, but it was really fun. So shout out to all of them. But yeah, if you would love that, you want more of this, consider supporting this channel, helping me out, so I can help you out. All right. And did I want to say anything else? Yeah, don't be fucking weird in my chat. That would also be great. Don't be weird in my Twitch chat. Okay. So before I move on to what? Okay, so I've been meaning to ask Scott this for like a while, right? Let me just ask this. Because you're the only person I can ask this to.
Okay.
Okay. So you have said in the past that you like black women, right? That you've dated.
Oh
black
my
women?
gosh.
Yeah.
No, this is not a weird thing.
Wait, I've dated black women. What is this? I'm
yeah,
joking.
but you don't have the physical characteristics that I need here. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, you said you've dated black women. So I'm guessing you've dated some black women who wear a lot of makeup.
Mhm.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Just listen, you're gonna understand it, right?
The
So-
setup is crazy. That's all.
Yeah, save this, bro.
It's not that
Rescue
crazy.
this some kind
Oh
of
my
way.
god, let me do it.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay, so does this happen to you when you're making out with a beautiful black woman?
I know what I'm saying. Where the yes, I have had foundation from that hasn't been sealed. That like there's like random brown shit on my face where I'm like,
okay,
what the fuck?
You can
because
ask
the complexion difference is really
all these
big.
ABE
Yes,
titles. I'm light skinned. If you didn't know, Vibes.
Yeah, but you're like you're not like him. He's like super. He's like
I mean, to be fair, that's any girl I kiss.
Yeah.
I get to have foundation on me. I'm a different.
No,
color
it
now.
happens to all
Yeah, but
guys.
it's not-
Period.
They come arrest me for
but
blackface
it's not.
immediately after making
But
out with a black girl.
I will. Yes, I've actually been in that situation before where I was dating someone who will remain nameless, right? And everybody kept looking at me weird, and we were out in public and kept looking at me like I'm some like I was like this sick fuck or something. And I was just like, and so like
Was
I
she young?
internalized this.
What was happening?
No, listen, no. So I internalized this, which in a way, like kind of like how when black people talk about experiencing racism, you're like, was it racism? Was it not racism? You never know, right? I experienced this, and I was just like, man, all these people are like mean mugging me, like you're interracial relationship. And it turned out like at the time, the person that I was dating was like dark. All right, she's very, very dark, and yes, so I had very, very, very dark, like all over my cheeks from making out with her in the car, and it was all over my face, and I looked like I was like in one of those Navy SEAL commercials where you're like, and then we go into the backwoods, like, or like a football, like I had like all of this shit here, and like that's why everyone was staring at me, and I was just walking around like, man, fuck these racist people, man. Like I'm just trying to have a day out, and like, and she didn't say anything. I don't fucking know why.
Scott, that's it. Holy shit. Okay, so I've had the opposite. Made out with white women, right? And it looked like I put my face in like a brick of Coke afterwards, right? It's crazy.
Hey,
It's
probably
fucking
did,
you probably did
cra-
put your face in a brick of
Especially when you
Coke.
get a little bit on your
Probably did.
Yeah, but no, the craziest thing is that they
You
don't
thought it was
fucking
foundation.
say anything about it, right? They'll like look at you
Yes.
and then like they'll panic, they're like, I don't know what to do with this, and they just like let you go. What the fuck? Yes.
I've had that happen before. Yeah.
All
Do
right.
you guys never use the restroom?
Yeah, or like,
And
Yeah,
real
that's
talk,
not
do
right.
you
real
not
talk,
take photos out
Yeah.
while you're on your date?
Real
That's
talk.
also true. Mirrors in the car, mirrors on your phone.
real,
You don't take a
real
photo
talk.
at any point of the night.
Get out your compact.
What made me realize it is because I was walking around like, oh, this is so racist, right? Like, why is like, and then I thought about it and I was like, normally when I'm out, black people look at her with disgust. They don't look at me with disgust because like I'm not part of the in group, right? So like to them, like I will see them look at her and be like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with you? Like,
Yeah.
what are you trying to be like some white man's bed wench or some shit?
Yeah.
Right? Like you'll see that shit. And I was like, why are they all looking at me? That's different. And I was like, do I got something? And then she was like, yeah, you have something. I'm like, I wanted to be like, bitch, why would you? Yeah, so that's what keyed me in was like the fact that
Definitely
everybody was
shouldn't call
looking
her
at me
bitch.
like I was fucked up.
That would have went real bad for you. Definitely.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's the type of black girls that date white dudes are different. Trust me.
No, I'm saying in that
They're
environment.
weirdos. It's okay.
No, I'm saying in that environment, it wouldn't have been
Yeah.
good to call.
They are weirdos.
Well,
You're right.
Mooncake was exactly the one. Like we
That's
talked
crazy.
about that previously. She was.
Yeah, Dream, that's crazy. Though. That's
That's true.
Oh, give a fuck. I will.
But in any case,
Your
so
face
I was,
tracking
I
is really
just
good. Holy shit.
I just wanted to know if white men had the same issue, right? Or light skinned individuals had this.
To be fair, it's probably less often because most black girls that I've dated and have had difficulty finding makeup that match their skin tone anyways, and so a lot of them don't tend to wear as much foundation and things like that, or especially like blush that like works well with them. Whereas like white girls are way more likely to wear it, and because the shit matches way better.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
I
right,
prefer nature.
Yeah, when you leave
So-
the strip club, you're covered in glitter. Same problem. You just
Same
walk around.
problem. Same problem. That's also happened. Okay, let's move past this. It's just that I've been like trying to. I just kept forgetting to ask Scott this. So thank you, Scott, for
It's
answering the
chill.
question.
Yep.
There you go. There's your
Why
answer.
do you guys lactoid?
Lactoid, why are you laughing like that?
Let's
What's so
The
funny?
laughter speaks for itself.
I don't know. This is you're making assumptions about me right
Black
now.
Toad, what
It's
happens when you make
bullshit.
out with women of color?
That or libertarian, obviously.
Don't laugh.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Even.
Are they even women? Are they?
Boy. All right, so we're moving past this. We have
You should try it. It's way better.
We have
100%.
a half hour.
Way better.
Try it.
We're 30 minutes past due.
That's crazy.
So let's
I didn't
move
even think
on
about that.
to the second topic. FK, you saying you can't stay?
Yeah, I gotta head out.
Thanks for being here, friend.
It's been fun. Good night, guys.
Well, fuck
I love you,
kids
everyone.
too.
Take care. Be well.
Fuck kids.
I just want to correct the record. My first
shut
girlfriend
up.
was a minority. Just want to clear that up.
Your
There's-
first
I bet
what?
you
Soul-
I bet you her
My
skin
minority
tone would
that-
not have gotten her identified on a plane.
By minority, you mean Alaskan.
Buddy,
He's Alaskan.
He switched the word minority really fast.
He's Alaskan.
All right. Shout out to the
I told you-
politics server. Good night,
He
guys.
won't. He
Bye.
won't say her skin tone. I told you they go to Singapore.
By,
right? That's
by
No,
minority, by
No, this-
minority,
this
she's
is
an
one of the-
intelligent individual.
No, this is one of the.
She's
they crossed the-
Episcopalian.
No, they crossed the Bering Strait way back. They were like the first Asians here.
He's like the Vikings is the other group I like the most.
Okay.
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
my first girlfriend moved to Wisconsin. She was a blonde lady, and she broke my heart, and that might be why I like the darkness.
God,
I imagine that's a quote. We're gonna. Oh God, we're gonna keep moving.
Was Sigmund Freud correct?
Guys, knock it off.
Why
Next.
did Prime just assume there's other white men on the panel? Why don't you think they date black women? What's happening? I'm generally
Okay.
interested.
She was like an
Okay.
ethnic minority,
Alright,
like not
so-
just like a white minority.
She's
why would
South
you guys believe
African.
me?
She's South African.
No,
Okay.
she's not African.
What kind of minority is she, Lactoid? Because
Native American, and not like the Elizabeth Warren kind, like Native American.
4%.
So she wouldn't have got stopped to the airplane. That's he's right.
Gotcha.
Cry,
All
get
right.
her, cry.
Okay. And where's her skin tone? Is it like Dream skin tone, or is it like your skin tone? Dream.
No, it was close. It was probably Dream or maybe slightly darker.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Great.
Was it a mistake? You knew what was happening?
Fucked up.
Yeah, this is too fun. Let's go to the topic. This is way too fun. This is way too fun.
Corey.
Yeah, we already know. Hey, we already know. Aiko got that. Yeah, Aiko get it in.
All right. We'll go to Aiko next. Aiko. All right. Have you dated women of color?
Yeah, my when I was in high school, my first debate partner was a black girl, and as often happens on squads, debate partners end up getting sort of romantically involved or whatever. Took her to homecoming sophomore year. And
smiled.
she did not wear a lot of makeup, so I did not have the makeup problem. But yeah, there you
Remember, he came from South Africa, right? So like real African women.
go. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's how
Aiko,
won
you're
her
South
over.
African?
Like, we were the same people. Yeah.
You're South African? Aiko?
Well, I'm not. I'm the first American in my family, but my family, everyone before me was.
Wow.
They go back 500 years there, in fact.
Okay.
That's
So
interesting.
next we go
This is
to
a war, man. It happens.
We'll go up this way. Gibbs. Have you made out with a woman of color?
Yeah, I love me some women's of all ethnic persuasions. Let's just say that. Big fan. Yeah, I mean, and I gotta say, I feel like it just depends on the girl. Some girls be caking that shit on there, and it hadn't really mattered what ethnicity they were. Some of them just don't know what makeup's for. Some of them over here, they get, especially when I was younger, they'd get the acne, and then they were like, "Yeah, we'll cover it up with more makeup," and then you just look like you got these like clumps, and then you would like kiss them, and it would just be like you look like the Crypt Keeper or like the Joker coming out afterwards. That was a problem, but yeah, I mean, I gotta say, it didn't really matter which ethnic group it was, but most of them, they would just
I
depend.
didn't know people talk to women that wear a lot of makeup. I
You
would
know,
never do that.
Sometimes
That's crazy.
sometimes I only saw them at nighttime. You know, it's harder to see with all the makeup. You know.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Something racist. No, okay, it's fine.
Yo, Yo, my spider senses went off. Like I couldn't stop it. I was like, what's happening? Okay. Jesus. Okay.
No, fuck it. It turned
Crisis
into Black
averted.
Twitter there for a minute. Every time I see something from Black Twitter, it's like with like a white man and a black woman. They're like, white men love sex workers, yo, sick pieces of shit. And I'm always like, yo, what is happening? Like, is this a thing? Like, I still don't see it, but it apparently it's a thing, or at least that's what Black Twitter thinks.
Gibbs is cool. Don't worry. He's
Yeah, I wasn't making a race joke. Be like, oh, there's the smile. I can only see the smile at night or some shit. Like that's not what we're going with that.
Thank you, friend. All right.
I wasn't making the joke that I just made.
Corey.
Depending on
Who
the-
is a person of color? Let's not forget it.
Technically speaking, yes.
So
I am.
Go ahead.
Wait, how?
I'm half Chinese.
What?
How? By virtue of the fact that my father is Chinese.
Half Chinese is person of color?
No, I said I don't know. I don't know.
Here we go.
No.
Okay, well,
Somebody get Joe Lewis in here. Holy shit!
I don't think.
Quote white adjacent Campbell.
I don't think Prime used the language "person of color." I could be wrong. I might have misheard, but I don't think he called.
No,
me
he did.
He
Okay,
did.
then. But to answer your question, I guess depending on the definition, the answer.
No, hold on. No, you made it way too interesting because you avoided the question. Do you or do you not consider yourself a person of color? Because you can't just avoid it when it's on the floor now.
No, I don't. As in, like,
Okay, gotcha,
I'm treated as white and Caucasian.
So when Joe says that people of your mixture don't consider themselves a person of color, he's telling the truth.
Well, I was raised essentially in a.
No, but how you're raised isn't important in this question, right? Surely you wouldn't say it.
I don't want to get into that conversation.
Shut up. Yeah, the collectivist. No, Joe Lewis is wrong because it's collectivist garbage to even think of the world in that way.
I'm just
I
letting the facts fall where they
asked
may.
me a question again, going
He
back.
did.
To
He called you a person of
and
color. He
social
actually
cues. To answer
GSU,
Prime's
for the love of God.
Please,
to
Corey,
answer
please.
Prime's question, depending on your definition, technically, I guess no. The closest is a dated an Arab person.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, hold on. Like, how Arab? Are we talking?
Were they
Like
ethnically,
Persia?
Arab, like Philistine, or?
Oh yeah, Philistine, Persia. What specific group were they?
Lebanese.
Lebanese.
Oh, yeah, they're white.
Yeah, there's a lot of refugees from Lebanon after that civil war that Palestine started.
Okay. Boy. So we're gonna now that we've accomplished that. Now can we move on? Just here, can we move on? All right. Great.
You just made it. Look, you can't just make assumptions. I gotta.
Scott is
the
only one here who specifically said that he loves black women. That's why. That's why.
I've never heard him say that. I've never heard him say that.
I've heard him say it multiple times.
I've also heard him say it to corroborate Prime because I have a memory.
Yeah.
Damn.
I've only been here
I'm
once.
just not on these panels. I'm on ABE. I'm not on Reverie a lot.
Okay. All right.
I miss Scott though.
We rank woman,
So-
black woman number one. Everyone agree, or?
Can I just say my
This
relationship?
is not a good thing to do. Because then eventually you're gonna get to the bottom, and then it's really bad.
So, what are you gonna say quickly?
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I was just
Bedouin
gonna add
women,
my
like
relationship.
a group that won't come after me.
I'm surprised nobody commented on the fact that my relationship was around 1982 in the South.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So there were some interesting dynamics to that relationship.
82?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be in the South. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Wow.
Listen, we
Is
used to
82
leave
bad?
we used to leave
So
my
that's all
high
this-
school.
I wouldn't approve that shit now. In '82.
Echo, go ahead.
You would go outside of the front door, like on your way out of school, and there would be Klansmen handing out pamphlets. Like that's
82?
82.
Damn.
Definitely '82. Definitely.
Oh fuck.
In Atlanta?
No,
They were
no.
still like burning crosses trying to scare
Sorry,
people. in
what?
82.
Where was that?
It was in the Dallas area. I went to a school where our symbol was the Confederate flag.
Wow. When they discontinued that, is it still going on?
It's probably still happening.
They discontinued it in the 90s, but there were still elements in our architecture we didn't get rid of the last of it until about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. 2
So
years ago.
COVID happened. It's
So
like, all
late.
right.
All right, fuck COVID happened. Might as well get some painting done.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right.
Paint
So-
over these sins on the
Yeah.
wall.
Our cafeteria had a mural of plantations.
We're never getting
Oh,
to the second
what?
topic. Rob.
There was hold on, so
yeah.
this is interesting. There was a school that was one of our rivals in high school, and the LULAC actually ended up suing the NAACP or vice versa, one of the two, because they were the Robstown Cotton Pickers was their mascot, but they were all like immigrant migrant farmers from Mexico. So like the NAACP came after them for like racism, and then the migrant farmers all rose up and LULAC sued them. It was a crazy time. So there's definitely some schools with the wild names down here.
Okay.
Joe Lewis has spoken about the anti-black sentiments in the migrant community. So I'm just saying things that have happened.
Okay.
As
Okay. all
a
right, okay.
migrant
Guys,
myself, I can concur.
So let's talking. I want to talk to Scott and Lactoid here for a second. So I have the question, the topic. I designed it with you two in mind, right?
Libertarians?
on the unions, yeah. So but because of despite my best efforts, we're 40 minutes into when we do the second topic. Now, do you guys want to do this week? And it be short change for time, or do you want to do it some other time?
We want to do it.
I'm
This week.
ambivalent.
You're what?
Gambit, you're saying you want to do it now?
Yeah.
All right.
We definitely want to do it.
Okay, then we'll
Let's
do
do
it.
it.
I'm happy to do it now.
And all right, okay, then we'll do it now.
Let me look that word up you just said.
Let's
Ambivalent?
topic two.
Oh, mixed feelings. Okay, got it.
As an ambidextrous.
Use context clues, bro. You didn't learn context clues?
I
I said yes. He said ambivalent. He did arms with it. Like,
Using
Dog,
my
you've been interrupting everybody.
using my
I'm not
context
interrupting anybody right now.
using my context clues that I assumed he used against it, but mixed
You-
feels is different.
Okay, fair enough.
But he even raised his arms with it. He's like,
Let's go. God, you want me to do it now? Then we gotta do it now. Then shut up. Let's go. Topic two.
Let's do an hour of ambivalent.
Yeah. How do we all feel about this specifically?
I'm ambivalent personally.
Mixed feelings. That's what happens when me and black girls get in bed together.
Okay, come. Okay.
Okay.
Stand up. You gotta feature in stand up, Fabian.
I mean, I think Fabian's actually Scott's really funny actually. Let's go to our friend. Let's go to the next topic. The United Auto Workers posted a stunning success after striking and winning huge contract concessions from the U.S. automaker Big Three. This included higher paychecks for their members and better benefits. After their crushing win, the UAW president, Sean Fain, said his organization would be spearheading a push to unionize other manufacturers such as Tesla. In the aftermath, Toyota, Honda, and Hyundai, non-union shops, have all raised wages. Considering these events, would you say unions have proven to be the best tool for defending labor? Should we encourage the creation of more unions as a way of organically driving up wages? If not, what other alternatives are there for advancing the cause of the common worker? So I think you, everyone who's watching this is familiar with the fight. Very long strike that happened at the Big Three automakers. And a part of the strike was trying to make up for like past contract negotiations. They had gave massive concessions during the Great Recession. But now it seems to from all reporting that it was a huge win for them. They didn't get everything they wanted, but a huge win nonetheless. And in response, you see other shops raising wages. So have unions proven themselves? Have the haters reconsidered? Well, we have haters right here. We'll talk to them. So we'll start with our friend Blacktoy.
So I'll answer the question, but the actual prompt, has a couple assumptions already built in that I disagree with, right? Tool for defending labor. I would not argue that it's a tool for defending labor. Is it a way of organically driving up wages? It's not organically driving up wages. It does drive up wages. So it's not organic. It's not based on someone's actual market worth. It's not based on a contract between two people. It's essentially based on what is somewhat a hostage situation, which is the strike, right? The strike is a hostage situation, which is we're not going to work and you can't fire us, right? Is it true? I mean, I looked through the article at the EPI. I mean, and Jacobin has a lot of, or Jacobin has a lot of issues just in terms. Jacobin, sorry, has a lot of issues just with being, super communist. But the actual, like, were they fucking up when they said, like, well, oh, this, like, the states that have this also have this? Obviously correlation is not causation. There's a lot of reasons that those states could have better metrics in very specific regards, but not have better metrics in other regards. So I didn't like that they were making grander claims. But one claim that is pretty consistently true, from what I've seen, is that union workers in the United States do make more on average than non-union workers. Now, that doesn't mean that unions are right. It also doesn't mean that it's good for the economy, right? There's several studies that indicate that union membership is actually overall bad for the economy, right? You're essentially creating like a mini monopoly or like a mini a cartel that exists amongst labor, and in order to drive up the cost of labor, and then they get paid more, and that's at the expense of other instances of the economy. So there's absolutely going to be a cost to that, and of course, it's when you can't fire a striking worker, you can't break a contract with somebody. It's not consensual, so it's wrong. So not only is it non-consensual, there's other negative aspects. But yes, if you are hyper fixated on just raising wages for workers, unions do that. So if that's your goal, then I guess that would be one way of accomplishing your goal.
Thank you so much, Scott.
Yeah, so I think just listening to Lactoid, you can kind of already see that this is a pretty complicated question. The biggest reason is that most people don't have a good basis of economics. So the first thing is that I would actually have to disagree with Lactoid. Unions cannot raise the wages of labor. It's not actually what's occurring here. See, what's occurring is that unions are devaluing labor. They have to. Like, it's impossible for unions not to devalue labor, because you don't actually change the value of labor by advocating for higher wages. Instead, what you do is you take a small percentage of people's pay so that you can pay for collective bargaining. And so this collective bargaining can be a good thing. Mainly what collective bargaining actually does is that it breaks apart cartels on the other end, which is to say, if there is a specific industry with a specific type of work, and there's only, let's say, 6 or 7 competitive companies that do it, they can form a kind of price cartel, which is to say that they can negotiate price amongst them, and your skills are really only useful at those 6 or 7 companies, right? Unless, of course, those skills are transferable, but you might lose something because it's not perfectly transferable. And so what unions do is they break apart cartels on price fixing from the corporate end on the price of labor. Now, the problem with that is that cartels always fall apart, right? Like, you can't fix prices for so long before somebody breaks away, right? If you're devaluing somebody, and if I'm Hyundai, though, of course, we're really talking about like Solentis, right? So these are, it's pretend that these companies aren't the same company, but let's say one of the big 3, right? And I'm Solentis, and I'm paying people $20 an hour, and my competition is paying people $20 an hour, and I want my competition's better people. Eventually, I'll break if I'm losing in that game, and pay people 22 or 23, or I'll pay people to advertise that I have better benefits, something to gain those better employees if I need better employees. So eventually this game breaks away. What the union does is it speeds up this process, right? By using collective bargaining and saying, hey, we're not being paid fairly, you don't necessarily need to wait for the market to respond. And what it also does is that it reduces what's known as an information failure in economics, right? So the worker has an information failure in that they don't necessarily know the value of their own labor or the market price of their own labor, whereas the corporation that's hiring people does. And so what the union does is it provides information by bargaining. So I think that's like where we have to start and understand that these unions aren't that helpful. Unions are okay. I don't care. So long as we abolish the National Labor Review Board, and so long as we allow people to fire people that are in unions for striking, then unions are perfectly fine, and people should be able to strike en masse. And if you're easily replaceable by random people off the street, and it doesn't cost the company that much, then your labor wasn't that valuable to begin with. The market has spoken. But if you strike and companies lose millions of dollars because they can't hire people with your skills, then you're clearly skilled labor and your grievances were correct, and the company needs to straighten up and fly right and pay you more. In terms of the successes of these things and like moving on to Tesla, I don't understand what success this is. They got a 25% raise after wages were stagnant, and in the last 4 years alone, interest has gone up 15%. So they barely got a raise, and it was unions and this enemy relationship between labor unions and the worker that stagnated the wages to begin with, because it's no longer a free market once the government is involved in price negotiations of labor by protecting labor movements. So like I don't think they did anything. I don't think they actually gained any money. And in terms of going to Tesla, the average hour rate is $52 an hour, $51.94 at Tesla, and the bottom 10% averages $36 per hour. With their new amazing deal, the starting salary at the big three is roughly $30 an hour. So why the fuck would Tesla want to join when they're getting paid better not being in a fucking union anyways? Doesn't, like, I don't know what success they're fucking touting. I just don't get it.
Corey.
Well, I'll try to be brief. But yeah, so generally speaking, that's okay. Nothing to apologize for. But generally speaking, I am pro-union, but I also recognize that, at least from my perspective, but I'm not an expert on unions, but there appear to be some issues with unions in terms of like, yeah, unions can be good in terms of like advocating for workers' rights and maybe increasing wages. Whether that's a good thing or not, I guess it's arguable. But there appear to be also issues with unions in terms of like, yeah, if it creates a barrier in terms of like eliminating someone who's bad at their job, like, yeah, protecting a bad cop or protecting a bad teacher, not really a great thing. And so I have like, yeah, somewhat mixed feelings about it, where it's like, and also based off of the article that was shared, where it seems like based off the information,
You're ambivalent.
yeah, fair enough. Let me look that up first. But in the article, it also said that the UAW had some issues with like corruption, and they have maybe like some PR issues, and so it's like, yeah, like I don't want a corrupt union body that's just going to do other bad things. So how to solve the problem, I don't know. But to answer specific prompts in the question, should we encourage the creation of more unions? Like I would say I lean towards yes, but like I would put the qualifier like good unions, but that's obviously going to bring up obvious questions. I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much. Let's go to Dream.
So funny that this is why I wanted to come on today's topic, because I just had a conversation with my HR rep about me getting a raise, and she told me about how my union's policies and how it works and what the mechanisms for me to get a promotion or / raise is. And it was an interesting conversation. So what I have to say is, one, I think unions probably are beneficial in terms of the net benefits, because most people are not probably equipped to advocate for themselves or know how to advocate for themselves. So the unions doing that for them, like outsourcing that to the unions, probably is best for those people. But I think it also hurts people that know how to advocate for themselves the best. So it's kind of like an average out. So like personally, I know how to advocate for myself. So I was going to my HR rep and say, hey, I think I'm with my increased workload, I should get more money. But she was explaining to me, per the contract that they have with my union representation, it's actually impossible for me to get a promotion because of how it's just because of the structure that's in place due to the unions negotiating that way, where they don't allow people to ask for a promotion and managers promoting individuals, that individuals have to apply for a space and basically promote themselves. And which means that there has to be a vacant spot for me to get to apply to and then get a promotion that way, versus me doing more work and doing more quality work, and because of that, getting promoted by my manager. So that was negotiated by my union, and so, but that hurts me personally, but it does benefit, I think, probably in general people because they're not as probably as outspoken as me or as debate god as me to advocate for myself.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Gibbs.
Yeah, so unions are evil. That's what I started with earlier in this panel. They're the worst thing that's like ever happened, honestly, unless it's for like free market economy. I mean, you come in here like he just mentioned right now, unions stop good workers from moving up. They like eliminate meritocracy. They cause people to not get the jobs they deserve. You can't fire the bad ones. It hand ties management. Fabian mentioned this earlier. It creates this adversarial relationship, and I guess he was mentioning between the union and the workers. I could be wrong. I might have misquoted him, but it also creates an adversarial relationship between the unions and the management. And a lot of times, management get to the point where they're just like, fuck them. And like they'll move their people to other states or other countries, and they don't have to deal with the union. And then finally, I mean, I want to say historically, unions have been used wildly have been infiltrated by organized crime. And that might be it might like sound bad, but I mean we could trace ballot stuffing back to the unions. We could trace organized crime, and all their industrial stuff in New York and Chicago and all the problems that's caused. It just goes on, and just unions should be abolished. They're the worst thing in free market history.
Okay, all right. Let's go to our friend Gavin.
Yeah, Dream, I didn't know when we was having that conversation the other day you were in a union. I would have told you to start with denouncing your
I'm not in a
your
union. They're actually hounding me to say join, join, join. I'm like, why would I pay for that?
Oh, the
Makes no
fees.
sense.
That's another one right there. The fees they have to pay. That's another thing.
got you. Yeah, so I think I agree with what some of Admiral and what some of Dream said. I think unions unfortunately are important because they protect low performing or low performing employees. I think that's what they're created for. I think the majority of our like workforce in some ways is low performing in just the various different places that I worked at. I
Look
think
how
that
they're
they're
laughing, bro.
protecting.
They're dying of
Yeah,
laughter.
yeah. So like I think most workers are just bad workers. That's just the life. You get to certain places and everybody's great workers, and usually those places aren't talking about unions. I'm in a really good spot right now, but yeah, when I've worked at very large companies, most employees aren't the best, and I can see a union existing to advocate on behalf of people that are low performers. And I just think that's what it is. I think if you're a high performer, the idea of joining a union, like what Dream is saying, is kind of bananas because it's like, hey, I want to advocate for myself. So I've never, though the world says there's stagnant wages, I've never had stagnant wages because I've always been a high performing employee and advocated for myself. So I've always liked that.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
a winning take.
And
Well,
Aiko.
so much. I gotta know.
Sorry, what? I got to move forward. Aiko.
It's not open. It's not open panel.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it will be after my thing. I just want to say 2023 was an extraordinary year for unions. Not only has the UAW just had their like big victory, but there were the railroad workers. Remember them? We were told that what they got was peanuts because one of the things that they asked for was sick pay, and they didn't get it. Well, they did get it last September, so it just took a little bit longer to negotiate that part of it. So it was a big victory for the railroad workers too. There was the writers' strike. There was SAG-AFTRA. There was Kaiser Permanente, the big healthcare strike. They won that one. The UPS drivers got everything they wanted. There were airline pilots, aerospace manufacturing engineers. We have new union shops in Starbucks all over the country. Amazon warehouses unionized. Fast food workers are on strike now. In fact, this year, 453,000 workers have been striking at one point or another during this year. That's 10 times as many as 2 years prior. So massive, I think one article I read described it as being contagious, that once strikes become successful, they start to multiply all over the country. So they've been like very, very successful. And the main reason for this is we finally have an NLRB that's working. We haven't had an NLRB that actually advocates for this since before Nixon. So whether you think this is a good thing or a bad thing, this is because of the Biden administration's appointments at the NLRB. The NLRB
What-
just was a rubber stamp for corporations for 50 years, and it's finally back to what it used to be prior to Nixon. So
When-
that's like a big deal. Yeah.
My bad. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's one more thing. So that's going to matter in states like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Ohio in the next election, which is why I think it happened. I think politics has a lot to do with this. However, I am ambivalent about unions. Okay, I've seen how unions work in the education place. It's incredibly difficult to fire a bad teacher.
Yes.
You can fire them over malfeasance or like if they do something unethical, but you can't fire them for low performance, which drives me crazy. We can't even negotiate with the teachers unions a way of paying high performing teachers more than low performing teachers. Let's just having a pay differential, having your best. And we know that this is the case with police unions. I know people in corporations too who have been told specifically by union reps to stop being so efficient because they're working twice as fast as everybody else around them, and it's making everybody else look bad, and it's causing people to lose their jobs, and we want to have more people on a given task and stuff like that. So we do know that unions like have that effect. So when it comes to advocating for worker safety and worker pay and keeping wages at a livable level, unions are great. They do fantastic things. When it comes to worker accountability, I think unions are counterproductive. So I do have mixed feelings about that.
Yeah, one thing
Well,
we
protecting
should.
low
One thing
performers
that's
is what Gambit wants, right?
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
No, that's not what
You
he
said unions were necessary to protect low performance. That's why we were
You did say
losing our
that.
shit.
Yeah. No.
Right,
Yes.
which is you're saying we need them because shitty
No,
employees
no.
need to be
No,
protected.
no. I'm saying
he's
why
saying
they
the other
have
way.
to exist in our market. I'm not saying I agree.
Yeah,
with it.
he's saying the opposite of that.
He's
like-
saying the opposite.
Describing a thing.
I understand that you're vibing that's what you mean, but you literally said the opposite of what you believe, and we
Well,
were
he's-
both laughing our asses off because it was funny when you said
No,
it.
you just have poor
Yeah,
comprehension skills.
understood
And
what
you're
he
blaming
said.
me
You're right.
for
You're
it.
right. Blacktoid and I both have poor understanding of the English.
Oh, I mean,
language.
If
I
that's
you,
absolutely
that is a
understood what he
genius.
said.
He
Got
just
it.
said it. He just said it in an ambivalent way.
I love this. But no, but the thing is, Iko, when we say that these things are successful because of the growing numbers, if you tell a whole bunch of low performing, unmotivated people, if you don't go to work, we can get you more money, what would we expect? Right? Of course, it's going to be wildly popular to sit on your ass and not go to work and get more money for it, right? So, like the concept of this being successful, I would challenge. I would say that yes, it's working as intended, which is its protection of low performers, which is what I said in the intro, which some people have back.
But I would say that it's
We
that
said
has to
bad
do-
communication. Like you dog. Can you just
Well,
for a moment when you
Everybody
say
else
silly things,
understood it except you.
except we
Everybody
both
else understood
it, dog. It was just funny.
Everybody
Okay,
else understood it though. The way that I intended and the way that I said it.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine having to date GSU Gambit? Like, could you imagine
Great social skills playing out here.
like
As,
You know what I'm
as me and
saying?
none of you can. For sure.
no,
as me
it
and
would
none
be
of
it
you
would be
can.
it would be
Yeah.
so
I'd be gay.
wild the amount of shit he'd be trying
But-
to gaslight you.
But GSU, he's insisted on imagining it. So you,
Okay.
This is
okay.
wild.
So
But can I just say that it's it really has to do with the way that management is negotiating these things, because unions will give on some things in order to get other things. And so unions, management ought to be focusing on being able to maintain like their standards of performance. And so if they're willing to give up some pay and give up some like safety concessions so that they can but then also be able to keep, like, for instance, with UPS, like they had this like you have to deliver like a certain number of packages at a certain number of times. At some point it becomes a safety issue, right? Because they have to basically break the law in terms of how fast they're going in order to get to the doors from time to time to time. That gets negotiated into the contract, right? But if you're negotiating it so low that they can like take a nap in the middle of their run, like that's a problem too. So it's really up to
or is it
management to negotiate it to the point where it's at that middle where things are safe.
Well, this is the problem.
No.
Unions
So this
need
is
people.
no.
Unions need. Well, I'll let you go.
Oh,
And then
okay.
I'll go. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the problem is that what you actually highlighted is a problem caused by the union's existence in the first place. Because when the union doesn't exist, right, what you're able to do is you're able to have a relationship with managers that know what the shitty employees are and know what the good working employees are. But then the unions come in and they demand that the way that you hire and fire people be turned into a bureaucracy. Everything has to be like this many parcels per hour, or it has to be like this many miles driven per this. It has to be this amount. And the reason is because now everything has to be measured in this objective way so that you can prove with paperwork over and over and over again a reason to fire somebody. So like I agree with you, this concept that the union. No, it's not, because some people are just like, some people are good employees and some people are bad employees, and they don't necessarily, it's not necessarily you're able to capture that perfectly with like this piles and piles of paperwork. Like some people come into the office and they're just a joy to be around. Everybody likes them. They're really friendly. And if they're 5% less performing than everybody else around them, but they make everybody else have a better day, that's a really good employee. Despite the fact that they're 5% less effective at their job, they make everybody around them 10% better.
But it's
the union that creates the bureaucracy that forces this bullshit parcels per minute thing in the first place.
Yeah, I have a neighbor who does a lot of this delivery stuff, but on the non-union side, because it's the one where it's like the Uber of like delivering packages.
It's like DHS,
or whatever, Amazon and stuff like that. And they deliver packages like in their car, the way you would like, do Uber Eats or something like that. All of that's not unionized, right? But those very metrics that you're complaining about are the metrics by which they can keep their job or they can lose their contract. And there's really nothing they can do about it. And
because the unions affect the game.
Because they're not unionized. And then they can also the number of parcels that they have to do in a given hour is insane. I mean, these people are absolutely stressed out. It's the same thing that's happened in the Amazon warehouses before unionization. The number of parcels that have to be done like on a per unit basis. People are like had to wear Depends to work so they wouldn't take bathroom breaks. But it's the only way they can get the number of like packages.
But this was already addressed. This was already addressed by Fabian earlier in terms of if you're willing to do that work, it means and then you striking means that they can still replace you, then you just in a shitty position of you're low skilled labor and you can't really get into a better position. The market has solved you out. You're not in a position to negotiate.
But this is the beauty of 2023. There's a labor shortage. You can't be easily replaced.
Right. So you should strike.
It becomes a big yes, absolutely, and that's what they did, and that's why.
And what we need to do is abolish the National Labor Review.
So what we're already finding is a difference in principles, because like Dream thinks he's agreeing with Aiko there, right? That they're having common ground here. There's definitely not.
Let's go. I don't know how you got that idea.
Let's go.
I have no idea where you got that idea.
Lactoid.
I was gonna finish. No, go ahead.
Yeah, Lactoid.
I didn't get to finish, but
I was agreeing with Fabian. That's not.
I heard you. No, I heard you there. I knew you were. Sorry.
Mine's a pretty general point. So I had a conversation with being a former leftist. I knew a lot of, or I guess I still know a lot of labor organizers. Right. I actually briefly worked for a union a while ago.
Yeah.
And so. When I had a conversation with one
Communist
of them,
fist out of here, you piece of shit. Don't fucking do that. That's a horrible, evil thing to do on camera.
It was a different time. It was a different time.
No, Cal Rich just made the communist fist, right? Like you're showing solidarity with murderous ideology. What if I came on here and did Nazi salutes every time?
Oh my God!
How do you do that?
Please no. Don't figure that out.
Solidarity with.
Figure that out on someone else's channel. Thank you.
It's okay. Let's
go.
Know.
Lactoid.
Okay. See, so an ideology that's murdered far less people and ruined far less lives. You don't want that on your stream.
Thank you. I don't care. Let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, just stop.
He's right, though. That's what's hilarious.
Genocidal maniac.
Oh my God! Why let your libertarian friend Lactoid show me up, right? With this big libertarian brain. So go ahead, crush my socialist ideology.
Senator who was most recently caught doing this on January 6th.
Yeah.
So as a reformed leftist, somebody who did stop supporting genocidal communism, so I had a conversation with an organizer who, and I brought up the question of police unions, and he said it was really tough for him because he didn't like police unions, but he fundamentally believed in people's rights to organize, labor to organize and form a union and negotiate for pay and all that stuff, and specifically to protect workers. And it kind of dawned on me that the whole reason why he had a problem with police unions compared to other unions was actually nothing to do with fundamentally like the union structure, right? The union structure of a police department is roughly going to be the same as it's going to be in most unions, right? There's some restrictions, right? But generally speaking, that's how it works. And the reason why people have a issue with police unions is because the negative effects of a low performing employee are very visible because they can result in somebody being killed, right? And then we see that and we're like, oh, fuck, like we don't want these poor performing employees killing people. And the unions are protecting them because unions do protect poor performing employees. And so like that's fucked up. But I think the question you have to come to next is, okay, well, if we can see it happening with the police union and we know it's fucked up there, like maybe it doesn't result in people dying. But what about all the incremental losses of like productivity or losses of quality of product or just losses of everything that come with all like every union that's operating, right? Like how many how many poor performing employees
kids don't get an education.
Exactly, right? Which is again less visible. We can it's not somebody being shot on TV. It's a kid who can't read so well, right? And so like there's so many different ways that this could overall negatively affect people by allowing people who shouldn't be in the job, like poorly performing employees, from not being in that job. And I almost wonder if we look at the pay gains. Oh yeah, the average pay of a unionized employee is higher than that of a non-union employee. I almost wonder like how much that has to do with, well, you have these poor performing employees that would be paid shit or fired, and they're getting pay raises too. So they're factoring into that calculation because everyone, I mean, there definitely seems to be an issue with high performing employees being able to succeed in a union because it's always based on fucking seniority. Doesn't matter how good you are. It just matters how long you've been there.
I want to say that real quick because when I had that negotiation conversation with my HR rep today, they gave me the reasoning why they have the rules in the union today. They said that they implemented the rules where you have to reapply for a different position that's higher up that's available by the government for yourself, and then it has to be individually administered and assessed for its own merit, because previously you would just have employees who have good relationship with the managers, and the manager would just promote the employees that they have good relationship with. So this way it's more equitable, and you have people who have the promotion absolutely deserve it versus just having a good relationship with a manager and getting promoted. So what do you say to that?
Yeah, we want positions to be posted publicly so that everyone can apply for sure. But I don't think you need unions to do that, right? I've worked for several companies that have that same exact thing. I think that even if you want to, like, I was going to go into a different tangent, but yes, we want positions to be publicly available and everybody to know that they can apply for it. Most positions that I've worked in have worked under that, and no job I've ever worked at has been unionized. So I don't think maybe unions brought that to some individual companies, but that idea exists inside of places that don't have unions. But I think people think it's harsh when I say like most people are low performing. One question I would ask: has anyone here given interviews in the jobs that you've held?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I just want to clarify.
Yes.
As in, like, you are the person doing the interviewing?
You are the interviewer. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
And I think after you, like, I've given interviews in any job I've held for like the last like almost decade. And once you've done that, you can see that most applicants are absolutely terrible. It's very hard to find good employees that you feel good about hiring. And as you play this game over time, you start to see more, well, also working with people, but two, the people that are applying for these jobs. And you have to think through one thing that I do, and we're not even unionized. Like, I've never been in a unionized place, but I'm like, I have to protect myself with the interview process from hiring people that are low performing. And imagine a situation where you can't even let go of low performers. And that's where a lot of these companies are. So, and the big thing about unions is it's only good at scale, right? They need a lot of membership. So they're gonna have to bend to the like demand and will of low performers in order to be viable in the marketplace regardless. And that's why they cater towards low performers, is because that's the only way they can make sense. Any high performer is going to advocate for themselves and they don't need the union. So that leaves them to be beholden to low performers. And that's why I think unions are beholden to them, because they're the market
incentive,
for
yeah.
The
Yeah.
incentive is to be a low performer, and it's also a dependency. It's a codependency
so
where
I'm moving past
Yep,
this.
Prime.
So I gotta because because right now it's a jerk off session. Like unfortunately, like I had asked more pro union people to
Finally.
come on. I know, right? Yeah. I had more, but they either didn't respond or they responded late after all the rest of you already said.
Because they're poor
yes.
performers.
They're
This
poor,
is literally
they're poor performers.
because they're probably unionized, right? That's why they didn't respond to you on time.
Whoa.
Yes.
I said I'm pro-union and I show up on time.
You
all
were
the time.
ambivalent. You said you were ambivalent.
I said I lean towards pro-union, but I understand.
No, but
I am the most
so
pro
Prime,
union person here.
Prime, I want you to answer the question though. Hold on, wait, Prime. You understand that unions can only work at scale. They don't have negotiating power if they have a very small subset of the company's employees. You know that most employees are not great employees. That means that the thing that you're advocating for has to bend to the will of lower performing employees to be tenable. Do you disagree with that?
I don't accept that most employees are bad employees. I don't know why I have to accept that.
What about suboptimal?
If
Most
I can
employees
start,
are
if I can
suboptimal.
start-
Yes.
If I can start making my pro-union arguments,
Okay.
I can maybe chalk that up to like poor managers, as in like if you as a manager can't get your employees to perform, maybe that's
Which is
just
still
on
an
you.
employee.
Yeah, sure, but then
That's
I
an
can, I can,
anathema to Gambit.
I can bring it all the way up to the CEO. Like if you have poor performers,
Blaming the job creators.
You
Jesus
can bring
Christ,
it all the
Corey.
way up to your union rep too, and believe me, a lot of union reps don't want poor performers in their area. I know I just made an argument about how hard it is to fire a teacher, but at the same time, if that teacher starts to create big performance problems for the department or for the school, you can advocate with your union rep to make that happen. And also,
Until it's the majority of
Wait,
companies
kinda
need
made-
to be able to negotiate these things with their unions, and often they're more concerned with chimping out on like safety stuff or having lower pay than they are in some of these other things. And what they should probably be doing is focusing more on the accountability aspect and giving more on the pay aspect, which, by the way, will allow them to compete with those other non-union companies, because they'll start to bring over some of those employees, which is why you're seeing non-union companies raising their rates of pay too, because they're having to compete with these union shops. So their effect is being felt outside of the union. And I just want to say, I'm probably more authentically pro-union than Corey, because I did not show up on the panel on time.
Ah, there you go.
Makes
Also,
sense.
GSU, didn't you make an argument that was essentially
That's a
like
good.
kind
That's
of
a good one.
didn't you make an argument kind of against the idea that most workers are bad workers, because you were saying that of the people that you've seen to interview, you rejected most of them because they weren't qualified. And so wouldn't you say that the people that you would believe are bad workers are the ones that get rejected and don't get the jobs?
Oh no, because these people are usually in employed positions, but also there's also I've had times in my career where you just needed someone more than you needed someone that was good, so you're forced into making hires that you don't want to make, and those people are also employed.
I
So
see.
it's a very complicated web, but I would say most employees are bad for sure. I think most people would that do interviews for decades. I think most people would say, yeah, for sure. Once
there was
you
a pro-
master
there was a-
your area, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. No, there was a pro union point that. Do you want to Dream, you made that I want to address. Because and I want to address kind of all of these in one kind of like in one way. Which is, you said, nepotism is kind of taken out by the union process, right? Someone's cousin or friend doesn't get a job just because they have like this network kind of like special relationship with a hiring manager. Instead, the job is posted publicly, and and it's something that is based off of seniority or time in. And while that might not be the best, most meritocratic position, it is conceivably better than just hiring somebody because they're your cousin. And I do believe that that is true. That is a kind of a thing that you could chalk up to being a positive about unions. The problem that I have with that, and kind of all of these situations, is we're talking, when you talk about unions that are protected by the state. So I'm not talking about unions where a National Labor Review Board doesn't exist, right? Where you can fire people when they're on strike simply because they're on strike. Go, you don't show up to work, fuck you, you're fired, right? When you can do that, that's a market mechanism. But when there are government officials that say, you fire these people, we're going to sue you, right? Now you are using the authority of the government to give power to organizations that, since Boss Tweed, have been corrupt and infiltrated by leftist organizations and, been a money laundering scheme for the left for generations. You're empowering those people to try and forcibly engage in, force companies in the market towards certain things. And what I would actually say is that this is dangerous. This actually lowers safety. This lowers the things that we want that are a positive thing, because there's this misnomer of causation equals correlation that you hear all the time in so many aspects. But you see it when people justify the actions of unions, is that unions exist, and then they go to fight with the people, and then wages increase, and they go, oh, well, without the unions, this wouldn't have happened. And it's like, and then look, these other companies responded. It's like, well, yeah, but the unions are a part of it and backed by the state and the entire thing. So what you actually need to do is you need to look at it praxeologically. And by looking at it praxeologically and looking at the human behavior, it's an Austrian economics term, human action, theory of human action, and understanding things from an axiomatic position as opposed to looking at empiricism after the fact and correlations. And so when you look at it, I feel like I cleared it up pretty well.
Yeah, he explained it well.
When you look at it, when you look at it praxeologically, you understand that the incentive structure is poor, right? In a market, company A is abusing their employees. Company B is in competition with company A. If company A is abusing their employees, that means that they're not that they are able to take the high performers from company A and poach them over to company B by offering them more. But when company A and company B are unionized and firing people is a bureaucratic process that is a nightmare, what you end up with is an entire industry full of shitty, inefficient employees. And it's no wonder other countries are out competing our auto working manufacturing. And it's not just cost disease socialism, but it's also this union issue that we have.
So how do you prevent monopolies then in your world?
One second. Gibbs wants to jump in, and then I want to like engage with this because I have a limited amount of time.
So yeah, I also want to say that we talked about a lot about nepotism within companies and whatnot, but unions are also nepotistic. I mean, I don't know if you look at this. A lot of times, these unions are infiltrated by, like, like I said earlier, organized crime, or other examples. Like even with like seniority, they protect the lower informed people and they bring people in. They don't even protect the actual workers for their class, because oftentimes, say a group goes on strike, right? And like we'll use the writers' strike for example, right? The writers' strike came out, and a lot of people thought these people were already getting paid too much because they've been putting out junk and nobody wants to watch it. And they're over here arguing for better pay, and it's terrible stuff to watch. Nobody wants to watch it. But then you see people like, I'm going to use the WWE, right? Because they're all over the news right now. Apparently, their storyline's way better, right? So they're not a unionized group, and their people are getting paid well enough, and they're doing well, and they're performing. And so whenever these people try to cross these picket lines, the unions will call them what? What do they call them? Scabs. They come after them. So unions don't actually even care about the actual workers. Unions only care about their little group, their little nepotistic group that they've forced people in in through either coercion, or they forced them in because we have the union. You can't be an outsider in the union. We're going to put these rules down. The company has to follow them, even if you're not a part of the union. So all these malicious, like nefarious tactics that they're using to stifle good business and individual businesses. That's what they're doing. They're putting them in there and they're stopping people from performing in general, and they only care about their people, and that's even worse.
Yeah, but that's not nepotism. To be clear, let's just be clear.
Yes, that's absolutely is.
That was like just. It's like that's not it, right? But I see what you get. No, I get the spirit what you're saying, but it's like literally not nepotism. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, all right. So I think I'm the most pro-union person here, and so
more than Corey, more than Aiko.
More than
obviously.
So lots of things. All right. And this is going to be a little tough because let's be bouncing back and forth to lots of things that were previously said at different points in time. So hopefully try to follow me. So I think it was Scott who, or maybe someone else who talked about what labor is worth. And I think this came from Lactoid. That it's not organic because I put in the topic question whether it's or an organic raise, right? But if the employers were willing to pay to keep that work, then apparently that must have been what it's worth, right? That they had the contract negotiations, and now they're willing to pay this amount of money for their and this is any union negotiation, right? Like if there is an increase there, they realize that is or increase in benefits, that is exactly what that labor is worth, and so they paid that.
Well, no. So that's the reason why that's immediately wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why that's wrong is because so if there wasn't the threat of legal action for firing them, then obviously they would pay them more to bring them back because they were that valuable. But what happens is you could have a bunch of shit employees go on strike and you can't fire them. Like if you fire them during a strike, you are going to get sued. You've broken the law. The NLRB will come after you. You are fucked, right? You can't do that. So you have to basically you can have scabs, but those scabs have to be temporary positions. You have to advertise their temporary positions. You basically have to, people aren't going to come for a career, right? Which is the kind of people that you would want to replace the shit employees because you can't fire them. You can't.
I mean,
so once again, hold on, no, sorry, I got a lot to get through here.
I mean, just for the record, though, nepotism is favoritism as appointed to a job based on kinship, a union kinship.
Here, I'm literally going to address you later on, so calm down, please. Thank you.
To Star Wars, you got to give him a break.
I just had to get that. I had to get the actual definition in there real quick.
Kinship means family here, Gibbs. Come on.
Kinship can be any group,
no,
tribe, whatever tribe.
Star Wars tribe. Oh, you're into Star Wars? Get this job.
So
yeah, exactly.
I'm quiet. I don't know what to tell you.
I know.
I'm chilling. I'm waiting.
I'm
waiting.
I disagree with this idea that that they must be shit employees. That the and this is, I think this is a point more GSU had made, that you're getting paid just to sit on your ass when you're where you are denying yourself wages, and whether there is some sort of provision to make that up, probably not, because you didn't do any work during that time. So you are denying yourself wages in the hope that maybe you can get better wages. This is this doesn't say anything about a worker's ability to produce, to be useful to the organization or anything. It's simply saying that they are striking for better conditions. Can
I agree with you for a moment and clarify?
Okay.
So you're 100% correct. Like people saying oh, these are shit. Like I think there's a miscommunication occurring here, right? And what I think the actual thing is that people aren't effectively communicating the difference between individuals and institutions and the incentives of the institutions. So I absolutely agree with you that most of those workers aren't just shit workers, right? That's by what metric is that? If they're an average employee, then they're average. They're not shit, right? Are they below average slightly? Like, I guess you could call that shit, but like if they're barely below average, they're probably just they're hovering around average anyways, right? I think the more important thing and the more important discussion that maybe that loaded term that's kind of insulting to workers and people, right? Is that the incentive structure of a market system is to allow the best employees to rise to management and to allow a more efficient thing and to allow the worst workers, which are a small portion, to be able to easily be gotten rid of because they hold everyone back, especially when you talk about like marginal utility. And because marginal utility is super important to this conversation if you're going to look at this economically. And if you ignore marginality, then like you're no longer having a conversation about the importance of overall pay and averages and things like that.
Yeah.
And so like I agree, right? But I think what we're saying is that the institution of unions and versus the market has different incentives that are very bad, that make the average employee worse than they would be at a business.
Okay. So to build bridges here, I think I would agree that having a union changes incentives and disincentives, right? It changes how people react, how they interact with their employers. Now, I think there are good ways in which that happens and awful ways. I think what our friend Aiko had brought up previously, we've had this conversation before, and he brings up the teachers often, and I think it's perfectly fair to say that it makes it difficult to get rid of like really bad teachers, low performing teachers. And I like what I said previously, talking about how like even though like bullets aren't flying, like the cost can be disastrous when low performing workers are kept around. 100%. And I think there are ways to maybe mitigate these things. And just to be clear, I think cop unions specifically should have a much fewer rights. I think they should be able to protect themselves within their working environment.
I agree that public and private sector unions are two totally different things. I think public sector unions should be abolished. Like whereas I'm totally cool with private unions existing so long as there's no threat.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying that specifically for cops are a special exception because they have guns. And the way they operate in terms of like politics, their place in our society, that they need to be protected strictly within their workplace. Like for instance, if like a manager is harassing another employee, they need to have some sort of recourse there, but not much else. Okay.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that the two are substantially different. Public and private sector unions are definitely
they're
conversations.
I think they are
police
different.
are substantially different too than other public sector unions. Just to give you an example, I had a friend of mine who was an officer who we were having a back and forth discussion, and he was talking about like, why is it okay to like shoot somebody based on certain suspicions? And he said, well, if I observe this behavior, this level of aggression, if I see that they have a gun or whatever, I can shoot. And I said, oh, okay. So if somebody sees an officer and they observe all three of those things, it's okay to shoot. And he said, no, because we have a responsibility to assume the best of somebody who's in a uniform, and we don't have that responsibility. Yes, that was his example. And he said we had a legal responsibility to make that assumption. And so
fucking oath breakers.
We can't have the same standards for one for so if that's true, and to some degree it is true that like you're supposed to have a certain level of deference to a police officer. If that's true, then there needs to be something to counteract that, right? And
God made that commandment, but fuck that God.
Having stronger or having super strong union protections might be counteractive to balancing out like that level of asymmetrical power that they have.
Exactly, and I think it's again there's incentives and disincentives, and there's a balance to everything, right? Like my concern is evening the playing field between laborers and employers. That's always my goal. And if there was if I felt there was a more effective way of doing that, right, then I I'm not like married to the idea of a union. It's just
So you agree people should advocate for themselves? Since
no,
they
I don't
have-
agree with that because that's not the most effective way of doing that. If I thought it was, then I 100% would be with you. But
Why isn't it?
I don't see. Let's let me work this way down this list, and I can address all that. So there's already an adversarial relationship between employers and employees. I think this was to Gibbs. I should have put your names down next to these points. I do apologize. But there's already an adversarial relationship between employers and employees from the start. Like employers want to pay the least that they can for the labor, and employees want to get paid the most. Employees may want. No, I'm just gonna leave it there. But there's a like their interests don't necessarily align, right? Especially if you aren't super invested in the mission of the organization, interests may not align. So, but the employer simply has more power, negotiating power within that relationship. And employees, they need money. They need money to live. And so if you can hold that over their heads, that's a problem. When you have or not a problem, it's just that like it just gives you,
So you want
a better
UBI?
position. And like employers can do things like deny benefits, deny life-saving benefits. Like if you're on an awful American private health insurance plan, right, through your employment, and they start either changing those plans or denying those plans, or anything like that, that can have disastrous outcomes. Like the employee can't do anything as that has such a detrimental effect back to the employer, other than
They're
like
forced
straight
to
up
work there?
sabotage, right? Sorry, what?
They're forced to work there, or they can't leave.
Uh,
They have
if,
guaranteed contracts or something.
if you don't have, oh my god, sorry, let me try. I'm gonna
Knows
write
how to
it
trigger
down.
you.
I'm gonna write
No,
it
but
down.
it's a serious. It is a serious question, though.
I'm writing. I'm writing it down. Are they forced to work there? Okay. All right. The issue. Okay. Next thing. I'm trying to get through this as fast as possible, so I do apologize. When we talk about workplaces that have this imbalance, right? And like when we're thinking of high performing employees, and I'm curious if you guys would believe this. I'm thinking of the I don't know what they're called, but like the CGI artists, right? That work for Marvel, and Disney, right? I think all of you guys are aware of this. That like Marvel treats a company which I generally like, treats its workers shit. The ones who do all their CGI effects, those are shit. Now, they have done amazing work for Marvel in the past, but they have awful conditions, like directors who don't understand like the process, like get involved, like make unreasonable demands and then change those demands, and those people have to like readjust throughout the work that they've done and redo it, not be able to get more money for that work on extreme, ridiculously tight deadlines that have detrimental effects for their health and their work family life. What? Sorry?
Can you help me understand all of those things you've listed, why they wouldn't be able to negotiate for better terms on their own?
Because there's others who will just work for less, right? Like they keep undercutting each other. These different.
And what's wrong with that? If somebody's willing to work for that position willfully, and meaning they're not being abused, what's wrong with that?
No. That doesn't mean they're not being abused. That's different. If you're trying to
abuse is unwanted, no?
Oh my god.
That's a hard. That's
Is abuse unwanted? To argue against immigration? What's happening? What's going on?
It's against consent. It's not against immigration. Prime Cause is
no.
anti-consent.
I was joking. No, I was joking because he was saying there's always somebody replacing work for less.
I've got notes. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting patiently so Prime can actually get through his shit.
Sure.
Yeah,
I do appreciate that.
I got things to say.
Okay, no problem. But anyway, so I think these people are not low performing. They're even highly skilled, right? Not just any bum off the street can do the work that they're doing, but they're reporting awful conditions there, and some of them are trying to unionize now, right? So there's that. I'd like to interact with you guys on that later on. Oh yeah, this is the thing our friend Gibbs kept bringing up: organized crime. Yes, indeed. Unions, especially like certain, not all unions, to be very clear, right? But like some unions, like construction unions, have been infiltrated by organized crime in the past. But like the reason why is because corporations were using organized crime against them in the first place. Right? They will hire thugs to beat up their workers who were trying to strike or trying to advocate for themselves. They would like beat the crap out of them. So they hired their own thugs to fight back at them. So that's one thing. Let's put that out there.
Wait, what? Was that metaphorical?
No,
that was literal. I
would,
think, which I don't know why that's a good thing.
They would act. No, I mean like they were. This is a thing in history. And moving on, I'm almost done. And our friend Admiral Gibbs brings up the WWE as an example of like a good employer-employee relationship. Literally the opposite of that. Literally the opposite of that. They lack health care, right? They lack ability to control their own schedules, and they work extremely hard schedules. When it comes to safety, I don't know, whatever Ed McMahon wants to provide, right? And a push for performance that encourages people, they don't say so, of course, but encourages people to use steroids. Like the WWE is one of the worst examples to use. I don't know why you decided to use that one. But then, and finally, are they forced to work there? If you are tied with American awful private health care, and you need that for you either yourself or a friend, right? If you can't find benefits like that somewhere else, then yeah, or actually to keep your life to stay alive, you actually might be forced to work there. You can't go other places, or if your skill set is not so easily transferable for whatever reason, that's a problem. Or if the economy is tight and you just can't find another job, then yeah, you actually might be forced to work there. There's all kinds of reasons. All right, now I've said a bunch. Everyone can respond to me.
So to your first thing you said with the adversarial salaries, I want to address that first, just real quick before we move anywhere else. I think that's totally bogus. Like I'm going to give you an example. I steal people from car dealerships all the time to come work for my car companies. If I find out they're a good salesman, I come in there and I pay them more. Like they can come in here, and then if I want to keep them, guess what? We pay them more. Because why? Because they're performers. They're high performers, right? So like the idea that companies are going to come in with this idea that we're going to pay them the least we can. No, I would rather pay people worth a little more than they are so they perform better and want to continue working and making the company more so that I can pay them more. That's the logic there. That's how most companies are thinking. They're not thinking, hey, we can pay our pennies on the dollar. I know you bring up the Marvel thing, but like Marvel, for example, like the quality of the work has suffered just dramatically. We can look at the beginning of the Marvel universe and to like now, it's suffered dramatically. Like, right?
Why do you think that's the case?
I mean, I'll tell you why. Because people are just so cushy in their union jobs, they think they can put out any
don't have unions now. They're not unionized now.
Writers. Look at the writers.
Now.
All the writers.
No.
Talking about the writers. You're talking about the
writers. I'm talking about the writers.
No, but I'm not. Don't bring up the writers. Don't bring up the writers.
Why not?
That's literally because hold on. Don't distract from the conversation. Concentrate on the CGI, right? The CGI.
He doesn't have to, Brian. He doesn't have to.
Oh my God! Please stop.
Drastically. Look at the plots. Look at the plots.
That doesn't even make. Especially bringing up a creative.
I mean, and then you brought up the WWE. The average wrestler makes over $100K.
All right, that doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Bringing up the writers the plots aren't good now when that doesn't even.
That's terrible.
The plots don't come from the bottom. Hold on, you don't even know how Marvel works.
Who writes the story? Who writes the story?
Gibbs.
Is it the writers?
Gibbs.
Not the writers.
How does Marvel work? How?
They hire writers.
No. Shut up. Hold on. Shut up, Gibbs. Hold on. Let's do this. Since you want to do this, this is really a fucking stupid ass point. No, let's do this. What is the plot? Who sets the plot lines in Marvel?
Oh yeah, the management plus the writers.
Oh, management does that. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Management
But the writers,
sets
the writers
the
are
arts.
paid.
Management plans
The writers are
arts.
paid.
And then hey, what do the writers do then after the management has set the arts, has set the bench points that need to be done in each and every movie? What do the writers do afterward?
They have to write the story that makes these points link. And if they're too unskilled at their job, maybe they shouldn't be getting paid so much.
Okay.
Like that's
right.
they've done that for every movie ever.
I don't get why you don't. He's saying that the Writers Guild, which is unions, are suffering from low performers. That's,
and this was
you can disagree with that point. It's coherent.
Okay.
This is like how they've set
That's
down
fine.
for Marvel
No, don't
forever.
worry. No, you won. No,
I'm just
brilliant.
saying.
No, brilliant work. You won. Okay, so let's move on to
I
Scott.
think I won.
Thank you.
I mean, all right. So I do want to talk about this adversarial relationship that I mentioned, and you said it's not an You said it is an adversarial relationship already. That the employer is an adversary to the employee. And you said that it is in the reasoning you gave, and you said the reason that is an adversarial relationship is that the employee is dependent upon the employer for healthcare, for their wages, to pay their bills, etc. Right? And that this means that it is an adversarial relationship. So first, I would ask you, before I go down this logic tree, do you think that's wrong? Do you think it's wrong or morally wrong that this relationship exists in such a way that the employer has the capacity to cut someone off from their wages because they don't like them anymore, or because they just don't think they're performing enough? Like, would it be wrong if I was just like, you know what, fuck that guy, I don't like him anymore, it gets on my nerves?
I don't think it's less necessarily morally wrong. I think it's more aligned to screw with their healthcare benefits. But like because we've literally seen that in the past and given an example of that. But
wait, they should be forced to keep paying them healthcare if they don't like them?
No, I'm saying specifically like these employees that you're keeping, but as a negotiating tactic, you are screwing around with their healthcare. So, but
if I don't like you, let's say I don't like you.
But yeah, I'll focus on the wages.
Okay, let's just focus on the wages, right? Let's say I give you, I give you a salary that's like, or I pay you $20 an hour, and I just think you suck at your job, and I come up to you and I go, you know what, we're going to pay you $17 an hour now. You suck at your job. Would that be wrong?
I wouldn't say it's morally wrong. I'm not like looking. Like, I'm not.
So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand where you're deriving adversarial power from. Where you're saying that these two are fighting. That there's something like, but you don't seem to think that there's anything wrong with it. So you think that they're enemies, but there's nothing wrong with it.
You asked me if it's morally wrong, right? And I'm not like making this a moral answer. Yeah, sure, no problem. I don't think there's like I don't think these contract negotiations necessarily have to be moral. They're just a more amoral thing. It's something you do for the most part.
Okay.
Right?
So it's an amoral part of the market, and what you're saying is that they're enemies of each other in some capacity.
Yeah, I'm saying that their interests don't necessarily align, and that creates an adversarial relationship.
But you recognize that both parties are consenting to be in this relationship, right? I work for you. I don't know what the whole deal with the whole company is. I work for you. You pay me this amount of money, right? And then that we do a supply and demand equation. We consent to this relationship. So what about that is adversarial?
I would say that you're correct. There is consent involved, but there are levels to consent. You already knew I was going to say this, of course, right? Our friend GSU, who is here, I think he being on like near the top of like of labor, right, and performance and all the good things. My friend Gab is actually quite accomplished. I think he has like the most consent, right? Like people like him have the most consent in these relationships, but people who are either less skilled, right, or industries that are called unskilled.
Hold on.
I think you're using consent wrong. No, it's leverage.
You're saying that someone
the
can
word
have
you're
partial
looking for is
consent?
the word you're looking for is leverage, Prime. You have more leverage to negotiate for what you want, but you still consent at the end of the day.
I'm legitimately trying to nail down what the hell Prime is talking about.
Sure.
Trying to give you.
He meant to say leverage, not consent. That's the
no.
thing.
Well, no. I mean, leverage is part of it, but like I think no. Like okay, so I know this is a distraction.
Gambit has the most leverage.
Yes, but leverage is plays a role in consent. So like if we're talking about in terms of sexual activities, right? A person can consent to sex, right? But do so reluctantly, right? They definitely consented. They're doing
still 100%
right?
consent.
Yeah, because there's levels to it. Yeah, levels to the consent, right? Great.
Well, give me an example of 50% consent.
Oh, please, come on, dude. Like seriously, I don't know what you're doing.
I seriously want to know.
I hold on. The whole
Here's my problem. Here, let me stop being disingenuous in like masking it, so I can tell you the problem I see.
Okay,
is that I don't see a fundamental difference in the way that you have said this is an adversarial relationship and painted it in a negative light than a man that marries a woman who does not work. Because the woman who is now the wife of that man is in a consenting relationship where she depends upon him for food, for her allowance, for her pay, and that relationship is based upon hopefully love, but it could simply be based upon a mutual consenting relationship where you do things for me and I do things for you. And so when you can't differentiate those things, it sounds to me like you're saying all marriage where women don't make the exact same amount of money as men is a power dynamic that is adversarial no matter what, and that women should actually have union representation to ensure that their husbands are giving them enough of an allowance, and that this is morally better, or that this is better economically in some capacity for all of the women. And that sounds crazy to me. And so I'm trying to get like, what the fuck do you mean by adversarial? Or is that just a throwaway word that you don't actually have any foundation behind?
I don't feel that's a throwaway word, but like it feels like more charged to you than it is to me. Like what Gambit was saying with that other term, right? Like you were saying weird. Yeah, you were saying in my head that's not charged. I'm just saying that their interests don't align. And my goal is to even the playing field, right? Like that makes society better when we even out that playing field. So like adversarial doesn't mean that like if Scott hires me that he is my enemy, right? And I go in to do battle with them. I just understand that our interests don't align, and but he, being the employer, has more power within our negotiations, and so I want to change that.
Their interests align enough.
And then hold on, one more thing. Let me respond to one more thing. Okay. You brought up the marriage situation, right? Yes, a woman can come into that marriage fully consenting to that relationship, right? Where she doesn't work, the man does work. But within the context of that relationship, there are different interactions where the levels of consent change. So, like I was saying, if this person, if they, I have friends, okay, who are
I think there's consent.
Well, sorry, don't worry about that.
I don't understand levels of consent.
Let me finish my point, right? Because I want to like really illustrate this, because I have friends who are undocumented, because I come from an immigrant family, right? I have family members who are undocumented.
You should deport them. I'm joking.
Women, right? Who go into relationships just to get citizenship, right? They consented to that, right? And they may or may not work. They consented to that, right? And the other person works. But if you're reliant on this person for your income, for the house over your head, right, and to stay in the country, right, to not be thrown out, that other person has a lot more power than you. So there are different times where, like, hey man, maybe this person really wants sex and I'm not really feeling it, but I'm going to consent. I'm not being raped. I'm going to consent to the sex, but I don't really feel like it. But that's different levels of consent. Maybe you can use a different word for that. That makes it more comfortable for you. I don't care, but like that's what I mean. But go ahead.
No, I was like, what's wrong with that?
Here's my problem. So
I didn't say anything was wrong with Big Dream.
Well, okay, so why does it make it less
Let me
consensual?
hold on, dude. Listen, let me break this through. Let me break this down, right? Because here's the problem with that: is that I'm okay with it if adversarial doesn't, if your usage of adversarial doesn't mean what my usage of adversarial means. But the problem is that you took contention with me saying that the relationship was made adversarial by the fact that unions come in and change the incentive structures between the relationship of employer and employee. See, when there are no unions and the National Labor Review Board is not involved, right? Then what you have is you have two parties. Now, you may say that one has more power. I still don't understand what that means, because I would say that the employee has just as much power in this relationship as does the employer, because the employee at any point in time can
I don't
go
think
a
I
different
took umbrage with the thing that you thought I took umbrage with, right? I didn't say that.
Well,
part.
let me get through.
Okay,
Let me get through, because you were saying that it was already adversarial.
It was
And I'm saying
already
it was
adversarial,
created.
but I'm saying the
Right.
unions. I can agree
When
with you
I'm
that unions
saying-
might change that dynamic as well.
Right. But when I say that unions make this relationship adversarial, is what I'm saying is without the union, you have two consenting parties that are negotiating for things that they want. You have the employee that wants a job, that wants a certain amount of money, that wants certain benefits, and they're capable of taking their skills and going to multiple different businesses and finding out who's going to give them the best deal or who's willing to hire them. And you have the employer that needs workers, that needs labor, right? Because it requires land, labor, and capital in order to produce things, right? And so there is a supply and demand equation where price is meeting at each individual interaction, where we're determining roughly what someone is worth in the market based upon the competition of employers and employees. When the union comes in and they have state power that says that you have to hire people based upon these metrics, you're now using coercion and the threat of violence, which is exactly what taxing and lawfare and lawsuits against a company is. It is destruction of property that person owns. It's the threat of violence against a company. And it changes the nature of the consenting relationship. The employee has consent and the employer is coerced in this equation. That is what creates the adversarial relationship, is you no longer have two consenting parties. You have one that consents and one that doesn't. That is my problem. And that is why I use the analogy of the wife and the husband. What if you had the government come in and negotiate all of the terms that husbands were allowed to have with all women and tell them what they have to pay women, like what allowance they have to have, and these things like that? Well, it's like, I can be celibate, but if I want a woman and I want to continue my business and I need employees, I guess I'm forced into this coercive relationship.
So I agree with you that the unions change the relationship, and you can say it makes it more
from consenting to non-consenting.
Yeah, sure, okay, fine. If you want to say that, that's okay, whatever. I don't disagree.
I think that's fundamentally wrong. There we go.
Okay,
I think that's fundamentally wrong to remove consent from people's free choice and liberties.
Okay. I mean, all right. I would like to go down this road with you, but like I can just stipulate, if the unions come in and change the relationship, I think the benefits of the union coming in greatly outweigh the detriments.
I don't think a consequential analysis is worth rape. You do. You're against consent.
I mean, I would say that it sounds like
Lactoid, of course we're here. Lactoid, look at us now. We're at the rape part.
Same I think that Prime's kind of saying maybe not that.
10 men are made happy by raping one woman. Fuck it.
Come on.
Hold on.
Scott, I tried to come on, build bridges of your
No, he's right.
I'll build a bridge. I think
he's literally right though.
Violating consent.
Dude, I think
the outcome is better.
Hold on.
You're building a consequential bridge,
Hold on.
and that ultimately isn't going to work.
Can I say something in favor of Scott real quick before you go, Gibbs? I wanted to quickly say, I think you can, like, I do an exercise. We're not going to do it now. But I think you fundamentally can boil down all things wrong into either, like, some degree of rape or some degree of slavery.
Oh, sorry.
Everything that's wrong, you can boil down to one of those two.
Okay, well then I'm gonna go down the Marxist train about what that looks like, right? In between an employer and employee. You already know what I'm gonna say there. You already know what I'm gonna say. So we don't have to do it. We don't have to do it, but we can do it. But well,
I mean, just to help you out real quick though, I was just gonna say I don't know
the one that was advocating
I don't know.
against consent. Like,
just to build a bridge, I would say that it sounded more to me that Kane's argument has been it's more like a prenup than a consent thing. It's more like a prenup. They come in and change the dynamic. That's more of how I've seen how his analogy would be applied. I can see why y'all took it with the consent route, but to me, it sounds more. I mean, even then, I feel like unions are more like a prenup. It's a group. You're coming in with these kind of things. If we're going to compare it to marriage in that degree, so am I, like
Prenup
that's
with the state forcing you to sign
yeah,
it,
maybe with
with
a
the
gun to
threat
your
of
head,
violence against your
yeah,
property.
but yeah, I
That's the
mean,
problem.
that's kind of
It's the
yeah, I
state
kind of
involvement. I'm pro union so long as the NLRB doesn't work. I have no problem. Let's say there are only 50,000 people, or let's say there's only 10,000 people in the US that can do underwater welding, right? Underwater welding is an incredibly specific skill set that requires a lot of talent, a lot of training, a lot of things. It's a highly skilled job, right? And let's say the underwater welders all get together and say, we're not being treated right. There's not enough safety standards. People are dying because there's not enough safety in our equipment and what we're doing, and we demand more. And the companies go, go fuck yourself. And so let's say 80% of underwater welders band together and go, then we all quit until you change. And they take a month off work, and they all get fired, and different people come in, and then all of a sudden, shoddy work is everywhere. Things start breaking. Companies lose millions of dollars, and they go, all right. We'll make things safer for you guys. Please come back. I'm all for that. The problem is when the state comes in and says you're not allowed to fire these people and you're not allowed to hire real replacements, only scabs, and will sue the ever-loving fuck out of you and destroy your business if you don't capitulate to what the union wants in some regard.
I just want other people, because like we are way over time, so I want other people to be able to say things. So
yeah, I'm gonna take a piss. I'm listening.
Sure, no problem. Let's get I go ahead and say anything, then we'll go to Dream. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to in response to that, like I think what's being described here depends on market conditions. And in the current market conditions, because we have such a labor shortage, we have an opportunity for lots of people to go on strike, because the fact is every worker has a skill set that's determined by the training they got when they first got hired, the skills that they get taught and get to practice, and the years that they're there. So, I mean, even if it's like a very bottom level job, like working at an Amazon warehouse, like the rate at which you can box those packages, what if you've worked there for a couple of years, is far higher than somebody new who comes in. And so when Amazon, starts to unionize, so long as there's an NLRB that allows them to unionize, because it's not just that the NLRB decides like whether or not you can fire somebody, it gets to decide whether or not you're allowed to even start a union. And that's one of the things that got changed when the new people came in and 2022. This was around October 2022 when it was finally a majority of Biden appointees in the NLRB. All of a sudden, people started to be able to even be allowed to unionize in the first place. And the big threat of the unionization is that these workers that have been trained up by Amazon, when they leave and the new workers come in, they're not just as, it's not, you don't have to be a skilled underwater welder in order to have a set of skills that's going to be different than the new people walking in the door. And you, at the very least, need to have enough people in there to train up the new people. And there's a bandwidth, right? So if you have 10% of your workforce being new and they're being trained up by everybody else, maybe you can handle that. If it's 30% being new that have to be trained by the rest, that's a lot harder to do. It takes longer to do, and you're going to have a larger failure rate. And so when you unionize, even at the bottom levels where the skill sets are considered relatively low, there's still a skill set there that has to be considered by the company.
Let's go to Dream.
And you just explained why unions can work in a free market and why you don't need the government to use coercion and
in
violence
a time like
against
this
people.
when we have a labor shortage, especially.
Let's go
when
to
labor is more
Dream
valuable
and
than they're
Corey.
getting paid.
But the NLRB can actually say you're not even allowed to have a union, and if it's a corporate,
So let's get rid of
NLRB,
it. So let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it.
So
then.
so let's go to Dream and Corey. Like we're just running out of time, so I just want to.
I'd rather get rid of it than have the corporate owned one for sure.
I wanna agree.
I don't agree.
With,
Go ahead.
I want to say that like I kind of I like the distinction that Scott has made between like public sector unions and private sector unions, and I think like me as a public sector worker and working for the government, that I've seen the gross what's the word I'm looking for, inefficiencies that government employees are. And to me, it just makes so much sense not to have unions in public sectors, so that we can actually have efficient use of funds and reallocate government spending to actually impact the people that need it most, which are the citizens that are like super low income, and not have these funds go so inefficiently put into these government workers. So it's like this would help the people that Prime cares most about to not have unions in public sector jobs, because instead of paying people that do lackluster jobs and 40 hours a week when they're really working 10, but just
You talking
stretching
about
the
the people
10
that
to,
balloon the cost, so we have to all pay more for goods and services?
yeah. So instead
Those
of
are
like
the people that Prime protect.
so what I'm saying is there are funds allocated to specific projects, and then people get upset that well it didn't work, therefore you probably got to spend more money on the project. Chances are it's probably because the people that are assigned to the project are not working as efficiently they possibly could, and the unions are protecting them to not get fired. And if we were to not have unions, you would have the ability to see the inefficiencies as a manager or as the director that's appointed by the mayor and say, listen, you probably shouldn't work here. Let me fire you and put in somebody new, instead of having these 3-year contracts, et cetera, that is defended by the union per standard practice. So as a government worker, I've seen the gross negligence, and I absolutely, there could be way better efficiency that I'm not sure how much, what more of an incentive it could be to incentivize these government workers to work more efficiently than then just the throwing away of these unions where they just get overprotected.
I think it's important. You're almost there. The important thing to understand why these are different is like you like I'm 100% agree with everything you're saying, but what you want to look at incentives. This is the most important thing to look at in institutions. And so the thing is that a public sector union is not negotiating with an employer. A public sector union is negotiating with funds and resources that come from the taxpayer. And so the government official need not make things more efficient or face going out of business. All they need to do is ask Congress.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Brandon,
You
you
cut
cut
off.
out. Scott, you cut
Oh,
out.
why did y'all say something? No, I'm joking.
No, so-
I was just saying,
there
like,
you go.
so the public sector union, when they're negotiating, right? When they're negotiating with the government for taxpayer money, right? So the employer in that relationship need only ask Congress for more money. Okay, there's no threat of going out of business. Whereas a private sector union, they're negotiating with an employer that is ostensibly in some form of competition with other employers. And so if they're really inefficient, right, they go out of business. And so they can't just magically come up with more money. So the teachers, the cops, the post office workers, etc., they're negotiating with tax money that you can always just throw more money at, so long as you're not so over the top that like somebody at a committee gets really mad. Whereas in the private sector, you only have as much money as your business is making, and then your business is out of business. So you got to figure out a solution. This is why public sector unions are so much less efficient.
Let's go to Corey real quick. Like we've already.
Yeah,
I want to go back to this topic because I really there's so much more to say on this thing, but like we're way over time and I don't want to hold people. But Corey, please.
Oh, it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
I'll try to be brief, but this, what Scott spoke about, I think springboards perfectly what I want to bring up. So I'm going to share in the Discord, where I'll give a Canadian perspective from Quebec, where it's like,
yikes.
This is public sector, where it's like, yeah, nurses, like here's where it's like tricky, where yes, nurses are going on strike here. A lot of healthcare workers are going on strike here, but like, there's like conditions on which they can strike, as in not all healthcare workers can go on strike, as in there's like legal restrictions. They have to like still maintain the healthcare infrastructure as they go on strike. But I do think there's value in like what they're doing. I don't think all like public sector unions are bad. I think in this case there are totally inefficiencies in levels of government, but at least in my experience, it's not universal. I've totally had efficient experiences with my government. And they're totally, in my experience, they're efficient aspects of our healthcare. But
There's the guy who uses private healthcare.
I
Ah.
have used, yes, totally.
Should all
I'm
healthcare
transparent
workers
about
be
that.
able to go on strike?
Yeah,
But
because you recognize that public healthcare fucking sucks.
no,
You have enough money to go get good healthcare, so you
literally
pay for it.
98% of my healthcare experience have been in the public sector, and I've been treated well.
Mhm.
And you pay 50%
Except for those
of
times where you
taxes.
wanted something better.
Okay, all right. So, oh, sorry. Do you want to have anything else to say?
No, as in like so I think in the cases of healthcare workers and nurses, and like even in the United States, as far as I could tell, there have been like also nurses, healthcare workers strikes in the United States. So I don't think this is isolated to Canada either. I'll leave it there.
Okay. So I do. Yeah. Well, we're about to end any which way. I don't know what this is.
Wait. One last thing I want to say. Please.
Sorry. Aiko, what is it? Just tell me what it is.
It's just Ron Paul helping somebody raise a fist. That's it.
Okay.
Oh
Sure.
God.
I just want to say
That's Joe Rogan.
What?
Joe Rogan, by the way.
What's stopping?
How did y'all do this?
Yes,
What
I'm
is
sure.
this?
This is StreamYard.
I'm sure that's
Solidarity,
exactly what's going on there.
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, what is
Yeah, I'm
stopping?
I'm sure Ron Paul is really thinking workers of the world unite.
Yeah.
Fist up for the
Yeah, with Joe Rogan. With Joe
I'm sure
Rogan.
that's exactly what Ron Paul is thinking.
Yes, because a raised fist always
minarchist
means one
libertarian.
thing, right? It always means only one thing. Yeah.
Aiko, did you
Oh, don't
support
try
the
to weasel
firing?
your way out of it, you slimy little fuck. You know exactly what it was, and you thought
Please,
it was funny.
solidarity.
You thought it'd be funny to
Solidarity.
play around with solidarity with communists that have murdered and slaughtered hundreds of millions of
Oh my
people.
God.
The UAW is not full of communists, although there may be some in there.
Okay.
Aiko, did you support the firing of the air traffic controllers?
I did, yeah. Mm-hmm. But I was a Ronald Reagan conservative at the time. I was part of what was called the Reagan Youth. They called it,
Wow.
which is an unusual name considering.
It's,
story.
Did you hate black people? Was this before? No, I'm joking.
I campaigned for Ronald Reagan in 1984. I put up his yard signs. I handed out flyers. I went to the convention. I had a shirt that said Fritz Busters because Walt Mondale's nickname was Fritz. It had a face.
By 1984, he had already kissed a black girl, so don't worry about that.
I was a Republican who kissed a black girl. Yes.
Was it like a dilemma or was it like an internal thing that you had to deal with?
We were on the debate team, so we were sort of trained to be tolerant of both sides. And listen, the difference between Republicans and Democrats back then was very different than today.
Yeah, much smaller.
It would be very difficult to date someone of an opposite ideology today than it was in '82.
Yeah. Right. So
Scott, but easier to date someone of a different race than it was in 1982.
It is. Yes, that's true. We got some stairs.
Scott won't. That's why he never responds to my love letters, right? He just throws his DMs away.
I started getting him as soon as you saw that picture with me with the clean shaven face.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's actually.
I remember
handsome.
that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wow.
So, Jim, you want to say something?
Yes. I just want to give a little bit of a context. It's like when I was advocating for myself to get more money, the thing that stopped me was the union. The union said you can't get more money. So it's
low performing and fuck off.
So this whole idea that unions are a way for you to increase pay is just a non-unique argument. It goes both ways. You can have mechanisms to stop you from getting an increase of pay with union, because of a union, or without a union. So I just don't want people to use that argument. There are good and bad things.
So that's the problem. The union forces the company into that agreement, even with non-union workers such as yourself. This is just another reason why they're bad.
Okay, but I wasn't done. I wasn't done. Please.
Oh my God.
I also want to levy the question of. I think
no question. No more questions.
No. Like it's a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical question. The question is basically, I feel like I don't understand why this hasn't happened yet. Maybe it has, but garbage men, I feel like they could get $1 million a year. Because if they all organize together and say, "Let's not pick up trash,"
They did that in New York. They did that in New York in the 80s. They literally in the 80s they did that in New York.
And they're millionaires now.
No, they weren't. What happened is New York became the dirtiest city in the world. That's pretty much what
I
happened.
mean,
They
if in
got
the
full of rats
Sopranos,
and
have you seen the
cockroaches.
Sopranos? They're all garbage men. Come on.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're moving.
All they needed to do was invite Xi Jinping, and then the local Democrats will find a way to clean up the streets in an
Indeed.
instant,
They
like they
will.
did in fucking in
You
California.
can strike as workers
like
without a
a
union.
communist dictator, and then fucking
in San Francisco.
instant.
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna continue. We're gonna move past this. Okay. All right. Guys and gals out there, if you appreciate this content, if you like coming here, if you like this space, help me continue this space. We only got one sub this entire time. Consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel. Getting bits, getting subs. If you're out there, help me help you. Let me create this space where where I get yelled at, where I get called a rape apologist, right? But it's just another Monday night here on a Frat Guy panel. If that is valuable to you, if my degradation is worth something towards you, then consider something to the channel. Gifting bits or gifting subs, hype chats, super chats, anything like that. That is a huge help. It allows me to do all of these things. Thank you, Corey Campbell, for gifting a sub, and that's was that the second thing? This is Corey Campbell gifted a sub. Oh no, you resubbed. Oh, and Dio and All Dream resub. Thank you. Both of you use your Prime Gaming. Thank you so much. One more person who contributes and can start ourselves a hype train, which would be really great. Please support the channel. Help me do all this for you. Thank you, Frozen Knight, for resubbing as well. Hey, we love our resubbers. All right, we're in a hype train. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. Subs channel, give bits or give subs. All right, and hype chats also count. Okay, so we're gonna give outros to all these amazing people, and I do want to just real shout out to these guys. Thank you all for coming through and having a really spirited, fun conversation on the first topic that was unplanned, but you guys all got into the spirit of it, and it was great. And I think it was useful. I hope it was useful for the audience. The things that we discussed. And the second one was fantastic. And I like having all these extremely different opinions from my own. I learned things from you guys, and I hope at some point you guys feel the same thing about me. But we'll see. Thank you, Lactoid, for being here.
Thank you so much, Prime, for having me on, and I really appreciated giving my advice on the first topic. We didn't get to talk about the crushing libertarian victory in Argentina as much as I wanted to, and I think maybe that was intentional by the lefties here conspiring. It's because it was a landslide. It was a landslide victory in favor of freedom. So